Representative Sachs is in another meeting. I don't know where everybody else is, but I'm sure they'll show up.
Yeah, I know Representative Graham is going to be in and out because of ENR. So
Yep.
We might as well start. Well, we have a quorum here. So welcome everyone to the Committee on Taxation. We're gathered this morning for a work session on, I believe, 12 or 13 bills. We will begin with committee introductions, and we'll start with Senator Pouliot. Senator Pouliot, are you with us? Okay, well, we can come back. Representative Bickford.
Good morning, Bruce Bickford. I represent House District 63, which is part of Auburn.
And Representative Carmichael, I don't see him. Is he
Yep,
here?
I'm here.
Oh, go ahead, Representative Carmichael.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mickey Carmichael, I represent District 137 and 22 communities in Hancock, Washington, and Penobscot counties.
All right, Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator Chipman. Good morning, everybody. My name is Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach.
And Representative Hanley.
Good morning, Senator. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jeff Hanley. I represent District 87, which is Pittston, Alna, Wiscasset, and Randolph.
And Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Ted Kryzak. I represent District 20, Acton, Lebanon, and part of Shapley.
And Representative Matlack.
Good morning. I'm Ann Matlack. I represent House District 92, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matinicus, Creehaven, and the Musselbridge Islands.
And Representative Perry.
Good morning. I'm Joe Perry. I represent part of Bangor and part of Orono in the main house.
And Representative Sachs, I don't think is with us at the moment. Senator Pouliot.
Good morning. State Senator Matt Pouliot, represent Senate District 15, the towns of Augusta, China, Oakland, Sydney, and Vassarboro.
And Representative Terry.
Good morning. I'm Mo Terry. I represent District 26, the west side of Gorham, and I serve as House Chair.
And I'm Senator Ben Chipman. I represent Senate District 27, which is part of the city of Portland. With us this morning, we also have Avery Page, who serves as our committee clerk, as well as Julie Jones, who serves as our committee analyst. So I believe Representative Fecteau is here, maybe in the waiting room. If someone could bring him in, that would be great. And we will go into work session on LD 1277, which is an act to remove sales and use taxation of monetary metals. And we'll also open up the work session on LD 1371, which is an act to exempt gold and silver transactions from state sales and use tax. We'll go into work session on both of those bills at the same time. We'll let Julie walk us through the analysis on the two bills, and then we'll see if Representative Fecteau has some additional information to provide to the committee before we deliberate.
Bringing up the chart here. Yes, both of these bills relate to provide a sales tax exemption for the sale of certain gold and silver items. They're actually exactly the same, essentially, except that LD 1277 refers to the items that would become exempt as specie, a term which is new to me. But the definition of specie is the same as the items that are listed as being exempt in LD 1371. So with both bills, it would exempt from sales tax sales of coins with gold or silver content, or refined gold or silver bullion coined, stamped, or imprinted with its weight and purity, and the value of which is based primarily on its metal contact and not its form. They would both take effect on January 1st, 2022. Maine Revenue Services indicated that the administrative cost was minimal, but at least I have not seen a revenue impact provided yet.
Okay. So Representative Fecteau, would you like to address the committee? I understand you had some additional information or some things you wanted to let us know about.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee for accommodating me this week and your busy week. And so I was quite encouraged by the DAF's testimony. I fully agree that we could amend the bill to discuss. They say in their testimony that we could add something in like a coin with 50% or more gold or silver content to make sure that we're really not talking about any gold or silver coins, but really hardening it in that it's really on its content and not on its rarity. So I would agree with that. I would slightly disagree with the paragraph beforehand where they say we could look at something about exempting it at $1,000 or more. And I would actually think that would de-incentivize, the common person that would take their paycheck and invest $100, $200, $300 in silver from their paycheck. And if they're not exempt, it would actually, if we only exempted at $1,000 or more, it really would be for higher income individuals rather than lower income individuals. And that's the lower and middle income are the ones purchasing those coins. 29 states are fully exempt. 11 states have some sort of dollar threshold. And then if I shared the Michigan information with you all, and if we took those same numbers and scaled it down for the size of Maine, if the same effect happened in Michigan, we could see 19 more coin stores, 78 more coin jobs, and an additional 220,000 in new taxes, because a lot of these people are going down to New Hampshire to buy gold and silver that they can hold on to. And lastly, and I appreciate the committee's time, that this would just line us up with other investors, because gold and silver are held as a savings and investment. And Maine currently doesn't tax stocks, bonds, ETFs, currencies, or other financial instruments. And so this would just equalize it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Representative Fecto. Question from Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Representative Fecto. I guess my question is, if I were to go out and buy silver coins or gold as an investment, they charge, I believe it's 10% over spot, plus you're going to pay a 5.5% sales tax. So before you can even earn any money on your investment, that's 15.5% you've already lost before you can save that for an investment. Is that correct?
That's correct. In Mr. Cortez's testimony, he outlines it quite simply, where he says, if you purchased a 1 ounce gold bar at the current price of $1,950, you essentially have to pay another $107.25 on the physical gold. And if I was working in stocks or anything like that, I wouldn't have to do that.
Thank you.
Additional committee discussion. Would someone like to make a motion on either of these bills? We're going to work on both bills at the same time.
I'd like to make a motion not to pass as amended. And I'm not sure what the bill numbers were. It was 11415.
1277 is Representative Fecto's bill, and 1371 is Representative Seaver's bill.
1277 ought to pass as amended, please.
I second it.
I'll second that motion.
So we have a motion of ought to pass as amended made by Representative Bickford and seconded by Representative Carmichael. Additional committee discussion. Go ahead, Julie.
I'd just like to ask what the amendment is.
What is the amendment, Representative Bickford?
It is with the fiscal note. There's going to be a fiscal note, obviously. You're losing sales tax dollars.
Okay.
Okay, so it's ought to pass as amended with the fiscal note for the amendment. Additional committee discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the ought to pass as amended motion, please signify.
Okay, for those in favor of the ought to pass as amended motion, I have Senator Pouliot and Representatives Kryzak, Bickford, Hanley, and Carmichael.
Okay. All those opposed?
And for those opposed, I have Senator Chipman and Representatives Terry, Gramlich, Matlack, and Perry.
Okay, so we're tied, which I believe means the motion doesn't carry, but I'm not sure it would be different if another motion was made. So should we just let this ride out and let people cast their votes and see where it goes from there? Representative Terry?
Sorry, I'm on mute. My daughter's making a smoothie. Yeah, I would recommend that as well. And
I mean, we may be tied on a bunch of stuff today because of the people that are here, but at any rate, we'll let that ride for now and let people cast their votes afterwards. And
we'll have a chance to make any adjustments if necessary at the when we do the amendment.
so for those that are opposed, what would our motion be? So that when people cast their votes, it may go one way or another, but would our motion be ought not to pass?
Ought not to pass.
Okay. So Avery, if you can just make note that those in opposition or our motion will be ought not to pass, that would be our vote. And then people can have till tomorrow at 12 noon to cast their votes. And that'll go the way it goes. So we're still in work session on LD 1371. Would someone like to make a motion on this bill? Representative Matlack,
I'll make a motion about not to pass.
is there a second? Seconded by Representative Terry. Motion made by Representative Matlack, ought not to pass in LD 1371. All those in favor? Or actually, is there any committee discussion we should ask first? Don't see any hands up. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor?
Okay, for those in favor of the ought not to pass motion, I have Senator Chipman, Representatives Terry, Gramlich, Matlack, and Perry.
All those opposed? So that's another tie vote. Should we do the same thing as on the other bill? So what's the motion of those in opposition?
Ought to pass is amended with a fiscal note.
Pass amended with the fiscal note. Okay. So we'll see where that goes when people have till tomorrow at 12 noon to get their votes in on that. So we'll close the work session on LD 1371. And we will now go into work session on the individual income tax rate and bracket bills on the chart that Julie sent out. So this would be LD 495, 532, 1136, 1289, 1369, 1443, and 1550.
1,500.
I'm sorry, 1500. So it's all the rate and bracket bills. There's 7 of them altogether. And we'll let Julie go through the analysis on these 7 bills.
Thank you. Yes, you have 7 bills that all relate to income tax rates and brackets. Several of the bills have other provisions in them as well. A comment at the beginning, when one looks at the statutes, if you look at the law, either online or in the books that list the statutes, what you will see are the numbers that are reflected in the top. Oh, I need to bring up the chart, don't I? Okay, back to the top here. Okay, so what you'll see up at the top is current law. There are 3 brackets. The rates that are listed in the bracket, the 0 to 21,050, 21,050 to 50,000, are the rates that were enacted when changes were made a couple of years ago, the brackets rather, that were enacted a couple of years ago. Income tax brackets are subject to indexing for inflation, but indexing for inflation changes the bracket amounts for purposes of filing your taxes, but it does not change the numbers that are in the books or online. So the numbers that you're seeing up there under current law, what I have put into this chart in order to avoid confusion is the numbers that are either in the books or in the bill. But the numbers are subject to inflation. That it could potentially cause some need to make changes in some of these bills to reflect the fact that the numbers, if the bill is enacting these numbers that are in current law, it's actually below what current law is. So you would want to update the current law to indicate what it is currently, in addition to what the new rate should be. And for instance, in looking at LD 495, the first one on the list here, it shows the first three rates with those brackets and an additional new rate at $100,000 and over at 11.15%. Actually, it also increases the top bracket. The top bracket now is 7.15%, and LD 495 would increase that top bracket to 8.35%. The bracket amounts, however, are what is in the statute and what is in the bill, but they are not what the current rates are with which are the rates. Current brackets are with regard to paying them. So there might be some adjustment that might need to be made to deal with that issue. Okay, there are 7 bills. I'll go through each of them. I just mentioned LD 495, which is Representative Osher's bill. As I mentioned, it would increase, the current rate makes the break from 6.75 to 7.15% at 50,000. This would increase that rate at 50,000 to 8.35%, up it to 100,000, and then create a new bracket, $100,000 and over at 11.5%. There are different rates, different years specified in these bills as well for the tax years that the new rates would first apply. This bill says 2021. Maine Revenue Services, I'm sure, will tell you that changing rates for the current tax year is extraordinarily complicated, not only for taxpayers, but their accountants who may be preparing their taxes, and for Maine Revenue Services to in the middle of the year. I mean, it would apply to the whole tax year, but people wouldn't know until this bill takes effect that the rates at the upper levels at least are going to be changing. So that's true of any bill which would have a 2021 tax year effective date. Maine Revenue Services estimates that this bill, and their estimates are preliminary, they emphasize, and subject to change, and assume that the bill would, I've forgotten how I was going to finish that sentence. Maybe I'll probably remember in a second. Anyway, they are assuming that, oh, that's what I was going to say. In the first year in which this is in effect, that's what this is for each of these and their estimates, that the revenue gain to the state would be $359.5 million. That's FY 495. If anybody wants to ask questions as I'm going along, it's fine with me, but it's up to the chairs how you want to deal with that. The second bill on your list, and I'm just going numerically, is LD 532, which is Senator Baldacci's bill. His bill maintains the current 3 rates, but adds a new rate for income over $200,000. The other thing I should mention is the brackets that I've listed in here are the single brackets. You should assume the standard change that for heads of households, it's 1.5 times the income amounts for heads of household, and for married joint, it's double the single. So in order to avoid tons and tons of brackets, I've just put the single in here. And if you want to identify head of household and married joint, it would be those numbers of multiplication. LD 530. Yep.
Could I ask a quick question? Not being a tax prep whiz, even though I just did my TurboTax returns. When you say when it reads 0 to 21 $8,050. Is that after the standard deduction has been taken, or is that before the standard deduction?
That is taxable income, so it's after all deductions and exemptions have been applied. That's
Okay.
the amount on which your taxes are calculated. That's a good
Thank you.
question. So I don't remember if I finished, but the new rate starts at $2,000 for single and is 7.95%. This bill has another provision in it, though. It would also create a credit equal to 10% of the taxes due for filers with taxable income less than, and I've listed each amount here because it doesn't take up much room. So $60,000 for single, 90 for head of household, and 120 for married joint. Those are, again, taxable income amounts. People over that amount would not get the credit, but people under that amount would get the credit. So it provides a benefit to lower income people. The balance of those two, I'm assuming, is a reduction in revenue of 161.9 million. This would take place first for 2022 tax years. LD 1136, Representative Harnett's bill, again adds a new top bracket. You'll notice that these bracket amounts are a little different than the others. I'm thinking maybe that the person who drafted these pulled out the actual amounts. I meant to check it this morning and I didn't get to it before the work session started. But it applies a new 10.15% bracket over $100,000. Apply first for FY 2021 tax years as drafted. And Maine Revenue Services estimate is $232.6 million additional income tax revenue. LD 1289 you've seen before is Representative Perry's bill. This is the bill which you've seen before because it also has a homestead exemption provision to it. But with regard to its income tax brackets provisions, it adds a new bracket over $300,000 at 7.95%. which is estimated to bring in $30.8 million additional income tax revenue. It would also provide an increase in the homestead property tax exemption. As I mentioned, you've seen it before, with going up $10,000 a year until it reaches $55,000 in the 24 property tax year. LD 1369 is Representative Andrews' bill. It would provide a flat income tax rate of 5% on all individuals. So there would no longer be any brackets, just be 5% for everyone. Maine Revenue Service estimate of revenue loss from that is $485.3 million. This is a starting date of FY 2021. LD 1443 is Representative Calling's bill, which would provide 5 new brackets beginning at $100,000. At $100,000, it would go up to 9.15%. At $250,000, it would go to 10.15%. At $500,000, it would go to 11.15%. At $1 million, 12.15%, and at $10 million, 13.15%. First year 2021, revenue impact estimated to increase income tax revenues $243.7 million. Again, this is the first year of application. And finally, LD 1500, Representative Lookner's bill would make a change to the top, well, the current top bracket begins at, again, I think these are indexed rates, 51.7 or 50,000 if you're not looking at the non-indexed amounts, is currently 7.15%. This would increase that amount to 8.75%, up to $200,000, and up to at $200,000 and over, the rate would go to 12.4%. Maine Revenue Services estimate of increased income tax revenue, 364.8 million. This has a start year of 2021 tax years. I'll just mention for right now, I don't know whether you want to talk about them now or do them separately. The remainder of the bills for this work session are 3% surcharge bills.
Julie, I think we were going to do them separate, but
Okay.
we can, would it be helpful to you to open up the work session on those three now and take those up as well? Or?
No, I was only, it doesn't matter to me one way or the other, whatever works best for you. I just wanted to mention the 3% is also coming up in case some people wanted to consider that as part of the mix.
Yeah, why don't we open up the work session on 498, 570, and 1677 as well, and you can continue going through those for us. I mean, you might as well just open up those work sessions as well.
Especially since some of these surcharge bills are kind of like a rate increase. With 498, for instance, which is Representative Sylvester's bill, it's a 3% income tax surcharge on a portion of the taxpayer's taxable income over $200,000. So it's acting sort of like a bracket increase, but it works a little bit differently. This bill is modeled on the surcharge bill from, I don't remember the exact year, but a few years back now, which was a people's referendum in order to raise money to fund education at 55%. It has a similar issue in this bill as was in the people's referendum, which is the bill says 3% above $200,000. It doesn't make any distinction between single head of household and married joint. I know back in the previous people's referendum provision, people's initiative provision, it was interpreted to mean that it would be $200,000 regardless of what category you were in. So it would kick in at $200,000 for single head of household and married joint all. This bill also has another provision in it. It would increase the earned income tax credit from 25% of the federal credit and 12% of the federal credit with an eligible child to 100% of the federal credit for all. The revenue impact would be an increase in revenue, and I think this is just the surcharge portion. I don't think it's reflecting the earned income tax provision. $209.9 million increase in revenue. LD 570 is Representative or Senator Barry? I'm blanking. Which would provide a 3% income tax surcharge applicable to taxable income. 498 was also applicable to taxable income. That's going to be an issue in the next bill that I'm going to talk about. So to the extent that this one's a little bit complicated, it would provide that the surcharge would apply to the amount of taxable income that exceeds the lesser of the taxpayer's taxable income from net capital gains and dividends, or the amount by which the taxpayer's taxable income exceeds $250,000. So if a taxpayer had $300,000, the amount by which the taxable income exceeds $250,000 would be $50,000. That would be part of item 2 on that calculation. So if their taxable income from net capital gains and dividends was higher than that $50,000, they'd pay on the lower amount, which would be the excess of $50,000. If their capital gains was $100,000, no. If the capital gains was lower than the $50,000, they would pay on the lower amount, the capital gains. So if it was $35,000, they'd pay on the 35 rather than the 50. This is estimated to increase income tax revenue by $60.4 million in the first year. Again, this is 2021. The previous one, 498, was 2022. LD 1677 is Speaker Fecteau's bill. This would provide a 3% income tax surcharge on individuals on the portion of main adjusted gross income exceeding 200 for single, 350 for a head of household, 500 for married joint. Main adjusted gross income is going to be way before taxable income, as Representative Matlack asked in the previous bills relating to income tax brackets, those applied only to taxable income. The first two bills under surcharge would apply to taxable income. This is applying those cutoffs to main adjusted gross income, which is before standard deductions and personal exemptions and itemized deductions and are applied. So it's a different amount. It would apply in tax years 2021 and 2022 only. Maine Revenue Services has not provided an amount on this one. The bill was printed late, and I don't know whether they had time to provide that. Just want to make sure. No, they didn't. This bill has another provision. It would establish a fund to support frontline workers to use the surcharge revenue to provide grants to certain frontline workers. There would essentially be a program that would be designed by the Department of Labor. Grants would be limited to 2021 and 2022. The bill has a description of frontline workers, which is somewhat lengthy, but they're examples of frontline workers. It kind of leaves a lot of the details of what the program would look like to the Department of Labor. That's it.
Great. Thank you for that wonderful analysis, Julie. Much appreciated. So, committee discussion or questions? We're in work session on 10 bills. Representative Pouliot. Sorry, Senator Pouliot.
That's fine. I've been both. I'm just going to get my comments out of the way now so that you guys don't have to hear from me for any of the bills moving forward. I just sent $59,000 to the federal and state government yesterday for taxes. It was very painful. The amount that I paid in state income taxes is more than I get paid as a legislator. So I probably should have just said I'll work for free, because that's essentially what's happening. But my point is that our taxes are already high enough in this state. And, you know, I was reading a statistic recently. It's put out by Dave Ramsey. He's a pretty good financial education guy, guru, if you will. And he said 79% of millionaires inherited $0. So, you know, in my mind, we need to be creating tax structure in this state that incentivizes people to work harder. And those dollars that just got shipped off to Washington, D.C. Or to the state treasurer were dollars that, you know, we were planning to use for remodeling projects around our house and investing in buying things locally, which would have provided income for other people and families. They would have paid income taxes on that, and it would have stayed circulating in Maine's economy. Instead, it's being shipped out, you know, to DC to buy warheads to blow up foreign countries or whatever. I mean, and I know we're talking about Maine income taxes here, not federal income taxes. But it's almost unfathomable to me that we're even wasting time discussing tax increases right now. I recognize there's a number of mandates that the state has set in place, some of those by people's referendums, like the 55% for education funding, or 5% for revenue sharing that we haven't been able to get to. And I'm sure that there were many people on this committee that think the only way to get to that is by increasing taxes. It's not true. I mean, we have to reprioritize our spending in state government. And every time we add something that's 15,000 here, 30,000 there, 137,400 there, it all adds up and takes away from our ability to properly fund public education or do revenue sharing or homestead exemption reimbursement at 100% or these other things. So what we really have is a priority problem in Augusta, not a revenue problem. And, you know, I think that there is definitely some compelling arguments for why we might need more revenue, but I think that those can be addressed by reprioritizing, you know, what we need to be doing, not trying to raise more money. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not to pass on every single tax increase that even floats its head in this committee. And I might as well just get that off right now and leave it to you guys.
I'll second that motion. on every bill.
Thank you, Senator Pouliot. There's no motion that's been made yet. I guess
Senator Pouliot said ought not to pass, and so I was seconding it.
Just comments through the chair. I guess I would just say that I find it offensive to say that we'd be wasting time on anybody's bill. I think that everybody has a right to bring a bill forward. A couple of these bills are sponsored by members of this committee, which I find even more offensive that someone would say that it's a waste of time. So I just would ask us to please be respectful of each other. I mean, anybody can bring forward a bill and we give it a public hearing. We have a work session. We treat everybody equally, and nobody's bill is a waste of anybody's time. Thank you. Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maine is currently the fourth highest overall tax burden in the United States. There's only 3 states that are higher overall tax burden than Maine, and that is Hawaii, Vermont, and New York. I will not support any tax increase, especially since Massachusetts income tax is a flat 5%. And I'm going to make a motion not to pass an LD 498.
I'll second it.
So you're making a motion LD 498 of ought not to pass. This is Representative Sylvester's bill. Further committee discussion. We have a motion's been made and seconded. I believe Representative Gramlich had your hand up next.
Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to say on record publicly that I absolutely agree with Senator Pouliot in terms of billions of dollars going to pay for warheads. So I just wanted to lend my support to that sentiment. Thank you.
Representative Collins.
We can agree on things.
I would like to I wanted to thank Julie for all of her work going through this and summarizing this for us. I wanted to ask her, Julie, I don't know if you are able to, or anyone else on the panel is able to answer this, but do we have any data that shows when we made changes to income tax brackets in 2011, what the revenue impact was after that?
I do not have anything currently in my possession. We certainly have information about that could simply show you what income tax revenue was for each of those years. But what that would be attributable to would be hard to identify. But the state, we do have, I could get you, anyone could get you the amounts of income tax revenue over whatever number of years you wanted.
Does that answer your question, Representative Collins?
Well, I didn't, it seems like that's probably a hard question to ask someone to remember all that over the last almost decade, but I just didn't know if that was something available that showed what the decline in revenue was after those taxes to our state. So thank you.
Well, Mr. Allen may have something readily available. There is a publication of OFPR called the Compendium, which will show you the amount of revenue collected from each tax source in the state. So that is available. Yes, Representative Terry is holding it up for you. Oh, it's in the red book she's got.
Yeah,
in the red book as well.
In the red book, second to last page. It's very interesting, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to Representative Bickford's comments, labeling us the 4th highest tax state in the nation. And I was curious if there's any data to back that up, because I'm always curious when I hear these claims. Are they talking about highest income tax rate, state and local taxes behind as a percentage of income? I mean, there's a million different ways to calculate. So if there's any data available that on that ranking, I would like to see it. I don't have my red book yet.
Additional, you should have been one sent out in the mail to you. Did you get one in the mail? I think they were sent to all of us in the mail. I got one, so we should try to get one to you. Maybe someone could bring one to the Civic Center for you tomorrow or something. But do you have another question, Representative Perry?
I'm just curious. I mean, because it seems like we used to be ranked really high as state and local income. combined as a percentage of income. And it was really indicative of our incomes being too low in so many second homeowners, the likes of Martha Stewart, with huge incomes that weren't figured into the mix and huge tax bills that were. And so I'm always curious how these things are ranked.
Okay.
So we can put it into perspective.
Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I can respond to that. That was a study done that included property taxes, income taxes, and sales and excise taxes.
Is there more to it? Total dollars per capita, percentage of income? There's another piece missing.
I looked at top tax rates in the United States.
Maybe you could share that with the committee, Representative Bickford, wherever you found that from.
Well, we're voting. So if you want to table all these bills and I'll submit that to you, that's fine.
No, I'm not that curious.
Okay.
I'm curious, just not that curious. I'll look into it.
Okay. Additional committee discussion. Seeing none, so I guess I'd just say on this bill, I support this bill. This is something that the voters actually voted for on the ballot across the state. Unlike a lot of the other bills we're looking at with rates and brackets, the 3% surcharge was passed by the voters and carried the state, and it was never enacted. So I do support respecting the will of the voters on this. So I'll be opposing the motion that's been made. Any further committee discussion? Seeing none, so there's a motion of ought not to pass on this bill. All those in favor of the ought not to pass, please signify. All those.
Okay. Oh, I was just going to say, for those in favor of the ought not to pass motion, I have Senator Pouliot, Representatives Kryzak, Bickford, Hanley, and Carmichael.
Okay. All those opposed?
For those opposed to the motion, I have Senator Chipman, Representatives Terry, Collings, Gramlich, Matlack, and Perry.
Okay, so that motion fails. Would someone like to make another motion? Representative Terry?
I would like to make a motion ought to pass LD 498. The governor's budget change package, if anybody has taken a peek at it, speaks to raising the earned income tax credit temporarily for the next year. This bill does that permanently, and of that I'm incredibly interested in. So that's why I would like to make a motion ought to pass.
Ought to pass as amended?
I don't know that would there be an amendment if we're doing a revenue increase, not
The fiscal note, whether there's an increase or decrease in revenue, it's a change to revenue, so there's still a fiscal note, I believe.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, then as amended, thank you.
So it's ought to pass amended with the fiscal note. And it's been seconded by Representative Matlack. Any additional committee discussion on LD 498? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify.
For those in favor of the motion, I have Senator Chipman and Representatives Terry, Collings, Gramlich, Matlack, and Perry.
Okay, all those opposed?
For those opposed to the motion, I have Representatives Kryzak, Bickford, Hanley, and Carmichael, and Senator Pouliot.
Okay, so that motion prevails. We'll close the work session on LD 498.
Those voting against are ought not to pass. Am I correct? On
Yes.
498. Thank
Yes.
Yes.
The ought not to pass.
Yes.
Okay,
Thanks.
all right. Any further committee discussion, or would anyone like to make a motion on any of the other bills we're still in work session on? Representative Terry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have been screaming through this list for the past week and a half, looking at the numbers and looking at the I guess the fairness level of who takes the hardest hit when it comes to our tax system. The fact that we are a 7.15 tax bracket for those making over $50,000 doesn't feel right to me. I think that we need to make some tweaks. We have had a fairly long session, but we've been doing this over Zoom for quite a while. And putting these numbers together and making them make sense and making them fair for everybody is a really tough thing to do in this manner. I personally would love to be able to look through all of these. I think that, charging folks that make less than minimum wage, any kind of taxes it's really, that doesn't sit well with me. And the fact that, what I make and what somebody who makes 17 times more than I do have the same tax rate also doesn't feel right. So I would really like to take a look at one of these, go deeper into one of these bills. They're all very similar, but to go deeper into one of these bills to make Maine's tax structure stronger and more fair for everyone. So I think what I would like to do is I'm just going to pick one that's kind of not so hard to look at, which is Representative Perry's bill, and make a motion to table that and to carry it over until next session. And over the course of the summer and maybe even the fall, get together with Maine Revenue Service, with the state economist, with Julie, to really dig into what these numbers mean to families in Maine, and to make adjustments that make it so we're not the highest tax rated state in the country, or fourth or 11th or whatever it is, but to just make it fair for everybody. So
Right.
that's the motion.
So get a motion of to table and add to our carryover list LD 1289, so that we can take a look at rates and brackets over the summer and fall, and come back in January, February, and we start meeting again and have something that maybe is more fair. There's a second by Representative Matlack, I believe. Any further committee discussion on this? Representative?
No discussion.
It's a tabling motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's a tabling motion, right? We can't discuss it. I'm sorry, Representative Hanley, we can't discuss tabling motion, so it's a tabling motion. All those in favor of the tabling motion, please signify.
That's just for 1289, by the way.
Yep, just on 1289. It's to table and add to our carryover list on LD 1289 only.
For those in favor of the tabling motion, I have Senator Chipman and Representatives Terry, Collings, Gramlich, Matlack, Perry, and Kryzak.
Okay, all those opposed to the tabling motion?
And for those opposed, I have Representatives Bickford, Hanley, and Carmichael, and Senator Pouliot.
Okay, so that motion carries. So LD 1289 is tabled and added to our list of carryover requests. We're still in work session on the rest of the remaining bills. Any further committee discussion on the remaining bills?
Yes.
Representative Hanley?
Yeah, my question was that a double motion to carry over, to table and carry over all in one motion?
It was to table and add to our list of carryover requests, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So Representative Hanley, I believe on our last day, we have scheduled to take a look at all of our carryover bills, or sorry, all of our tabled bills, and decide whether or not we want to pass, fail, or actually carry them over. We'll do that in our last week of meetings.
All right, thank you.
So the motion to add it to the list prevails. It will be added to the list, but we'll look at the whole list together on the last day. Yeah. Representative Collins.
Yes, I believe my bill I sponsored is LD 1443. I'm going to make a motion of ought not to pass. I would like to say very briefly, though, is that I'm happy to do that with the fact that we might be carrying over a bill to have a comprehensive look at what the brackets look like and what would be fair. I mean, for decades at the federal and the state level, the higher income brackets have been changed. So people that have had higher incomes have had significant breaks incrementally over the past several decades, including after 2011, there were some changes to the brackets for income tax in Maine. There were some changes to estate tax in some other areas. So I think taxes actually have been going down consistently, and we're getting to a point in the state where the cost of everything is going up. So we need to come up with revenue somewhere. We have a choice of a fair taxation system or austerity. I know that many people talk about the federal government is bailing us out in Maine. Well, even with the amount of money coming in, there are still many underfunded programs in the state, and it still doesn't change the structural tax problems we have. We don't have enough revenue coming in to fix our roads. We don't have enough revenue coming in to pay for everything in the schools we want to, even if it's at 55%. We're still leaving a lot behind. And I think it's rather absurd that, someone making 120,000 or 200 something thousand would have the same tax rate as someone making $5 million. So I think it's a worthy effort to look into that. So I'm happy that there will be something to carry over. And I would say that in Maine and across the country, whether it's referendum votes or in polling or in several other elections, the people support a progressive tax system in this country. They always have. In fact, the income tax was added in Maine with Governor Curtis. Some people that didn't like the income tax tried to get rid of it. They had a referendum, and 75% of the people in Maine voted to keep the state income tax. It is popular. So with that being said, I would motion to kill my bill, and I would entertain Representative Bickford or someone seconding the motion.
I will second that.
We have a motion ought not to pass on LD 1443 made by Representative Collins and seconded by Representative Bickford. Go ahead, Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I have to agree with Representative Collins. I would like to everyone to have the same tax rate, 0. And I think the the one thing you would be good for all of us to do is to educate ourselves on the policy of what is called the fair tax system, where you tax everyone through sales tax and you exempt the cost of living amount for each person. It's quite an interesting policy. Been around for a long time. It's called fairtax.org. Look it up, study it. And it increases revenue overall, and it removes tax. And the people that spend money pay taxes. And the people that earn money do not. So you don't punish people for working. You don't punish people anyway. But you let people pay taxes through their expenditures, not their incomes. And thank you, and I'll be glad to join Representative Collins in this vote.
Great. Thank you, Representative Hanley. I guess I would like to add a comment that just find it very interesting that under the previous governor, we passed what was at the time hailed as the largest tax cut in Maine history, and yet somehow we're still at the 4th highest in the country. So I just not sure we're really at 4th highest in the country, but I would be interested in looking at that data to see where it comes from and what it's taking into account. I do think the tax rates are not fair. The brackets are not spread out very well. I mean, most people, are paying essentially the same rate across the board, 7.15. So I'd like to see us really dig into this. I support the the previous bill and voting this bill down so that we can take a hard look at brackets and rates and make things more fair, as Representative Terry had said, so that people pay what they can afford to, and they don't pay as much if they're at the lower income levels. But right now, we don't have a very fair system with brackets and rates. So I'm glad we're hopefully going to do that this summer and fall. And we have a hand up from Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll just add to that because I heard it brought up in discussion last week about how our lowest tax bracket rate is 5%. And before the LePage tax cut, we had a 2% and a 4.5% rate that have disappeared. So I do agree with you, Mr. Chairman, that a complete discussion of all the bracketing would make sense. So I would look forward to continuing to work on this.
Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our lowest rate is actually 5.8%. Massachusetts' top rate is 5%.
Thank you for the correction. I get your point. I mean, that really makes our old 2% and our old 4.5% look like it's something we ought to think about again.
How many years ago was that?
It was up until the tax cut, the LePage tax cut.
Before 2011.
That's not true.
Well, 2011, I don't know what.
That's not true.
Well, let's.
In 2010, we had a 2% and a 4%, 4.5%.
We did not.
Okay, well, we can look into that further and get some answers on that, or whether we had a couple of brackets under the 5.8 of 2 and 4 roughly. We'll find out more about that. Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator. To that point, in the spirit of having a deeper dive into this and examining the brackets with everybody's input thus far, I think it would be really helpful if we're going to continue to do this work and indeed carry this bill over. It would be really helpful to get that information specifically. Obviously, there's some disagreement about what is true and factual and what people's memories are, but I think if we had revenue services and our analysts give us accurate data that we can really examine, then we can have a much more informed conversation about the direction in which we might want to proceed.
Yeah, I see that Dr. Allen's with us. Dr. Allen, are you able to chime in for just a second? Welcome, Dr. Allen. Just had a question. Could you clarify? I believe you were still in Maine Revenue Services before 2011. Do you know if we had lower rates of 2% and 4.5%, lower brackets below the 5.8% that we have now?
So up through 2012, we had 4 rates: 2%, 4.5%, 7%. And 8.5%. The top rate of 8.5% for a single filer began at $20,350 of taxable income. So it was progressive, but it became flat extremely quickly under the old system. The original tax cuts that became effective in 2013 created a 0% bracket. And then the rates went up after that. And then in 2016 is when we moved to the 5.8, 6.75, and the 7.15. But I would point out that Maine kind of jumped ahead of the federal government in significantly increasing the standard deduction in those 2016 tax changes. So while we got rid of the 0% bracket, we kind of recreated it with a much higher standard deduction and personal exemption amount as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there were just a lot of changes going on in personal exemption amounts, standard deductions, rates, brackets, and all of that.
So we did have the lower brackets that Representative Perry brought up, but the highest rate kicked in at around 20,000 for the 8.5% rate.
Correct.
So anybody 20,000 paid that.
Right. In 2016, we extended, broadened the bracket, the length of the brackets significantly.
Yeah. Okay. And then the 20,000 figure, that's after the deduction that we had at the time and any exemptions, that sort of taxable income, basically.
Correct.
Okay. Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So aside from having a little bit of fun with my friend Senator Representative Big,
You were right, Joe.
we had the 2%, we had the 4.5, the 7, but that, as Dr. Allen said, we hit that top rate at a very low income. I was out of the legislature at the time when the LePage tax cut occurred, and I was a little bit outraged that it all was on the top end. And I called Dr. Allen, and he said, "Well, you got to dig into it. It's actually surprisingly more distributed or fair than it seems on the surface." So my point of the whole stirring things up here a little bit is, I think we ought to take time and sit down and go over this carefully and thoughtfully and thoroughly, because we can throw around fourth highest, we can throw around whatever numbers we want, and it's all meaningless. We need to sit down and look at the reports and the incident reports and put a little more time into a focused effort than we can with these dozen bills today. So I'm supportive of a longer term look at this over the course of the next year.
Okay. Great. Any further committee discussion? We've got a motion on the table. Senator Pouliot.
I just had a quick question. Can we include in the study ways that Maine could reduce its income taxes, or are we just going to be looking at ways to increase taxes?
Well, Senator Pouliot, we could certainly look at that. I mean, my interest in the rates and brackets is actually not trying to find a way to bring in any more money, but just to make things more fair. So I mean, personally, I would support something that comes out of that just makes the brackets more fair and more graduated, but actually it was revenue neutral. I mean, that's what I would like to see us do. But
could somebody give me a definition of what fair means in the context of this discussion?
Well, people paying what they can afford to pay. People paying based on ability, I guess would be the way I would define it in terms of taxation. It's like the more income you make, the more your ability to pay is increased. And people that are at the bottom that are making the $21,050 after exemptions and deductions are paying 5.8%. I mean, I don't think that's fair for them.
How do we know that those people actually have the ability to pay without digging into every single detail of their personal finances?
I think just by the amount of income that they earn. I don't know. I mean, that's just my own personal take on it. If someone's making $1 million a year, they can afford to pay a higher tax rate than someone that's making $20,000 a year or $50,000 a year. But that's just my opinion. Further committee discussion, Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Somebody that's making more money is already paying more taxes. Whatever the bracket rate is, the more income you have, the more taxes you're paying. So this idea of taxing them at a higher rate when they're already paying more taxes than the people that are at the $25,000 or the $30,000 level, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, you're talking about the actual dollar amount, not the percentage. But the federal government has different rates. We've got different rates. I think that's the fact that we've got 3 different rates now, and the federal government, I believe, has more, I think is indicative of the fact that the majority of society embraces people paying a different rate based on their income. The more they make, they pay a higher rate for income over a certain dollar amount. I mean, that's something that's uniformly embraced with the fact we have different brackets. It sounds like you're advocating for a flat tax, which is one theory, and certainly there's people that support that, but that hasn't been able to get majority support to take traction at the state or federal level. Maybe it's
no,
not at the federal level and not in Maine. Go ahead, Representative Kryzak.
No, I wasn't advocating for a flat tax. I was just bringing it out that they're already paying more taxes than the people in the lower income brackets.
Or in dollar amount.
Yes. I mean, what else are we talking about? If you're either paying more or you're paying less.
We're talking about a higher percentage versus a lower percentage. I thought we were talking about brackets.
Well, yes, we're talking about brackets, but I just wanted to bring out that they're already paying more money in taxes than the people in the lower income. That was my point.
Okay. Representative Terry.
Yeah, so one thing, Representative Kryzak, it's a percentage of income to what they're paying in taxes. I think that's what the gist of this is. And I'm not necessarily even suggesting that we do go up. I do believe, though, that it is not spread out equally among those who are making a wage that's barely keeping people going, versus folks that are lucky enough to, have a savings account, say. So I just think that there's that $50,000, which is what our top bracket is. Anything over $50,000 gets taxed at a certain percentage. That's, to me, that's, it just doesn't feel right. And that's the reason why I had asked to table this, or table one of these.
Thank you for that. Representative Collins.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind the committee that I have a motion that is to ought not to pass on income tax brackets on that bill. So I don't know if we wanted to vote on that or.
Well, yeah, we're just having discussion, but if folks are done discussing, as long as people put their hands up and want to discuss, we're still discussing. But the motion, you're right, is ought not to pass on 1443. Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Representative Collins. We're getting way off target here, and we could discuss this till 2 o'clock this afternoon. I think it's time for us to vote.
Okay, well, there's no more hands up, so seeing no further committee discussion, we are in a posture of voting on the motion, which is ought not to pass on LD 1443. All those in favor, please signify. That appears to be unanimous of all members present. So we're still in work session on several other bills. Any further committee discussion, or someone like to make a motion on any of these other bills?
Mr. Chair, what's the next one up?
Well, if we're working down the list that Julie sent, the chart, I guess if we start at the top of the bills we haven't voted on yet, would be LD 495.
Which one is that?
That's Representative Osher's bill. It's an act to improve income tax progressivity by establishing new top individual income tax rates.
I make a motion on LD 495, ought not to pass.
I'll second it.
Motion made by Representative Bickford, seconded by Representative Terry. Ought not to pass on LD 495. Any further committee discussion?
I just wish that everybody was enthusiastic about voting no on all the tax increase bills.
We're enthusiastic about voting down LD 1369, maybe. All those in favor, please signify. So that's unanimous. You got everything you need, Avery? Okay. Unanimous of all members present. We'll close the work session on LD 495.
I make a motion ought not to pass 532.
I second.
All right, Representative Collins.
This is going great.
We're working across the aisle today.
This is what bipartisanship looks like in Augusta.
Exactly.
Motion made by Representative Pryzak, seconded by Representative Collins, ought not to pass on LD 532. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify. That's unanimous of all members present. I think we've made some good progress on the bill that we did vote for and carrying over the one on rates and brackets. So for members of the public that are listening, these bills are very similar. So committees typically will pick one or two to vote on, or maybe carry over and then vote the others down so that we can clear the workload off our desks, so to speak. So someone like to make a motion or discuss any of the remaining bills? Representative Pryzak.
I make a motion 1136 ought not to pass.
Second.
Motion made by Representative Pryzak, seconded by Representative Collins, ought not to pass on LD 1136. It's Representative Harnet's bill. Further committee discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify. That's unanimous of all members present. So we're still in work session on, I believe, 4 more bills. Someone like to make a motion or further committee discussion?
I make a motion 1289 ought not to pass.
Second.
We already tabled that bill.
Oh, that's the one we're passing. I'm sorry. That's the one we're passing on.
Yeah, that
All
that's
right,
been-
so 1277 ought not to pass.
Second.
77. I don't see
Did
that.
that, did that already.
I think he means 1369.
I think
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
All right, so 1277.
That's a gold bill.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, okay. All right, I was just going down the list.
I think
So
we're
I
at
don't,
1369.
1369 is the next one on the list we haven't voted on. If you're working down through the list, it's Representative Andrews' bill, a 5% flat tax.
okay.
I make a motion not to pass as amended with a fiscal note.
Oh, what happened to the enthusiasm for ought not to pass? All right, well, we have a motion of ought to pass as amended with the fiscal note on LD 1369 made by Representative Bickford and seconded by.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Representative Krajicek. It's an ought to pass as amended. Any further committee discussion on this? Representative Perry?
Question is, are we voting to create a tax that takes away almost $500 million out of the general fund?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Maine
How's
Maine
that?
Maine needs to go on a diet.
Is there any thoughts on how we would pay for that or what we would cut to pay for that, or we don't want to provide any details?
Well, that's up to the chief executive. They do the budget. They propose and we dispose. So that's up to them.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there because, if we're going to support cutting almost $500 million a year, then that has to be, things have to be cut clearly from the budget in order to pay for that. So I just would ask that question of how it would be paid for.
Well, someday if I come back and I'm on appropriations, I'll tell you, but I'm not on appropriations. I raise the money, they spend the money.
We got several hands up. Representative Perry?
Thank you. Did Representative Bickford just say he raises the money?
I said, we raise the money. We're tax committee. We raise the money. Appropriations spends the money.
I just took a phone call. I just took a constituent phone call and I missed a little bit here. Is this the 5% flat tax bill we're on?
Yeah, it's ought to pass as amended a motion that's been made.
But I mean, a serious question is, so we pass this out, maybe unanimous. It goes to the House unanimous, the Senate unanimous. Where's it go from there? Down to the appropriations table. There's not enough money there to pay for. Okay, so is this just an effort? Is this just for fun? We can all vote for it and let it die? Or is this sponsor serious about trying to do this?
This would be a
And
divided.
does he want to identify either cuts or offsetting revenue? I mean, if it's just for fun, I'll go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, we shouldn't maybe question the intent of people making motions, but if people want to provide more details of why they're making these motions and why they're supporting these things, Representative Bickford?
Yeah, I'll make a point on this, and that is that, first of all, we don't know what that's going to do for us increasing population, which will definitely help offset the 500 million. As you know, the tax cuts did bring more money into Maine that we've had. So far, I haven't seen an income tax cut that we've had in the last 12 years that has not increased revenue to the state. So I'm going to leave it at that. I think that that creates a better playing field for us to compete against other states in increasing population in the state of Maine, for people that we don't have to subsidize, that can actually pay their own way, which I think is very important for the state, to have people with wealth move to the state. And we compete very, very much with Massachusetts.
Senator Pouliot.
So, I mean, for me, this is not a joke, though I'm not offended like Senator Chipman was earlier. The reality is total expenditures for the state of Maine, we're somewhere around 7.3 million, 7.4 million.
Billion.
Just budget cycles, and now we're up over 8 billion. So we can operate a balanced budget with spending less money. Particularly given right now, given the amount of federal resources that are coming in, though those are not going to last forever. And I recognize that we need to make sensible decisions that will lend themselves well to long-term stability. I do think that if Maine has a lower income tax rate, that we have ways to get people, we still have a sales tax here. So if people are keeping more of their money, presumably they're spending it. We have parity now for online sales tax collection. So even if they're deciding to not buy locally and buy on Amazon, they're still going to be paying. And that was a bill that I supported because I recognize that sales tax is a way to really make everybody honest, and it takes out any loopholes. Everyone pays it across the board when they choose to make an expenditure. So allowing Maine residents to keep more of their income doesn't mean that we're not going to somehow collect a tax on it. They may pay more in property taxes to benefit their local municipality. They may choose to buy more things and pay more in income taxes. Yes, undoubtedly, some people will choose to do what is probably best with that money and save it. But for those who choose to spend it, those dollars will go back into the Maine economy. So I don't think that we can look at this through the lens of the only way to get the money is by increasing the income tax. I think that we need to consider the fact that allowing people to keep money, allows them to then spend it on the things that they choose to spend it on, which we then will collect taxes on anyway. So this isn't a joke to me, and I think that it's a reasonable request to make. And I do think that there would be an increase in other revenue sources so that it wouldn't be a straight $500 million reduction. We don't do dynamic fiscal notes. To me, that's one of the downsides to the way we make decisions in Augusta. And in my opinion, allowing people to keep more of their money is empowering them to do with it what they think is best, and will ultimately end up coming back to us anyway.
Senator Pouliot, I take this bill very seriously, and the amount of loss of revenue that was projected at almost 500 million is a pretty serious thing to think about. And if the bill was combined with like some increases in some sales taxes or something that we would know would make up for that loss of revenue, that would be one thing, but it's not. And yes, some people may move to Maine, but they're not going to move here the minute this bill takes effect. So there's going to be a loss for some period of time of revenue that's going to have to be paid for. Things are going to have to be cut somehow in order to cover that. And so I just think it's irresponsible personally to vote for a bill like this. If we want to talk about other states, New Hampshire is just to the south of us. They have zero income tax. So unless we're going to go to zero, which is not what this bill proposes to do, how are we ever going to compete with a state like New Hampshire or other states that don't have an income tax? So the whole idea of people moving from one state to another, I'm not sure the data supports that over taxes. But even if they did, we'd have to go to zero in order to be competitive with New Hampshire. So, and we're not doing that with this bill. So.
Yeah, I'm not talking about being competitive. That actually was never discussed, and I've never referenced any kind of standings to how we are nationally. I'm talking about economics 101. Allowing more money in their own pocket and spend it how they see fit, rather than saying it needs to be sent to Augusta so that we, those who are more knowledgeable than you, not you, but the people who are sending us the money, can make the best decisions with money that belongs to you. Philosophically disagree with it, and I think that there's a case to be made if we were to do dynamic fiscal notes that would show that a lot of this money would just get recirculated back in the local economy.
Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my point, I think, is I served 10 years on this committee in an effort to get the income tax down to 5%. It took 10 years of work before we finally voted something out. So for a sponsor to introduce a flat tax of 5%, have a public hearing, not be here for the work session, have no committee work, in sending a $500 million fiscal note to appropriations is obviously not realistic. I understand exactly where you're coming from, Senator Pouliot, and all the benefits that could potentially be gained by this. So my only point is, I've seen I've seen bills of this nature get kicked up to the House, been voted on and passed by the House, and then news stories telling the public, everyone in Maine, that this thing has passed the House, and they start thinking big things are happening when it is never really in the cards because it won't ever be funded. So I'm just a proponent of something has a price tag that's not going to be funded, that we deal with in committee before the public gets a little bit misled about it. So I do apologize if I was having a little fun last time because of my, I guess, take on what the realistic prospects of this bill is.
Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just, again, scrolling through the red book, and essentially from what I hear, from how I hear this all playing out, with a flat tax rate and relying on the sales tax as our general fund dollars pretty much only, or very, very limitedly, we're looking at having those with higher means spend more money, and they're not now, and they have the opportunity to do so. The share of tax liability for those making $20,000 a year is the same of the share of the tax liability of those making just under $200,000 a year. And those that make $200,000 a year do have the ability to spend now, regardless of what their taxes are. They have that ability to do so, whereas folks that make under $20,000 a year or $21,000 a year don't have the opportunity to spend their dollars. If they do so, they are missing out on other things. So the argument that with a flat tax like this, we're encouraging more spending to make our money back on sales tax just doesn't pass the sniff test, I don't think, because there's just only so much you can buy. Where I was joking with somebody, okay, well, Martha Stewart will buy another yacht. Well, she really won't. There's no need to have two yachts. So I would like for us to think about that, about, the economics of it, the economic theory of it versus the reality of things. And the reality of things, I think, is that we have to be more thoughtful as to how we do this, and not just yank almost $500 million out of a general fund. When we're already, we've already all between the 13 of us passed 5% revenue sharing, which will get slashed if we take out $500 million of the general fund. We will not get to anywhere near 100% of homestead if we do such a thing as well. So just something to consider while we're making this motion.
Representative Bickford, followed by Representative Matlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Terry, you made a very good point, and Representative Perry also made a good point. I failed to remember that Representative Andrews did not show up to present his bill to us, and I'm kind of wishing I didn't make the motion that I did. But I will say that you can go back in Maine's history, and there's been no tax cut that has lowered our revenue. The tax cuts of 2010 didn't lower our revenues, and the tax cuts a few years ago did not lower any of Maine's revenue. So, that's not a very good argument that it's going to necessarily cost the state $500 million. I mean, on paper, black and white, yes, but not as Senator Pouliot said, when you look at the dynamics, not necessarily. So just throwing that out there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This pandemic has given us a very interesting insight into people's spending. The people who had money chose to stay home because they could. So they didn't spend money at the coffee shop. They didn't spend money at restaurants. They may have ordered online from Amazon, but they didn't frequent the local stores where local people worked. So the people who could stay home were fine. The people who couldn't stay home were not fine. And their incomes went down, but their taxes did not go down. and they lost jobs, and they lost their incomes, and they lost childcare, and they lost out over the last year and a half. That's what happens when people up at the upper end don't spend, and we lose revenues. This flat tax would be tantamount to inflicting a COVID cap on every tax year going forward. It's irresponsible to do something like this and impact the people at the lower end and allow the people with means to not shoulder their fair share.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I agree with Senator Pouliot on the idea of a flat tax in a way, but I think that the way this one was put forward, and I think it's far more than just sticking in a piece of legislation and saying that that's what we need to do. I can't support this one the way it is. Like I said, I can support the idea of it, but I'm just not in support of this particular legislation. I think that we need to take everything in account that everybody's talked about today. They're all, there's lots of good points on both sides. I agree with a lot of it on both sides, but I think there needs to be a fairer tax. I'm not one that thinks that people who work hard should be penalized for working hard. But I do think that there needs to be an accommodation for people who are less fortunate. And, I think we make that accommodation in a lot of ways, and this is one that we need to look at as well. Thanks.
Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, just to clarify, I know a guy that lives in Portsmouth. He has 3 yachts, and Brady just bought his second one. So,
it's just
hearing the discussion, it makes me feel better about the one that we've tabled, because it sounds like we're going to have a really good discussion and come up with something that's going to work. So I withdraw my second.
Seconds withdrawn. Representative Bickford.
Yeah, I withdraw my motion. That should have been first, Representative Kryzak.
The motion and the second are both withdrawn, so we're kind of back to square one with our work sessions.
I'll make a new motion.
Okay.
Not to pass.
Second.
Second it.
Motion of ought not to pass made by Representative Bickford, seconded by Representative Gramlich.
That was enthusiastic.
I wanted to be with you, Representative Bickford.
Further committee discussion?
I just wanted to apologize to Senator Bickford. Normally I could reach over and shake him to make the motion, but he's too far away today.
Seeing no further committee discussion, all those in favor of ought not to pass, and it will be 1369. So that is, I don't think that's unanimous. Senator Pouliot, you're not voting, correct?
No, I'm voting not to pass.
Okay, so that's, you have everybody you need, Avery, on who's voted in favor?
Yeah, for those voting in favor of the ought not to pass motion, I have Senator Chipman, Representatives Terry, Collings, Gramlich, Matlack, Perry, Kryzak, Bickford, Hanley, and Carmichael.
Okay, all those opposed?
For those opposed, I have Senator Pouliot.
Okay.
So just so the group knows, philosophically, I've always been in favor of a flat tax. I was a Herman Cain 888 man. To me, it's just simple. I know that philosophically, it's a totally different view than many of you support, but I just feel like it's easy to just say, hey, no loopholes, no, you get an upper hand because you have a smarter tax accountant than I do or anything. It's everyone pays 5%, we move on with life. So easy peasy, but it's never going to happen. Have a good day.
All right. Thank you for that, Senator Pouliot. So we are still in work session on LD 1500, 570, and 1677. Go ahead, Julie.
I need to ask what the minority report is.
Ought to pass.
Amended for fiscal note only.
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's ought to pass as amended. The fiscal note is the motion for the minority report. So further committee discussion, or would someone like to make a motion on the remaining 3 bills that we have in front of us? Representative Terry.
Motion ought not to pass on LD 1500.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Bickford. Motion made by Representative Terry. Any further committee discussion on LD 1500? Representative Terry.
Oh, so sorry.
Oh, okay. Hey, Senator Pouliot, do you have anything on this? No. All those in favor of the motion, please signify. It appears to be unanimous of all members present. So we'll close the work.
Seconded that?
It was seconded by Representative Bickford.
Okay.
The motion was made by Representative Terry. So that's unanimous of all members present. So we'll close the work session on LD 1500. So we're still in work session on LD 570 and 1677. Representative Carmichael, do you have something?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to put my hand there.
Terry.
Make a motion ought not to pass on LD 1677.
Second.
A motion by Representative Terry, seconded by Representative Collins of ought not to pass on LD 1677. This is the Representative Fecto's bill. Any further committee discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify. Senator Pouliot, you're not voting for the motion? You are, okay. That's a unanimous of all members present. So we'll close the work session on LD 1677. And we're still in work session on LD 570.
Motion. Second.
Ketchum made the motion. Is that you up there, Terry?
I think it was Representative Collins.
Representative Collins made the motion of ought not to pass, seconded by Representative Kryzak. Further committee discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's unanimous of all members present. So close the work session on LD 570. So that concludes the work sessions on all 12 bills that were scheduled for today. I know Julie might have some amendment review possibly for us. If you want to do that now, Julie, or after the public hearings. You're muted, Julie, I think.
Yes. Okay, let me bring one up here. Hopefully my sharing is going to work today. I've been working on trying to figure out what the issue is. So we'll see. The first one is LD 830, which was a majority ought to pass as amended fiscal note only. And it, but this is the bill that, get the right folder here, would be helpful. No, this was a 830. Okay, majority report, fiscal note only. This repeals the excise tax on marijuana and instead increases the sales tax in an attempt to earn the same amount of money and make it net revenue neutral. There is an appropriation for revenue services of $6,000 for their computer programming costs. When we look at the fiscal note, the estimate, I guess, of the sales tax increase that would be necessary. The bill raises the sales tax on adult use marijuana from 10% to 20%. It's apparently not enough to make it entirely revenue neutral. The fiscal note details down here indicate that there would be a slightly higher loss of revenue from repealing the excise tax than would be gained from increasing the sales tax to 20%. That cost in FY22 would be $444,000, and in FY23, $661,875, and going up to a little over $1 million in the next biennium. That's the amendment.
Okay. Any questions from committee members? Any clarification needed on this? Is everybody okay? So it looks like it'd bring in more money, Julie, is that correct? For the next,
No, it brings in less money. As you'll see up here in the left, at the left-hand column, it says net cost. If it was a savings, meaning if it generated money, it would be in parentheses. But the net cost, this is indicating that that would be the cost of the bill.
okay.
It's, when you look at the revenue, excuse me, in the third category here, the parentheses are used exactly the opposite, which is why when revenue goes down, we're used to seeing parentheses. So down here where it's reflecting revenue, it's reflecting the loss of revenue of those amounts.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess if everybody's okay with that, looks like there's no hands up, so I guess we can move on to the next amendment.
Okay, so this one's okay.
Seems to be, I mean, nobody has their hands up. I don't understand why the revenue is going down on it, but I'm not sure if you know or not.
I don't know if we have somebody here. I don't know whether Mr. Allen can explain perhaps. I mean, the reason is because the sales tax doesn't generate as much as the excise tax would have. I think it's basically a matter of calculating what the percentage is. If we raise the sales tax higher, then they theoretically could be made revenue neutral.
Yeah,
20% was an estimate of what would do it, but it appears to not be a correct one. The other thing is that marijuana revenues, because we're just getting into the marijuana business in the state of Maine, is extremely volatile and difficult to predict. So,
yeah, because I thought we were just taking the excise tax percentage and adding it to the sales tax and just on the same amount of product. So I don't understand why there's such a difference. But go ahead, Representative Vickery.
It's because sales tax is based on price. It's based on what you spend. Excise tax was based on weight. So obviously, if you're not going to have an excise tax, the sales dollars will go down significantly because you're not going to have an excise tax beforehand. Therefore, the sales tax, even though you double it, is not going to bring in the same amount of value that the excise tax would, unless you raise the sales tax higher than 20%. You'd have, if you wanted to make it revenue neutral, that sales tax would have to go up significantly.
But wasn't excise tax 10% and sales tax 10, and then we're just taking the excise tax off and adding the sales to go to 20? So I don't know how that
excise, right, correct. But excise tax was based on weight. It wasn't 10% of the value. It was 10%. 10% was what we were looking for. We wanted to equalize it. So we put the excise tax on weight and the sales tax on the sale. So if you take that excise tax off, you're going to take something that may sell for $100 and take the excise tax off it, and it may only sell for $60. Well, 20% of $60 is not going to equal what you would have gotten for 10% of $100 plus the excise tax. It's just math.
So the fiscal note, the money that the state would lose if this were to pass is amended, that money is basically staying in the pockets of consumers, basically, or the businesses that would have paid the excise tax, or
it would stay at the I believe it was between cultivation and manufacturing. was where that excise tax was applied.
Right.
So the cultivator would not be charging the excise tax to the manufacturer.
Yeah, so it would stay with them, and otherwise they paid it and they would have passed it on to the consumer.
Exactly. Yeah, but it would have done, you're gonna create a lot more dollars with that excise tax than you would with a sales tax, unless you increase the sales tax to make it so it's revenue neutral. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
So doesn't look like anybody else has any discussion on this, so thanks for that clarification. So you want to move on to the next amendment, Julie?
Yes. Sharing. Okay, LD 1261 is the bill relating to the taxation of sites in campgrounds to place a tent or trailer where the person who's using the campground is renting it and bringing their own tent or vehicle, camping vehicle. This bill provides a sales tax exemption, and this was a minority ought to pass amended vote of the committee with a fiscal note only. It's not fiscal note only, it's plus, it's includes substitutes language in the bill that was provided by the sponsor of the bill as a suggestion for what was in the original bill. And the fiscal note on this one is a loss of sales tax revenue of 2.1 million in FY22 and 6.475 million in FY23, and continuing on, it's a partial year for 22. It would take effect January 1st, 2022, so half of fiscal year 2022.
Okay. Any questions or discussion on this amendment? Not seeing any hands up, so I think we're probably okay with this, Julie. Do you have any other amendments?
There's one more. Hoping it's here. All right, yay. I got through 3 of them. It's LD 1251, an act to encourage charitable giving. This is the bill that would have provided that charitable contributions were not subject to the cap on itemized deductions. And this is a majority ought to pass as amended. It makes a language change rather than to or for rather than and for. It doesn't change the bill. It's a change that was recommended by, I can't remember now whether it was Maine Revenue Services or the revisor's office, but one or the other. So it's that change, but it's a technical change only. The fiscal note is $11,000 for Maine Revenue Services programming costs and an estimated reduction in income tax revenue of $1.6 million, increasing gradually in the first year, increasing gradually over this biennium and the next.
Okay. Everybody okay with this amendment? Yep, looks like everybody's okay with this amendment, Julie.
Okay,
That's
great,
all
thank you.
with
That's
Julie.
it.
Yeah, great, thank you. So I guess unless you have anything, Representative Terry, I think we're probably all set for now.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're scheduled to be back here at 1 o'clock for public hearings.
At 1 o'clock for public hearings. All right. I guess we'll see everybody then and we'll adjourn the, go ahead. Did you have something? Joe?
Actually, I'm sorry, just while I have it in my head, and while most of us are here, and I'll repeat it again at the end of our public hearing. We are going to hear from DAFs on Thursday, I believe, about the change package. AFA has asked that we give a very fast turnaround for a report back, just 5 days after that. We have ourselves tentatively scheduled for Monday. I think I'm not even going to guess what day it is. If we could all kind of keep our schedules open for an hour discussion, I would say. We don't have a ton of pieces in that pie, but just so we can get that report out as quickly as possible, it will require us reading over the weekend. So sorry about that, but I think it's it's probably one of the only times that we'll really need to dig kind of deep on our own, and then try to meet that Monday. We can find a time that works best for everybody, and get that information pulled together so we can give a quick report back. That's all. And Representative Kryzak, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wonder, we're going to be on the same link for this afternoon?
Yeah.
Avery?
Yep.
Yeah.
Great.
All right, thank you.
Representative Conlon?
Meet Monday for like an hour to go over that.
I think so. Yeah, I can send out an email and see what time works for everybody, because I know Monday is a real struggle for everyone.
Yeah.
But it's important that we get that report back to them ASAP so we can get everything done before our adjournment day. Representative Collins, do you have something?
I mean, this isn't something we can do on Tuesday because Julie would have to have time to prepare something for them and to do that day. Or
we are packed. Our schedule is packed for the next several weeks. I mean, if it's at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it's at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but we'll need to get that done so Julie has time to prepare that letter.
Yeah. Okay. And do we need quorum for that on Monday, or we don't really need quorum for that?
Quorum for that, yeah.
So we've got to see if people can be there Monday. If we don't have quorum, that's going to be a problem. Representative Collins.
No, I just was going to say that today with all the motions and passionate debate, it sounded like we were in a musical, except for Senator Pouliot. I think it was an opera. He could have done very well, very talented. So,
any further committee discussion? Looks like we're all set. So we will adjourn for now, and we'll see everyone back at 1 o'clock.
Julie, you have something? You're on mute, Julie. One more time.
Sorry. Just one more thing to throw into the mix that you're thinking about is that you have a new bill that was referred to you yesterday, I think, LD 1713, which is President Jackson's bill relating to something in the wood manufacturing business. I can't remember off the top of my head right now. But so you'll have to fit a public hearing into your schedule at some point as well.
Thank you.
Just wanted to mention that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll see everyone at 1 o'clock.
Senator Chipman, are you ready to get started? It looks like we have quorum.
I'm here. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was waiting for quorum. Do you think we have quorum now?
We do.
Okay. 6, 7. Yeah. Yeah. I guess as long as Representative Kryzak and Bickford, I guess they're here. So we do have quorum. Okay, great. And Representative Terry, are you aware of any changes to the order of things? I'm not aware of any.
Not really. I believe both you and I are presenting bills last in this committee and in transportation. So we should probably keep an eye on the timing of things for when you need to go. All I'm doing is presenting Representative Talbot Ross's bill. She had a little fall, so she's taking it easy for today.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think she's okay, but she needs a minute, so I'll read that for her. But I think we can stick with the schedule as is and be okay.
So I'm working down the list of registrants that Avery sent. So it has 1569 and then 1651, 1667, 1678, 1689, 1704. So just take them in that order.
Yes, I think you might have missed one, 1667 and 1678. Did you get both of those?
Yeah, so it'd be 1569, 1651, 1667, 1678, 1689, 1704.
Perfect. Yep,
Guess
that
just-
looks great.
They're listed like in the order they would be numerically,
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to check with you because I hadn't received any requests. Just wanted to double check.
I would also, Senator, probably go off the website as far as registrants go. For instance, I just refreshed my page and saw that Senator Miramont's here to speak in favor of the first bill that we're speaking of, and I don't think he's on the registrant list.
Well, I can't look at like a list online and then be looking at a Zoom screen. I don't have that ability. So I guess I'm just gonna like work from the printed list, and then if there's anyone else, I can just call out and see is there anybody else. I mean, I'll add Senator Miramont, but
I'm on that list anyway, so I'm happy to shout out when we're missing someone.
okay.
Great.
All right, well, I guess we'll get started. So welcome everyone to the Committee on Taxation. We're here to have public hearings on 6 bills. We've already done our introductions this morning, so we don't need to do that again. So we're gonna, just so folks know, members of the public, we're gonna take the bills in order as they are numerically, starting with LD 1569. And we will hear from the sponsors of these bills, along with any co-sponsors. And then following that, we'll hear from members of the public to speak for each bill, followed by those in opposition, and finally by those neither for nor against the bill. We'll ask folks to please keep their comments to 3 minutes, and we'll be running a clock because we do have a lot of people. I think about 20 people on the first bill alone signed up to speak. So we need to be mindful of everybody's time. And so if you're still speaking when we're approaching 3 minutes, I'll ask for a final thought. And by that, we mean a sentence or two to conclude your testimony. And then there'll be an opportunity for committee members to ask any questions that they might have of you. So with that, we will welcome our very own Representative Gramlich to introduce to us LD 1569.
Thank you, Senator Chipman. As I was listening to you and Representative Terry talk about the bills, I was thinking, wow, you guys have a busy committee. And then I realized I'm actually part of this one. So good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and my distinguished colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. I am Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach. I am here today to present LD 1569, an act regarding an excise tax on water extracted for commercial bottling. Water is our most shared resource. We all need it to drink, to wash, to cleanse, to cure. When someone is profiting from this common resource, those benefits should be shared back with all of us. Here in Maine, we have just about the best water you can find, which makes it especially valuable. People all over the world desire our water, and those who bottle and sell it enjoy huge financial gains. A portion of those gains should be going back to the state and to all the people who reside here. It makes sense that when the state produces a profitable resource, the state should get some of that profit back. Water isn't a free resource to begin with. I know I do, and my constituents pay a water bill for what they use. So why shouldn't companies do the same? While corporations indeed do pay the municipalities a rate of a little over ½ penny per gallon for the water they extract, only select towns appreciate those financial gains. How do these payments of pennies on a gallon benefit the entire state of Maine? Well, imposing fees on our natural resources is not a new idea, nor would Maine be the first to put a modest fee on a resource that belongs to all of us. Currently, Maine imposes an excise tax on naturally occurring minerals, as we recognize those to be precious natural resources. And Maine has a long precedence in taxing a renewable natural resource, that being our timber, through the commercial forestry excise tax. Water, in other words, should water, our most precious natural resource, be exempt from these types of fees? We in Maine have done an excellent job protecting our natural resources, and that's something we should be very proud of. We have some of the cleanest, freshest water in the country. Who owns the water under our land? Don't we as Mainers? Another example is natural gas. 34 states currently produce natural gas, and all 34 states have fees or taxes on that production. In Texas, for example, there's a 7.5% tax on gas and a 4.6% tax on oil. Texas splits up the resulting revenue, putting 25% into school funding and the remaining 75% into their general fund. There's a simple solution to assure Maine is benefiting from the sale of our water. Place an excise tax on the extraction of groundwater or surface water for commercial bottling for sale. If we place just 5 cents per gallon on water extracted from the ground for the purpose of bottling, the state would receive an extra $60 million per year. There's a fear that when we talk about taxes like this, that will push industries away or create too much red tape. But the fact is, this tax would be a modest one, which would not put undue financial stress on Maine's bottlers. The bottlers value our quality of water and can afford this fee. Taxes like these are not meant to push businesses away. Bottling businesses are important to a state like Maine. They provide jobs and improve our economy, and that's important. They're part of our community. This tax simply reflects that they're using our community resource and gives just a little bit of that benefit back to Maine. We are so fortunate to have the home of freshest water in the world, and I'm proud that we have been such conscientious stewards of this resource. Let's use our water to give back to the rest of the state. Thank you for your consideration. I urge you to vote to pass for this bill, and I would be happy to try to answer any questions for you.
We have a question from Representative Krajicek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. My question is you're taxing just bottled water, but there's a lot of people that are using water. You have all the beer, craft beer companies. You have the ski areas that make snow. How do you say that it's okay to just tax bottled water, but not tax the other people that draw water out of the aquifer?
That's a great question, Representative Krajicek, and that was a question that actually came up and that we worked through when an iteration of this bill was presented during the 129th legislature. And I talked to some of our colleagues, some of whom actually own breweries throughout the state. And it's my understanding that that this would not have an adverse impact on them. This is specifically for profit bottled water sales.
You have an additional question, Representative Krajicek?
I do. But how do taxing equally under the Constitution, how do you tax one company that uses the water one way and not tax all the companies that use water, pump as much water out of the ground as the bottled water company?
Well, when I go to my local brewery, or if I'm fortunate enough to be able to afford to ever go skiing, and I pay for those products, I am paying a tax on those products when I purchase them.
One more, if I may.
Sure, go ahead, Representative Krajicek.
But you're also paying tax on the bottled water. You're paying sales tax when you buy it.
I am, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from members of the committee? I think you still have your hand up, Representative Krajicek, but do you have another question? No.
Nope, sorry, I thought I loaded it.
So one question I have is, I'm just wondering if you've looked at other states and in terms of groundwater rights. I mean, when I think about this issue, I think about, like who owns what's beneath the ground, whether it's minerals or water or whatever's down there. When you buy a piece of property, who owns what's below the ground. And I think in some states, the public owns what's in the ground, or the state does. You don't own everything that's beneath the soil of the ground that you buy property for. So I'm wondering if you think of it like that. Do you think of it like, someone buys a piece of land, but the water being drawn from an aquifer, and that aquifer expands well beyond the boundaries of their property. So does that then give the state the ability to regulate and charge a fee for what's drawn from the aquifer, because it's more of like something that you see as a public resource as opposed to something owned by the person who happens to have a title on the property above it?
Thank you, Senator Chipman. That is really aligned with how I do look at it. And we know that these aquifers are all connected beneath the earth. So while I may have a parcel of land and let's say I have a well, for example, that's just not my own little bucket of water.
Right. Representative Matlack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And nice to see you again, Representative Gramlich.
I know we don't see enough of each other, Representative Matlack.
A quick question with regard to brewers. Do they extract their own water, or do they purchase it someplace, or how do they acquire? Any ideas? I
do actually, and you'll forgive me, because I did have a very in-depth conversation about this very issue with then Representative Maddie Dowdery, who has a brewery in Brunswick. And you forgive me because I don't recall the conclusion of that conversation, but I'm happy to gather that information for the work session.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think the ones that are in towns that have a public water supply, they're paying the water district for the water. I know here in Portland, there's a number of breweries and they don't get to extract water from the ground for free. They pay for that. But I see no additional questions, members of the committee. Appreciate you being here to present the bill. And
I wouldn't miss being in the committee, Senator.
Now we'll hear from Senator Miramont, who's here to speak in support of the bill, and following Senator Miramon, if we could please promote Nikki Secura, who's also here to speak in support.
No problem.
Welcome, Senator Miramon.
Hit it twice. Hello, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, members of the Tax Committee. I'm Senator Dave Miramon. I represent Senate District 12 here in Knox County with the county seat of Rockland. I know Senator Matlack knows where that is. But I'm here. I don't have any written testimony for you yet. I'll post it later. But I proposed this back in 2006 when I was elected to the House, because there was a lot of talk about why were we giving away a main resource where we negotiated other resources, and we get a lot of pushback. But over the years, it just keeps coming up, and I think it's a fair thing. It moved from being a small resource of a local company that helped folks who didn't have wells, who didn't have a water source handy, and it turned into a subsidiary of a large multinational corporation, Nestle, that has used its company in some very not always good ways, and they maximize the profit. They charge as much as they possibly can, and then they fight back against any state that talks about just getting them to pay a reasonable fee for extraction. It seems the fair thing to do. I was going to mention what you said, Senator Chipman, about the places that are on a public water supply are paying for that water. I have no problem with any of the companies that are using water extraction paying a small fee. I do want part of that fee to remain in a special fund to offset any problems with the aquifer, whether it be depleted, reduced, or polluted, which is what has happened to supposedly endless water supplies elsewhere. Suddenly was not endless anymore. It suddenly was not usable anymore. So some can go into the general fund for projects, but a chunk needs to stay to protect the people of Maine. And that's enough for you. You'll have your other testimony. People will have pieces. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Senator Miramon. Questions to members of the committee? Seeing none, I appreciate you being here today to offer your testimony and support. We'll now hear, is Nikki Secura with us? I thought she was on the screen, but now she's not.
Yeah, I saw her too. She seems to have disappeared. Hopefully not too far away.
We've got a question from Representative Collins.
I wanted to speak as a proponent of the bill, if I can.
Oh, yeah, okay. Sure. While we're waiting to find Ms. Secura, we'll allow you to speak in support of the bill. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, fellow members of the Taxation Committee. I'm Representative Benjamin Collings, House District 42, part of Portland. I sit on this committee. I'm going back and forth of another committee. So I apologize for not being here earlier. I'll be very brief. I am supportive of this. I believe we need to look at a more fair way to deal with this situation. I believe that water is something that's very sacred to all of us. It's one of the most important things we have in our state, one of our most valuable resources, arguably. I believe in the future, water someday is going to be more valuable than oil or gold, and that the water under our ground in Maine, or that runs along the ground, or that falls and run over, whatever you want to define that as, is going to be something so very valuable in the future, where across this country and across the world, water is going to become less safe and more of a scarcity in other regions. And I think that this is something that should be for the public good. If we are going to allow people to profitize off the water here in the state of Maine, I believe that we should get due consideration of what we get from that. I think now it is not a fair system. I don't think we get enough. I'm glad that jobs are created to bottle water, to ship water. That's great. But there are companies making huge profits of that, and they do that for that reason. And I don't think that what we get in exchange for what we're giving of our valuable resource is a fair trade-off. And for those reasons, I support this bill. There are many other areas I like to work on these water issues, which fall outside of the jurisdiction of this committee. But in this committee, I think we should take some amount of time to really look at what's a fair value we place on this very valuable resource. The fact that there are some contracts in place that last decades for companies to access our water and sell and profit it is of concern to me, because I believe people are taking a risk that water is going to be more scarce and they're going to be able to charge a lot more for it. And with that in mind, I think we should be very careful on how we proceed with such a valuable resource that really is for all the people, and it shouldn't be given preferential treatment for profits. And so those are my reasons for supporting this bill. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Representative Collings. Questions from members of the committee? Representative Bickford has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Representative Collings. Good to see you again.
Thank you, sir.
A couple things. One is you made a comment about water being scarce in the future and its value being that higher than probably gold, silver, and even oil. That sounds good. It's anecdotal, but you don't have any data to back that up, do you?
I will get some projections, and I can give you examples of certain parts of the world, what the situation is, and I can give you projections from the United States and around the world that talk about future issues or concerns. Yes, sir.
Okay, we're in Maine, so just to clarify. The second question I have is, you made reference to you want this to be fair. Do you not believe that water extracted right now is putting significant money into the state's coffers in terms of not only sales tax, but property tax and income tax? How much do you think the state needs to profit off this water?
Yes, thank you, Representative Bickford. And just to clarify about your point that we are in Maine, not other states or other countries, the fact is that other states and countries do want our water. And if they get more scarce than other people, there's going to be a greater demand. So that was my point in the first part. The second part, I think that this proposal is a fair start, about a little bit more. I think Representative Bickford, on volume, we can get a fair amount of money by charging a very insignificant amount. And I think it is an insignificant amount that's proposed in this bill. I don't think it's a huge burden. I don't think it's superfluous at all. And again, I think that this is a valuable resource that only a limited amount of private corporations are accessing. And we may have different opinions, sir, but in my opinion, I think sometimes Maine is a cheap date. I think we gave away way too much on the corridor project to Hydro-Quebec. And I think as far as our water that we give away for contracts for decades at a time, I think we should at least have flexibility, Representative, that in the future, specifically if trends change, we might want to readjust what we get from that. So those are my comments and my opinions, but I will get you some information about where some of that might be coming from, sir.
From Maine specifically. Thank you.
Members of the committee. Seeing none, thank you, Representative Collings, for your testimony. We'll now hear from members of the public to speak in support of the bill. And again, remind all members of the public to please keep comments to 3 minutes. We'll now hear from Ms. Sakura in support. Welcome.
There. All right. Can you see me? All right. Greetings, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and the good members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Nikki Sakara. I'm a co-founder of Community Water Justice and a resident of Fryeburg, Maine. I ask that you carefully consider LD 1569. When I hear people testify against such taxation bills as this, stating that it's unfairly targeting one company, I think we need to examine the current reality about the unfair advantages with this one company, who is now operated by Blue Triton, a pair of private equity firms looking to make the brand more profitable for themselves while squeezing more from local Maine people. Our community has been fighting the exploits of Nestle for decades, where the imbalance of power of the world's largest food and beverage corporation has taken advantage of our outdated legal infrastructure, manipulated our systems, outlawyered our communities, and gained significant advantages from achieving regulatory capture in our state. In Freiburg, Nestle's proprietary science has determined what the sustainable yield of our aquifer is, based on scientific speculation. Their permit for water mining was based upon this yield for their exports, which amounts to 603,000 gallons per day from this one location alone. A single industry locking up our supply for exports as this threatens to stunt the growth of our town's rural economy for generations, and potentially pits our small farms who cannot afford legal battles with deep-pocketed multinational corporations for our most critical groundwater resources. There is no conclusive evidence that a tax on water exports could hurt truckers or any others employed by this industry. The truck traffic alone tearing up our roadways remain a burden on the taxpayer. One full water tanker at 8,500 gallons has the impact equal to 9,600 cars on our roadways per DOT data. It is difficult for me to be in full support of taxing water exports because where water is concerned, it would be a form of commodification where the state would rely upon the export of our water for political or economic outcomes, potentially leaving vulnerable our environment and local needs. That said, let's see, where Nestle, now doing business as Blue Triton brands, does not pay for the volume of water they take in many locations in Maine, this could potentially be an opportunity for us to receive a more equitable exchange for the loss of our groundwater that is exported out of our hydrological cycle, if we have no way to renegotiate their takings as they currently exist. I believe that if this bill were to pass, revenue raised from such a tax would have a great benefit to the public if used explicitly to ensure public water systems are well maintained, so to keep them under local control.
Looks like we lost Nikki for a minute there.
Yeah, we lost Ms. Sakura. I'm not sure what we should do. I haven't really experienced this before. What do you think we should do, Representative Terry?
Let's just wait 1 minute and see if we can get someplace. Lori, are you texting her? Thank you. And yet another argument for better internet providing.
Broadband.
Yeah.
Ought to be back in our committee room
That
if
will,
we've all been vaccinated.
I'll meet you there, Bruce.
Okay.
All right. So it looks like we've perhaps lost her altogether.
Oh.
Why don't we?
Is there anyone else in the waiting room? I don't have anybody else on the list to sign up to speak in support. Is there anybody else in the waiting room, I guess, that signed up or wants to speak in support? It looks like maybe she's back. Welcome back, Mr. Wood.
Our connection out here in Freiburg is horrible.
Oh, no.
Maybe we can ask her to turn her video off when she.
Yeah. Nikki, if you can.
Yeah, if you could turn off your video. I'm not sure if she can hear us or not, but if she turns off her video, it should hopefully be enough broadband to let the sound come through.
Yeah, why don't we hold off a sec and give her perhaps another few minutes when she does come back on. And in the meantime, there is no one else speaking in favor of. We
Yeah.
can head into folks speaking.
Yeah, we can come back to her if she comes back online, but for now, let's I guess start with folks who want to speak in opposition to the bill, starting with Amy Downing, followed by Brian Park.
And
Welcome, Ms. Downing.
Hi, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Committee on Taxation. My name is Amy Downing, and I'm actually a colleague of Christine Cummings, who's the Executive Director for the Maine Grocers and Food Producers Association. And I will be submitting, I'll be presenting her testimony as she had a prior engagement. The Maine Grocers and Food Producers Association is a business trade association representing Maine's food community, Main Street businesses, including independently owned and operated grocery stores and supermarkets, food and beverage producers and processors, manufacturers, wholesalers, distributors, and supportive service companies. This proposal targets one of Maine's most iconic business brands, Poland Spring, a company steeped in history, having operated sustainably for more than 175 years. Poland Spring makes ongoing investments and provides more than 900 high caliber jobs. These employees, who live in more than 100 communities across Maine, pay taxes, engage in community activities and local commerce, and send their children to rural schools. Poland Spring is a responsible environmental steward, as their bottles are 100% recyclable, and they're committed to using 100% recycled PET for their water products by next year. In addition, Poland Spring is well known for their philanthropic contributions, including the most recent Maine Tourism Relief Fund, which included a $100,000 donation in response to COVID-19. We oppose the proposed excise tax within LD 1569 on renewable resources. This discriminatory tax will place Poland Spring at a significant disadvantage to their competitors, such as private label water sold in wholesale clubs and big box stores, which have no direct economic link back to our state. This tax may very well price Maine products out of the market, especially when considering our geographic location and costs for further distribution. In Maine's 10-year strategic economic plan, food is one of the four thematic areas in which Maine is well positioned for success. Maine has the opportunity to meet the significant consumer demand on the eastern seaboard. The plan notes mature businesses can use these thematic opportunities to help diversify and stabilize supply chains throughout the state, and new enterprises can use them to find high growth opportunities. Poland Spring believes in continued investments in Maine's roads, rail, and ports. They support a resilient transportation infrastructure necessary to move goods and products from Maine to high demand end markets. It is companies like Poland Spring that we should strive to welcome and encourage to stay in Maine. We support policies that help align with our state's plan for economic growth, especially in relation to improving our state's transportation needs. Facing the highest increase in pricing for consumer goods that they've seen in the last 9 years. The Food at Home Index is 3.3% higher than March 2020 due to the spike of pandemic purchasing. Increased costs disproportionately hurt those on fixed incomes, including our state's elderly and those already negatively affected. A tax like this would increase costs to Maine residents and inevitably incur the costs of programs. And just to finalize,
final thought. Thank you.
Yes, we urge the committee to vote unanimously ought not to pass.
Great, thank you. Questions from members of the committee for Ms. Downing? Seeing no questions, thank you for being with us today. Appreciate your testimony. It looks like Nikki Secura may be back with us. Should we see if she wants to finish what she had to say? Ms. Secura, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So if you can keep
I apologize for these internet troubles, but thank you for your patience.
Yeah, if you could just keep your video off and then maybe finish your testimony and support. Since
I'll just make a closing little statement.
Sure. Okay, go ahead. No, I think we've lost you again, Ms. Secura. If you're able to get back on, just let us know, and we're going to continue with testimony from Brian Park, and then if we can promote Bruce Berger to speak following Mr. Park.
Actually, Cameron Lorraine is after Mr. Park.
Well, he's after Mr. Berger on my list anyway. I don't know, but unless we're taking things out of order,
They're both promoted.
Okay. So now we'll hear from Brian Park from the Maine Motor Transport Association. Welcome, Mr. Park.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Brian Park, and I'm the President and CEO of the Maine Motor Transport Association. Our association is comprised of almost 1,600 member companies whose employees make up a large portion of the 32,000 people who make their living in the trucking industry in Maine. I'm here today to testify in opposition to LD 1569. My testimony won't focus on the tax policy and principles that this bill raises, but rather the real life jobs and economic impact this bill could have on the Maine trucking industry and the jobs our members provide. To be clear, we understand the need to balance environmental initiatives and their economic impacts, but I'm here to offer comments on the latter. According to testimony from the Maine Jobs Council, among American states, Maine ranks 46th for business environment, 36th for economic strength, both of which are the lowest in the region. Some of the reasons for this is that we have the 6th highest energy costs, 4th highest healthcare costs, and 4th highest tax burden, and our weekly wage is $966, tied with Wyoming for 11th lowest. This suppressed comparative economic activity has real-world implications for the direct and indirect jobs our industry provides, because the greater the economic activity, the more inbound and outbound freight will be moved by Maine truckers. The more freight, the more Mainers we can employ, and the more consistent the freight, the more secure those jobs will be. Unlike some other commodities, water shipments at the hand of Poland Spring have remained a consistent source of work for trucking companies, which has allowed employment stability, not only our truckers, but also to the companies and individuals who provide goods and services to our industry. From tire dealers to insurance agents to fuel suppliers to freight brokers, the freight that moves in and out of Poland Spring produces measurable impacts on the jobs in the Maine economy, and this must not be overlooked. With all of that as a backdrop, this and other Poland Spring-focused bills put jobs and economic opportunity at risk. Poland Spring will continue to analyze its competitive position, and this bill gives them one more reason, one more detracting factor against further investment in our state that will have compounding effects on the regional and Maine economies. On behalf of the Maine Motor Transport Association and our 1,600 member companies, I ask that you oppose LD 1569.
Great, thank you, Mr. Park. Questions to members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next I had Bruce Berger followed by Cameron Marine. Is Mr. Berger with us?
Yes.
Welcome. Go ahead. We are ready to hear from you and your testimony in opposition.
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Ben Chipman, Senator Chair, Honorable Maureen Terry, House Chair, and other members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. Now, we have three reasons why we're opposing this bill, LD 1569. Maine Water Utilities strongly opposes the legislation. First and foremost, the express language of this bill looks to impose a tax for the privilege of engaging in the business of extracting water. The very premise of such a tax is unfounded because in Maine, groundwater extraction is not a privilege, but rather is a legal right of the property owner. Maine's doctrine regarding water extraction right is outlined in detail in the attached memorandum from Dennis J. Harnish, the Assistant Attorney General, dated April 15th, 2005. Because water utilities rely on this doctrine to ensure access to water supplies that we in turn provide to the public, the association strongly opposed legislation implying that water utilities do not hold a legal right to our water supplies and that instead such access to water supplies is a privilege. To be clear, water utilities extract water for the benefit of our customers and to provide fire protection to the communities we serve. If the goal is to impose taxation related to water, which may or may not be advisable for other reasons, we would at the minimum urge the committee not to impact Maine's long-standing regime of water rights that have served our state well. Reason number two for our opposition is the broad definition of bottled water operator in the bill. We are aware of customers who are not water bottlers, but may fall within the definition because they are engaged in packaging water for sale. They don't extract the water, but our member utilities do. So we're not sure how that falls into this broad definition. Consumers such as ice manufacturers, beverage companies, and others are some of the largest commercial customers Maine Water Utilities has. They package our water in various ways and sell it throughout New England. Other customers may also be included in this very broad definition. Lastly, we want to make sure the committee understands the amount of a proposed tax in LD 1569 in relation to the actual cost of public water service. Currently, water utilities in Maine charge around half a penny per gallon or less. This bill, by contrast, would impose 1,000% tax on customers who meet the bill's definition. We feel that is excessive and almost certainly would push commercial water utility customers out of Maine, the net effect of which will be fewer water utility customers to pay the fixed costs of our operating costs or systems. This will raise the rates of water service on all other customers for this important service. Although only a handful of utilities sell water to a true bottler, as noted above, the scope of this bill will impact more than just bottlers. So the impact on water utilities and their customers will be much more sweeping. As a final note, okay, so we would advocate that you vote out not ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. We got questions from members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon, sir. My question, I guess, is when we look at water utilities, such as specifically water bottlers, the state or the municipality plays no role in providing that water as far as they do no infrastructure. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So the argument that we heard from the bill sponsor that we pay for our water provided by the city has no bearing. Is that correct?
Well, you're not paying for the water. You're paying for the conveyance system to get the water to the home. The water is provided at no cost, but to put the infrastructure in place, that's where the charge for the water comes from.
Okay, and that's because the municipality puts in the systems to produce that benefit.
We oversee the water quality. Yep.
Right. So those of us that have our own well, we are extracting our own water at our own cost. Therefore, we're not paying for any water that we receive. Correct?
I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that. It sounds a little on the political side for me, but basically, if you're using logic, yes, that would stand. Yeah.
Correct. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Berger, would you be willing to work with the sponsor on an amendment that would exclude the public water utilities so it doesn't get caught up in a broader definition, as you're saying that the bill has now a broad definition, to tighten that up so that it would just apply to commercial bottling, commercial extraction for sale and for commerce as opposed to for people to have for drinking water?
And that's a great question. I think our objective is always work to the benefit of the state of Maine and its citizens. What we can do to support anything that would improve that, yes, we would. I'm sure we would be more than willing to work on the language.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. And seeing no additional questions from members of the committee, appreciate your testimony. We'll now hear from Cameron Lorraine from Poland Spring, followed by Charles Lawton from York. We can promote Charles Lawton next, and we'll now hear from Mr. Lorraine from Poland Spring. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, distinguished members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Cameron Lorraine. I'm a lifelong Mainer. I live in Cornish now, where I reside. You know, few years I keep coming here, and it seems as though when I moved back from Maine from being a veteran from the Air Force, you want to land in a good job in a good spot. And I went to work for the knit mill, which closed down to bankruptcy, and then other jobs that managed to not thrive in the state of Maine. And 23 years ago, I landed here at the Poland Spring factories. And I've held every position within this company up through to now, where I oversee all the factories in the state of Maine. And I work with some of the best employees in the state of Maine. And we have over 800 that work directly with us and affect over 2,300 jobs in the state of Maine and bring over $400 million to an economic impact to the state as it is now. You know, we are stewards of the sources as well. We are representatives. We care for our water. We watch and monitor the extraction. And it is just concerning that I hear the comments that, you know, the water taxes, the prices of that. No other state has water taxes, and you'd be putting our company at the risk of the only business that would be paying this tax, that would be having to fight against other businesses that do the same model, do the same principle, that do not pay the tax today, and put us at a huge deficit that is very hard to overcome. And year over year, we keep coming back to this of, you know, do we want to try to chase Poland Spring, if you will, out of the state of Maine and continue to impose a single tax on one business that the other businesses are not going to pay, that our competitors are not going to pay, that puts us at a big disadvantage. This is over 2,300 people that benefit, have jobs today in the state of Maine that are your constituents, that we're saying we don't really want them to benefit from these roles. My concern is that as a company that really cares for its water resources, we diligently watch, monitor, and observe and work with the state on many different programs. We work with the state of Maine on greenhouse emissions. We work with the state on new bottles, working with to try to come up with solutions for recycling revenue streams that will help the entire state. It is just very concerning that with all of the economic impacts that are happening in the state, when you bring up this bill, I heard things like this would be really one business that we would focus on.
Mr. Lorraine, if you could give us a final thought, we're over 3 minutes at this point.
My final thought is, as a proud Mainer and a member of the Poland Spring team, I recommend that we ought not pass this bill.
Thank you very much. Any questions from members of the committee? Any more questions? Appreciate your testimony today. We'll now hear from Charles Lawton, followed by Ed Roberts. Welcome, Mr. Lawton. I think you're on mute, sir. You're muted, sir. You're on mute. Yeah. There you go. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
You can.
Super. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, members of the committee. My name is Charles Lawton. I'm an economist. I live in York. I've been a student of the Maine economy and the public policies affecting Maine for over 50 years. I won't run through all of the jobs that I've had, from University of Maine Farmington to columnist for the paper for Planning Decisions. I am the author of an economic impact study on the Poland Spring Company. What I'd like, and I've submitted testimony, and I urge you to take a look at that testimony. My points that I'd like to make today really are three. One, with regard to principles of public finance. If we're going to take money for public purposes of the state, the standard public finance theories of equity, neutrality, reliability, and simplicity ought to be the guidelines for setting those taxes. By equitable, I and thousands of economists and public finance officials before me have said it ought to be, any tax for general purposes ought to be applied to a broad base of the population and allocated in such a way as to reflect ability to pay. This LD 1359 is very inequitable, singling out a single company. Secondly, any public taxation ought to be neutral. That is to say, it ought not to affect the behavior of households or business enterprises simply to avoid paying the tax. It ought to be part of the course of paying for civilization, paying for civilized society. Everyone pays a share. This is terribly not neutral, again, by the fact that it is applied only to one company, and the side effects of that are enormous. The third principle is reliability. Any public tax ought not to depend on the weather, the business cycle, interest rates. It ought not to go up and down. This proposed tax by its very creation is going to make it self-defeating. It's going to drive itself out by discouraging the activity of Poland Spring. And then finally, simplicity, and this is the only quality that this bill has, but again, simplicity is going to override itself by driving the source of the tax away. My second point is simply to talk.
Final thought. Appreciate
my final thoughts in this is that I think the unintended consequences of this bill would be to hamstring the development of the rural industries, the opportunities for growth of other natural resource industries for which Poland Spring is in fact the model, a competitive entry into a competitive foreign market, bringing jobs, benefits, and in the case of Poland Springs, over $21 million in state and local taxes and fees.
Great. Well, thank you for your testimony. We've now approached over almost 4 minutes now, and we need to be respectful of everybody else who's waiting to speak. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing no questions, appreciate your testimony. Oh, go ahead, Representative Matlock.
Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't get my hand up in time. Welcome to taxation, Mr. Lawton.
Thank you.
I personally, I would be interested in reading your report on Poland Spring. I didn't see a link on your testimony. Is there a way we could get a copy of your report regarding Poland Spring, or is that proprietary?
No, I could easily submit that in whatever fashion is possible.
Wonderful. If you could send an electronic copy to our clerk, she could just spread it around to the rest of us. Thank you very much.
Certainly, appreciate that. Happy to.
Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, appreciate your testimony today. We'll now hear from, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to let you know that Ms. Sakura is on the phone.
Oh, yeah.
Ready to finish her testimony if we'd like her to.
Yeah, actually, that would be good if we could welcome back Ms. Sakura. We understand you're on the phone and wanted to conclude your testimony in support of the bill. She's on mute. Can somebody unmute her?
I think she can do that herself.
Can the host unmute her?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I mean, we can ask her to unmute and she might be prompted to on a mobile phone. I'm not sure how it works when she calls in. Oh, there she goes.
Welcome, Ms. Sakura. Can you hear us? She's unmuted, but she's not speaking. Well,
hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Ms. Sakura. We can hear you now.
You can?
Yeah, if you can
Okay.
go ahead and conclude your testimony, because we know we had some technical issues and you weren't able to finish in support of the bill.
Yes. I guess I'll conclude by just saying I believe that if this bill were to pass, revenue raised from such tax would have a great benefit to the public if used explicitly to ensure public water systems were well maintained, so to keep them under local control. Many water districts in Maine struggle to maintain solvency with appropriate upgrades that are overdue, as evidenced by the significant gains by privately owned Maine Water Company buying up municipal water systems in our state. There is an under-examined collision course that Maine is currently on with regards to groundwater and water system privatization, with a loss of local control and long-term benefits to the people of our state. So I urge you to carefully consider the benefits of passing LD 1569, so to raise money to reinvest in our public water systems in our communities and to maintain responsible control of them for future generations.
Excellent. Appreciate
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate if you can just stay on the line with us. We may have some questions from members of the committee. It looks like we have a question from Representative Bickford.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Good afternoon. Glad you were able to get back on with us.
I know.
guess my question is, Nestle Water is a very large corporation, not doing business only in Maine. If they decide to pick up and relocate to another state that doesn't allow them or force them to pay extraction taxes, and they just drop the Poland spring water brand, what would that do to Maine's economy, and what kind of revenue
would we see them?
Right. Well, I think it's important for us to note that Nestle has dumped us because they just sold Nestle Waters North America to a pair of private equity firms.
Right, that owns correct.
Right. So let's be clear. We're dealing with now. They have a new corporate formation. So the two private equity firms are now doing business as Blue Triton here in Maine, and I don't think this will negatively impact them at all. There's no conclusive evidence to show that this will negatively impact their business or that they will leave the state of Maine. Our water resources are so valuable at a global level right now. They're not going to give this up. So I just, in looking at how water is being, procured for private interests across the globe, I don't think that there's a chance of them leaving at all. And I think as global pressures rise, there's just going to be more pressure on the state of Maine to export our most valuable resource that we have.
Thank you.
Additional questions from members?
Does that answer your question okay?
Yeah, that was good. I don't see any other questions from other members, but I guess I wanted to ask you, Ms. Sakir, if you could stay on the line, because I know you've, I guess, worked on this issue for many years on water issues. And we've heard that, if any commercial bottling companies in Maine have to pay something for the water itself that they take out of the ground, that they might leave the state or lay people off or something. And I'm wondering, are you aware of any places in Maine where I've heard of contracts that commercial water bottling companies in Maine have had to actually pay money for the water that they extract from the ground, or for the rights to extract water from the ground at certain wellheads. Are you aware of any of these contracts where money has been paid for the water itself, and did it have a negative effect on causing people to lose jobs or the company to leave the state? And I guess I'd also ask if you're aware of other states that charge something for the water, other municipalities and other places where they charge something for the water itself, and has it had any kind of negative impact?
Sure. Well, let's see. In Maine, it's inconsistent depending on the community where they're pulling water from. Like, for example, in Freiburg, they pay 1/10 of 1 cent per gallon, but that's paid to the private water company that runs the system. So that money doesn't go back into our community at all. And in towns like from Denmark, they pay nothing for the water that they take. So in areas where their pump house and their infrastructure is on the land that they own, they have rights according to Maine law to take for their benefit. So as far as, it's going to be interesting now that a pair of private equity firms have taken over Nestle Waters North America in Maine. There's a lot of questions that we have for this new corporate formation that we haven't been able to get answers to yet. But we do know, in fact, that they took over this company to, Poland Spring brand, to make it perform better. And as we saw with this pair of private equity firms and what, they recently did this with a Hostess brand, right? And so they started out as a company when they were first purchased with over 8,000 jobs. And then by the time that they left, there were only 1,600 jobs left to that company. And we also have to look at, the amount of jobs that they provide, in contrast to the resources that they take, aren't that great, because it's one of the most highly automated industries on the planet. And that technology is still being improved. And so, we could expect improvements to actually provide fewer jobs. They're looking to possibly, if we, upgrade our rail infrastructure, there's going to be fewer trucking jobs potentially. There's things like that that we really need to look at, where their developments are going to lie and what they're going to do to make this brand more profitable for their shareholders. Mm-hmm. And, profits to their shareholders supersede local benefits to the people of our state. So this imbalance of power, we have a position now where an opportunity with such a tax to at least make this deal a little bit more equitable for the people of our state, where we're removing this water out of our hydrological cycle, which won't be used. And that's where Nestle is extraordinary, for the amount that they take And also, there's no other larger water bottler in the state that comes anywhere close to what they take. Some people have even suggested that they've achieved about a monopoly in the state on our bottled water, looking at what their takings are. So those are things to consider. And once that water leaves our hydrological cycle, it's not ours to use. And our local environment and our economy depends on that. So it's an extraordinary use that can't compare to like agriculture, because agriculture isn't removing that water completely out of our local hydrological cycle.
So you had said that in Freiburg that Poland Spring does pay something as a contract, and they actually pay something for the water there. And some other places they don't, but they do in Freiburg. Are you aware of any other locations? I had heard that there was a contract with the state to extract water from Rang Pond for many years. Poland Spring was paying something for that water. Are you aware of that? Are they paying for water they extract from Rang Pond?
Yeah, I think the exchange, I remember reading that contract a long time ago, and they were able to get, I think, 100-year contract in exchange for making the public beach there handicap accessible. So I don't know that there's any money coming back into the state, especially in that situation, to maintain our public park system. They managed to get a really great deal for their bottling facility using the water from that pond.
So I guess just one quick final question, and I know Representative Krajic's got a question, but in where they did put some resources into making it handicapped accessible at Rang Pond, so they spent something in exchange for extraction rights, it sounds like, and then in Freiburg where they're paying something for the water. Are you aware of any negative impact on the economy locally in Freiburg? This has caused people to lose jobs or anything like that because they're paying something for that water?
Causing anybody, well, there are no jobs in Freiburg with what they're doing. For a while, like I do know of, like they hired a part-time person to be in their office one day a week. They had a community office, and then they hire somebody to clean their pump house. But those are the only two Freiburg jobs that I know of that came of their presence. So, you know,
sorry, just I guess what I'm trying to say, to be clear, is, I mean, having to pay something for that water hasn't caused them to leave the state. They're obviously still here, and wherever they're bottling that water.
Oh, exactly.
I mean, this doesn't seem like there's been a negative economic impact for having to pay whatever it is you said they're paying for that water. So they're paying for water in some locations, and it doesn't seem to be affecting the bottom line of the company, at least in terms of the jobs they provide and all the economic benefits they provide to the state, which is what we've heard, that if they have to pay something for the water across the state everywhere, that they might leave. So I'm just trying to clarify that if they're paying for water now, and if so, if it had any negative impact. It sounds like they are paying for some places, and it hasn't really had the kind of consequences that we've heard about that this bill would create.
No. And for context, just to give you an understanding of a sort of visual we're talking about, like paying 1/10 of a cent per gallon equates to, so one tanker truck is about 8,500 gallons and $18 for a full tanker truck of water, and turned around putting 16-ounce bottles, you know, that's a lot of money that they are able to charge. You know, in some places it's over 1,000% markup of what they pay. So they're making a great business off taking something for nothing or next to nothing.
Okay, so let me just make sure I heard that right. So you're saying if they go to the extraction site in Freiburg and fill one of those long tanker trucks that we see on the highway full of water, they pay $18 for that?
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, approximately. Yeah, that's an approximation. Yep, but that's, you know, yeah.
Well,
and think about how much individuals have to pay to fill their pool. I've heard people filling their pools have to pay so much. So that's a really interesting contrast.
Well, great. Well, thanks for calling back in. I'm sorry we weren't able to, you know, with the technical issues and stuff, but I'm glad it worked out for you to come back.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that too.
Thank you. Well, seeing no further questions, appreciate your testimony, support of the bill. So we'll go back to those in opposition to the bill, and we've got Ed Rodricks, followed by Heather Printup. Welcome, Mr. Rodricks.
Good afternoon. My name is Ed Rodricks. I'm president of Regency Transportation, headquartered in Franklin, Mass. We provide trucking services to Poland Springs and have for many years. Poland Springs is one of our largest customers and represents more than 10% of our total revenue. We have 11 truck drivers in Maine and dedicated to this account, and more than $1.5 million invested in equipment to support them. So our partnership with Poland Springs is vital to our business, both financially and for their tireless pursuit of safety. In Regency's world of what we call for hire truckload carriers, the pursuit of freight is a principal focus. So we pick up a load in Boston, Mass, bring it to Baltimore, Maryland. We end up with an empty truck there. And it's our job to go find a shipment to get that tractor and trailer back to Massachusetts. Shipments across state lines, region to region in the United States, though, are not equally balanced. So in Massachusetts, for example, nearly 8 truckloads of merchandise come into the state for every one leaving. Northern New Jersey, the New York ports, Eastern Pennsylvania, all ship a wide variety of consumables and household goods in enormous quantities into New England's most populous regions. Not surprisingly, truckload rates are based mostly on supply and demand. And since the demand for trucking services in New York, New Jersey, PA is so great, rates into that region are much less than rates heading north from there. The same holds true for your state in Maine for freight going into Maine compared to that leaving it. Poland Springs is such a major shipper out of Maine, it creates an imbalance of freight. And the rates that Poland Spring pays for hauling southbound out of Maine are much greater than those heading into your state. I can't disclose specific rates, but I can tell you that we receive about 40% less per load going into Maine than coming out of Poland Springs. Maine has major supermarket distribution centers in Wells and South Portland, both of whom enjoy lower trucking rates subsidized by Poland Springs' demand for trucks. Legislation affecting Poland's viability will impact trucking demand, and that will raise rates heading into your state, eventually affecting consumer pricing. So please consider this negative effect when assessing LD 1569. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Roderick. Questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We'll now hear from Heather Printup, followed by James Toner. If you can promote James Toner, please. And we'll now hear from Heather Printup. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and distinguished members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Heather Printup, and I am a lifelong Mainer, very similar to Cameron, currently residing in Poland, Maine, and the Community Relations Manager of Poland Spring. I am testifying before you today in opposition to LD 1569. I've been a proud employee of Poland Spring for the past 20 years, since the age of 19, and there's a reason I've stayed. At a time when many professionals jump between companies and careers, I have stayed and grown at Poland Spring, becoming an integral member of our community relations and civic engagement efforts. Through that work, I have engaged directly with thousands of Maine people and had the privilege to see how our work benefits Mainers across the state. And my experience is not unique. Poland Spring is a great company to learn, grow, and make a home. In a state like Maine, where there are few large companies that can offer the kind of growth potential I found at Poland Spring, it is important to keep and grow the ones we have. And I believe Poland Spring's 175 plus years of success is measured by our ability to remain financially viable, to provide meaningful jobs, and to contribute to our communities and state. I am not supportive of a tax which would impair Poland Spring's ability to remain competitive. Poland Spring has initiated and supported a wide range of environmental initiatives, including, and I'm going to pick and choose here because I know we're limited on time, but offering only bottles that are 100%, committing to use 100% recycled PET for its still water bottles by 2022, recently and proudly achieving at all 3 of our factories the highest level of certification by the Alliance for Water Stewardship, launching a research collaborative with the Forest Bioproducts Research Institute at the University of Maine to evaluate and develop bio-based solutions that could serve as alternative packaging for Poland Spring products, proposing to build a 10 megawatt renewable energy project at its bottling plant in Hollis, conserving over 5,400 acres of land. Poland Spring is also a very active corporate citizen, and since 2010, I have been very involved in implementing Poland Spring donations of more than 9 million to the Maine charities and education, as well as hundreds of thousands of bottles of water. These include things like a recent donation to the Children's Museum in Portland, the Gulf of Maine Research Institute, Good Science scholarships to Maine seniors, local grants, graduation programs, implementing our own environmental education program called Berkey Buddies Trout in the Classroom, donating $100,000 to the Maine Tourism Relief Fund, and recently contributing $2.3 million over 3 years to the ecology school in Saco, Maine. Poland Spring has presented me with an opportunity to stay in my home state, grow my career, and build a family. It's a pleasure to work for a company that cares so much for its community and state, and I am very concerned that a tax would cost the company about the same amount of money as our annual payroll. I respectfully ask you to vote no on LD 1569.
Thank you. We have questions from Representative Bickford, followed by Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Printup. It's good to see you again.
Good afternoon, Bruce.
My question is, Poland Spring. Explain some of the programs you do at Poland Spring, such as the Poland Spring Museum, the school that you have there just outside of the golf course, all of the, explain the vans that you have that go to our local fires. If there's a fire somewhere where you bring the van loaded with water for everyone involved, the firefighters and everyone else. Explain some of those things, please.
Well, you know, this would take me a long time to go through each one of those, but as you know, I'm very involved in each of those. I mean, not to let the cat out of the bag, but we do have a fantastic museum on the property that was built in the early 1800s that we are in the process of renovating. So we're looking forward to that grand reopening. The ecology school, I believe, is the school that you were speaking of. So they were temporarily located on the grounds of the historic Poland Spring Resort. They've now moved back to their Riverbend Farm location now that that's up and running. We had the privilege of being a part of their grand opening celebration just a few weeks ago there. So, and we sponsored the Education and Dining Commons there. Fires, Bruce, you're speaking my language as a wife of a firefighter, fire chief in particular. That, you know, that's a commitment that we've had since day one, you know, and certainly in the past 20 years that I've been working for a company, there's many instances where we've provided water to firefighters on scene and directly to fires. In particular, the Freiburg Fairgrounds fire, where we sent tankers there to support the overhaul of those buildings. So again, I could go on for days, if not weeks, about what we do in our communities, but you know, I'm happy to follow up with more information. I just don't want to take too much time.
I would love to see that all continue. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. We have a couple more questions. Just to remind folks, we've got 9 more people signed up to speak on this bill and a public hearing on 5 more bills following this. Representative Kryzak has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. I just wanted to thank you because when I was director of cadet programs for Maine Wing Civil Air Patrol for 7 years, you donated water and we went to the Greenville fly-in every year and my cadets would sell the water. And the organizers of the fly-in wouldn't let anybody else sell water there. So we raised quite a bit of money. And I took 23 cadets and 7 adults to Scotland for 10 days on a cadet exchange with money we raised. So thank you.
Is it?
Thank you.
That's not a question, but that's okay. Representative Terry has a question.
Yeah, I'll stick to the questions. Thank you for being here, Ms. Printup. Just a quick question on I'm super interested in the bio packaging with the Maine Forest Products Council. I've been following that for a while now, and I'm really excited that you guys are doing this. I'm wondering though, speaking of that, if you can give me a ballpark percentage-wise of what Poland Spring puts into development for that kind of project and others that are you know, I know I see that you do a bunch of you know, cool programs that are you know, super beneficial to the state on other things, but I'm really interested in your research and development and what you put into it.
Yeah, and that's a great question. Thank you. So we are still in the research phase of that project. And forgive me for not knowing exactly how much we've currently put forth for that project, but I know that it's not in necessarily the development phase yet. We're still conducting the research with UMaine.
Okay, great, thank you.
And we can follow up with the exact
Yeah.
figures on that.
Additional questions from members of the committee. I guess I'd like to ask Ms. Printup, you, in your testimony you just offered to us, you talked about how Poland Spring Nestle had donated $9 million here and $2.5 million there for different various charities. And we've heard testimony earlier that Poland Spring is actually paying money for the water it extracts in Freiburg. And so I'm just trying to square that with the argument we've heard that if Poland Spring has to pay something for the water it extracts in other locations, that somehow the company's going to go out of business and have to lay everybody off. And just, can you explain that to me more? Because I don't understand if the company has all these millions of dollars, which are great things that they've donated to, and can afford to pay on top of that something for what they extract in Freiburg. Why is it that if they had to pay something for what they extract in other locations, that they leave the state?
Yeah, and I think, you know, we're not necessarily comparing apples to apples. You know, the tax would far exceed what we're currently paying. And we don't only just pay in Freiburg, we pay in other locations like Lincoln. You had mentioned also the state with the contract that we do have with Rangpon State Park. So, you know, if we were taxed even more so now, then a lot of those programming would be stretched. We may not have the ability to do as much as we currently do. You know, certainly with a 175-year history in the state, we have a huge commitment to this state. So we want to do the best we can to acknowledge all the great occurrences that this state has to offer. And that's why, you know, a figure like $9 million, well, over the past, you know, decade or so, it might sound like a lot of money, which we're very proud of, but it's because we believe in the commitment that we have to this state. And so that stuff ultimately, you know, may or may not exist as it currently does today.
Okay, and just as a follow-up to that, when Poland Spring did sign the contract with Freiburg and start paying something for that water, and with other locations when they started paying something from what they extract in other locations, do you have any data of any jobs that were lost as a result of that, or any sort of negative, dire consequences it had on the company to have to pay something for the water when it started paying in those locations?
I do not. I do not.
But you, I mean, it didn't cause the company to collapse or leave. They're still here, so that's good. Great. Well, I appreciate you being here and offering your testimony. I don't see any other questions from members of the committee, so appreciate your testimony on this bill. We'll now hear from James Toner, followed by Jarrett Greenlaw. If we can promote Jarrett Greenlaw, looks like he's here as well. Go ahead, Mr. Toner.
Good afternoon, Chairs Chipman and Terry, members of the committee. I'm James Toner, Director of Government Relations for the International Bottled Water Association, speaking in opposition to LD 1569. Such a proposal is punitive, discriminatory, and would have a drastic impact on the bottled water industry in the state and a negative impact on Maine consumers. The bottled water industry has no issue with paying its fair share of taxes in the state. In fact, the industry accounts for over $64 million annually in property sales and income taxes, while also being subject to licensing, registration, and regulation requirements. On top of that, the bottled water industry was responsible for $1.3 billion in total economic activity in Maine in 2019. No other state has enacted an extraction tax on bottled water companies, and over the last decade, only 2 other states have even introduced similar legislation, with those proposals failing to advance out of a committee of origin. These proposals not only impact one industry, but in Maine would likely impact only one individual company. The bottled water industry prides itself on being a conscientious user of water resources, as this is the lifeblood of our industry. On average, only 1.39 liters of water are used to produce 1 liter of a finished bottled water product. This includes the 1 liter that is consumed by the end user. This is significantly less than any other packaged beverage, as bottlers continue to seek innovative ways to reduce water use, greenhouse gases, and the overall carbon footprint of the industry. And when you look at the water use nationwide, bottled water accounts for less than 0.02% of all groundwater withdrawals across the US. IBWA and its members are strong supporters of comprehensive and science-based groundwater management policies, laws, and regulations. To this end, the industry has worked with several states to ensure that these policies are based on balancing the rights of uses in a fair and equitable manner. Because bottled water is produced according to U.S. Food and Drug Administration and Maine regulations, it is a food product, and at a minimum, all food products should be treated equally. To single out bottled water from another food product, not to mention thousands of other consumer products that use water as an ingredient or in production, will not further the sustainability of Maine's water resources and is not in the best interest of Maine's consumers. IBWA commends the state on all the work done to maintain safe and accessible water resources. And it's important to recognize that to implement systemic and long-term changes to improve the environmental impact of a product, production, and or management, its natural resources. Any related efforts must focus on all consumer goods, not just bottled water. To that end, IBWA respectfully requests the committee not support LD 1569.
Great, thank you, Mr. Toner. Questions from the committee? Seeing no questions, thank you for being here and offering your testimony on this bill. We'll now hear from Jarrett Greenlaw, followed by Kate Foy from DECD. Welcome, Mr. Greenlaw. Is Jarrett Greenlaw with us?
Can you hear me now?
We can. We don't see the video. I don't know if you can turn the video on or if you don't have that.
My video should have been on, but
we don't see. We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Yeah. Hold on just 1 second. There you go.
All right.
Good afternoon, Senator Chapman, Representative Terry, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is Jarrett Greenlaw, and I'm currently an inventory specialist at the Poland Spring facility in Kingfield. I have worked for Poland Spring for almost 13 years. I've been given the opportunity to advance my career, raise my family, live in a state where I was born and raised. I've been able to provide a stable income and home for my family without having to move to the southern part of the state or out of state, as many I have grown up with had to do in order to make a living. Poland Spring has afforded me and others in Central Maine that opportunity, a well-paying job with excellent benefits and the ability to advance within the company. I have been able to watch many young workers who have entered our facility, have learned new skills and advanced in their careers. They've purchased homes, started families, all while being able to stay local. The ability for great local jobs helps keep small communities strong, stable, and growing. I am fortunate also to be a point of contact for those seeking donations of water for our region. We supply somewhere around 30 plus fire departments from Cherryfield to Oakland and many communities in between, several ambulance services and first responder call centers. We receive requests for assistance for the elderly, a Bible summer camp, local schools, as well as many programs in between who have limited budgets or no budgets at all. We supply truckloads to the homeless shelters and pallets of water to the Maine veteran homes here in Augusta. There are parks and education centers that are or have been built with donations from Poland Spring. As you can see, we are part of this great state. We are invested in these communities we work in and call home. Poland Springs is not just a company, it is a family of Mainers working proudly to produce the freshest and most dependable source of water for others to enjoy. We take pride in our name and in our communities and in our product. We keep revisiting this tax issue several times now, and the answer is still the same. It is not a fair tax, as we have several water bottling facilities in the state. However, by setting a starting point of extraction for this tax, you have basically singled out one company that employs close to 900 people directly, thousands indirectly, from all across the state, from cardboard mills to transportation companies. We never address the billions of gallons of water that are pumped through local homes by independently owned, for-profit, not municipally owned or operated companies. Where is the tax on them for extracting all the extraction or all the microbreweries that are bottling or fields that are being irrigated, all of which extract more than we do? Each one of these businesses serve a purpose. Each one is for profit and each one employ Mainers. The only difference is they do not have a Poland Spring on their letterhead. Again, if this, it is a bill that is unfairly singling out one company. LD 1569 is a job-killing bill that is voted, that if voted in will definitely hurt Maine working people, Maine communities, Maine companies, and many, many families that rely on Poland Spring for their income directly or indirectly. This has always been a job-killing bill. Thank you for your time. Please consider the impact of your decision to Maine communities, Maine families, Maine workers, and future generations of workers to come. Let's keep Maine moving forward with high-paying jobs and benefits that allow younger generations to stay in Maine, work and raise their families. Let's keep a company that values diversity and equality rooted solidly in the state for generations to come.
Great, thank you, Mr. Greenlaw. Questions from members of the committee? Seeing no questions, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Kate Foy from DECD, followed by Linda Caprera. If someone can promote Linda Caprera to speak following Ms. Foy, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Delivering testimony today for Commissioner Johnson. Fortunately, she couldn't be here today. She is, but not unfortunately, out with the governor at an event in Lewiston at the community college. So Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Kate Foy, not Heather Johnson, and I am the legislative liaison for the Department of Economic and Community Development. I'm here to testify today in opposition to LD 1569. The Department of Economic and Community Development is opposed to LD 1569. A key strategy identified in the 10-year strategic plan is to maintain a stable business environment. We must provide predictability and transparency to support current and future investments in Maine. To encourage economic development and capital investment in Maine, our business tax policies need to be designed and applied in a fair and consistent manner. DECD believes that creating specific, significant taxes on existing industry will make Maine a state where the private sector is concerned to invest. As I stated in the 129th legislative session when a similar bill was presented, DECD feels that it is important to stabilize the marketplace for business, therefore encouraging private investment and consumer confidence. At a time when Maine is making huge efforts to recover from the economic impacts of a pandemic, we would not support placing a new tax on one of the state's largest rural manufacturers. Thank you. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you, Ms. Boy. Questions from members of the committee? Seeing no questions, thank you for being with us. I know you're very busy these days.
Yeah. Thanks. Hopping over to another work session. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm available for the work session if needed.
Great, thank you. We'll now hear from Linda Caprera, followed by Newell Auger. If we can promote Newell Auger to speak next. Welcome, Ms. Caprera.
Good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the committee. My name is Linda Caprera. I represent the Maine State Chamber of Commerce, and I'm a resident of Winthrop, and we are speaking in strong opposition to LD 1569. Unfortunately, bills like 1569 pop up every so often and force the legislature to deal with a bad piece of legislation that poses a huge threat to Maine's economy. Make no mistake about it, this bill is nothing more than a jobs killer bill. It's unfortunate we see bills like this that attack our natural resource-based industries, no matter if it's forest products, fishing, or water bottlers. Given Maine's unlimited water resources, we should be encouraging its responsible use as a way to create jobs for Maine citizens and not discourage the industry by taxing their regulated use of a renewable resource. We are very lucky in Maine here to have several natural resource-based industries that support Maine's economy, provide world-class products around the world, and provide thousands of Maine jobs. It's very unfortunate that this bill specifically takes aim at one company in particular, Poland Spring Water, a company that is very important to Maine's economy, has invested in Maine and Maine people. The proposed 5-cent per gallon tax would place Poland Spring at a huge competitive disadvantage with their competitors in other states by slapping them with a significant unnecessary cost they will have to somehow absorb in their operations, costs that competitors won't have to pay. Poland Spring has invested hundreds of millions of dollars to sustainably utilize a rapidly renewable natural resource to bring a healthy product to market, create hundreds of direct jobs and hundreds more of indirect jobs. Maine's groundwater sources are renewable. We ought to be proud to have an entire industry based on such resources. This resource has been responsible for the development of an entire industry here in Maine. The Poland Spring Water brand is known worldwide for its water quality. If passed, this will have a chilling effect on future investment in Maine and no doubt as jobs as well. And lastly, this bill does not support the goals of Maine's strategic plan, which aims to increase jobs by 75,000 jobs and grow its annual wage by over 10% and increase the value of what we sell per worker by 10%. This does not support that. So again, we urge you to vote ought not to pass on this bill, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Questions from members of the committee? Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Newell Auger, followed by Olga Goldberg. Promote Olga Goldberg, and we'll now hear from Newell Auger. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Chipman and Chair Terry. Nice to be with you by Zoom, albeit by Zoom, but my name's Newell Auger. I'm a lawyer from Yarmouth. I'm with the firm of Pierce Atwood, but I come to you as in my capacity as Executive Director of the Maine Beverage Association. We are the trade association representing the non-alcoholic distributors and bottlers in the state of Maine. That includes Coke Northeast, Pepsi Beverages Maine, Polar Beverages, and of course, the iconic brand Poland Spring. I want to sort of have you think a little bit about bottling operations, if I can talk about that, because I think that's a sort of a piece that's missing in this. We're sort of focused on the water and not necessarily on the bottling operations that take place. About 20 years ago, before I started working for the Maine Beverage Association, almost every member of our association, there were like 5 or 6 back then, all had bottling operations here in the state of Maine. And now Poland Spring is the only member that has that. The rest of them are certainly providing jobs in the state, but most of that product is bottled outside of the state of Maine and brought in and then distributed here. And so it seems somewhat counterintuitive. And bottling operations, by the way, are the ones that create the most number of jobs. It seems quite counterintuitive to be penalizing a company for that very activity, which creates those kinds of great paying jobs that the folks before me have alluded to. So I would leave it at that. The only other thing I would point out, and respectively, Chair Chipman, I don't claim to be an expert, but I'm pretty sure on this point, the money that's being paid to the Freiburg Water District, to Lincoln, is not a tax. And so to suggest that it's somewhat arbitrary that those towns put a tax on the operation and the other towns didn't is probably not the most accurate way to portray it. What happened in those instances is, as I understand it, the Poland Spring, instead of putting their own steel into the ground to use the water, did it through the water district. So what they're paying to Freiburg and what they're paying to Lincoln is a fee for the infrastructure that those water districts are maintaining. So just for your edification for the committees, I wanted to correct that. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, I appreciate the clarification. I was just trying to get at paying something for the water, whether it's for infrastructure or the water itself. I mean, there's something being paid from water because water is being taken from certain locations versus others where they may be putting steel in the ground, but they're not paying for water. So whatever the money's for, they're able to afford to pay it in Freiburg and Lincoln is my point. And so, I mean, we can debate that more maybe in a work session, but I appreciate the clarification from you on that.
Or we can agree to disagree too.
No, we could. Great.
Thank you again for the time. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Good to see you. Thank you for your testimony. So we'll now hear from Olga Goldberg, followed by Robert Daigle. We can promote Robert Daigle. Welcome, Ms. Goldberg.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Olga Goldberg. I live in South Portland. I am an attorney. I've practiced in the area of state and local tax for about 8 years, with the last 2.5 years spent in Maine. I'm testifying today on behalf of Poland Spring in opposition to LD 1569. And my remarks today are just limited to the tax policy implications of the bill. This bill violates a number of fundamental principles of sound tax policy. First and foremost, good tax policy dictates that new taxes need to be fair and equitable. LD 1569 is neither fair nor equitable in 2 important ways. First, as we've heard, the tax effectively singles out a single company for taxation, that's Poland Spring. The tax applies to a bottled water operator that annually extracts more than 1.5 million gallons of water in Maine. So if a bottled water operator extracts 1.499 million gallons or less, there's zero tax. So to my knowledge, there's just one company that would be subject to tax, and that's Poland Spring. That is not an equitable or fair tax. Second, LD 1569 creates a tax that applies to a single use of a natural resource, and that's bottling or packaging water for sale. It doesn't apply to other industries that also extract large quantities of water, but use it for different purposes. So as an analogy, we can apply a similar concept to another renewable resource like wood. Consider a tax that would apply to wood only if it's used to make toothpicks, but it wouldn't apply to wood if it's used for any other purpose, like making paper or furniture. Or if we had a tax on lobster that applied when lobster was extracted and processed into lobster meat that was used in lobster rolls, but not if the lobster was left intact and sold that way. So clearly these taxes are not fair to the single use that's targeted for taxation, and sound tax policy dictates that new taxes should not be imposed in a way that picks winners and losers. Taxes need to be neutral, or they shouldn't be enacted at all. And from a tax policy perspective, I would argue that the tax shouldn't be enacted at all. For one, the extraction tax applies to a renewable natural resource. We have severance taxes like this that are commonly applied to non-renewable natural resources like mining or oil and gas, but there's not a clear tax policy to apply it to a renewable natural resource that's carefully regulated. There's also tax policy reasons for a non-neutral tax when we're trying to alter harmful consumer behavior. That's not the case here. You know, state policies are generally driven to get people to drink more water, not less. And that is in contrast with so-called sin taxes that might apply to alcohol or cigarettes. We also, oh, thank you. So the last comment I just wanted to make on tax policy is that there are certain taxes that are aimed at a particular industry, like the blueberry tax or the commercial forestry excise tax. But those taxes go directly to fund those industries, either to protect them or to promote them. That's not what this tax does. The revenue goes directly into the general fund. It doesn't protect Maine resources, nor does it promote Maine's commercial bottling industry. So in conclusion, this is a bill that would violate the basic principles of tax policy because it's not neutral. It picks winners and losers. It doesn't serve public policy.
Your testimony, please.
Okay.
We've got a lot of people left to sign up to speak. We've been waiting.
Understood.
Thank you.
Happy to answer any question.
Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll now hear from Robert Daigle, followed by Robert Marvini. We can promote Robert Marvini from Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry. Welcome, Mr. Daigle.
Thank you very much. I am a former legislator. I was in the House from between 1998 and 2006, and I see many names from people who I served with. So I appreciate what you're going through. I am also a registered professional engineer, and I've done a lot of consulting work for Nestle Waters. I originally had a presentation to you about how this bill comes up over and over again, and how I'm encouraging you to defeat the bill strongly so that the new owners can feel that Maine is a partner with them and not see that their ownership is going to suddenly bring them into a big fight with state government. And I still believe that. But after listening to the testimony this far, I got to take my time and get into a few things because I know that math is hard. Earlier we heard 5 cents per gallon extracted on $18 for a tanker of water. Not when I went to Catholic school. 5 cents per gallon times 8,000 gallons is $400 per tanker. That is the tax that this will impose. And another point that people don't talk about is that this bill is writing it about the extraction of water. When you pull water out of the ground, you don't always put all of it in a bottle. You use it for cooling, you use it for cleaning, you use it for waste and so forth. So the amount of money you're actually spending is going to be a greater amount. It's not just per gallon sold, it's per gallon extracted. That's a much larger number. And everybody in the committee right now at this point, because for my 8 years, you're the same thing as me. You're probably thinking two things. Is this a good bill or not? And the most importantly, how am I going to explain this back home? Well, I encourage you to use my old shopping cart rules, which means that this weekend, you're going to be pushing your shopping cart to the local supermarket and someone's going to stop you and say, how come you voted for or against this bill? And you want to know what to say to them. Well, while you're pushing that shopping cart, please drive around to the aisle with all the bottled water and look at the prices. And what you're going to see is there's spring water from Poland Spring going to be there for about $3, $3.50 a case. And then there's water that we call generic water, private label water, where you really don't know who the label is. You really don't care, but it's selling for about $2.50. Now, that's the reality of it. And imagine yourself as a worker on a construction site. And I turn to you and I say, Ben, here's $20 bill. I want you to run down to Home Depot with a company truck, pick up some tools. And while you're at it, put some bottled water in the truck for the crew. It's a pretty hot day out today. This happens hundreds of times a day around here. With that $20 bill at Home Depot, you can buy 5 cases of private label water. You can only buy about 3.5 cases of Poland Spring. Which one are you going to put in the truck? You're going to put in the private label, of course. Well, what would this bill do to Poland Spring in this situation? You'd take that price differential and you'd add 50 cents or more per case to the already premium prices. And that's what Blue Triton has to do. They have to keep the price of this product down or they're going to lose this entire company. That's why Nestle sold it, because it was costing too much. And what Maine's going to do right now at the worst possible time is add a huge tax to them, make that price differential all the more, and just kill this business and tell anybody else who wants to spend money coming into the state of Maine, you're wasting it. Please defeat this bill and do it unanimously with a strong message.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Daigle. As a former legislator, you're great at keeping it right to 3 minutes on the dot. Appreciate that. Question from Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Daigle.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Daigle, I need to ask, if you were running Nestle Water, Poland Spring, or whatever the company is called now, and this tax came into you, with the millions and millions that are spent with philanthropy, what would that do to all of these nonprofits, along with raising the price of the bottled water? What would this do to the nonprofits that rely on Poland Spring to do what they currently do?
Well, you got a company, I'm not an inside circle. I don't know what those people are talking about, but I have to understand that they need to cut down the cost of this business, keep this business. Nestle sold it because it wasn't making enough money. And they'll look at this and say, I need to make enough money to cover my loans, which means the profitable charitable giving has got to be cut back. This money comes from somewhere. And you have to also keep in mind that the same trucks that bought that factory into Maine can bring it out. You can make Poland Spring in New Hampshire if you just want to. Remember Poland Spring used to say Poland Spring, what it means to be from Maine on the label? Everybody old enough to remember that? Doesn't say that anymore. Because Poland Spring does not have to be made in Maine. Keep that in mind, please.
Now, the spring water has to be spring water, though. Is that correct?
Spring water has to be spring water, but there's a definition for that in the federal regulation that you can make that in a lot of states. We have spring water. We have the companies have spring sites all over the country.
Yeah, thank you.
Questions from members of the committee. Seeing no further questions, just wanted to clarify something, Mr. Daigle. I think there was some confusion about what was said earlier about the tractor trailer truck full of water. What that was in reference to is what Poland Spring pays for a tractor truck full of water that they get from Freiburg, what the contract is with Freiburg and what they pay in Freiburg. It's like a 1/10 of 1%. So that reference of $18 was an estimation of roughly what they pay for water they extract from that Freiburg location under the current contract. It's not what they would pay for water they would extract under this bill should it be passed. Just wanted to clarify that. The bill talks about 5 cents a gallon, but that $18 a truckload was what they currently pay roughly for what they extract from the Freiburg location.
Well, it'd be an increase of 5 cents per gallon extracted prior to bottling. So yeah, well, it's a good clarification.
But at the $18 was what they pay now, not what they would pay under the bill. Just wanted to be clear about that. That's what that was in reference to what they're currently paying. Representative Bickford, do you have an additional question?
Yeah, I just want to clarify for you that money they pay in Freiburg is for infrastructure. It's not for water. It's for infrastructure. So that's the agreement they made for the infrastructure. Otherwise, they would have spent, $1 million on providing their own infrastructure.
Okay. Well, that's probably debatable what it's actually for, but we can talk about that in the work session. Additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Daigle. Good to see you.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Robert Marvini. followed by Don Perkins. So Robert Marvini speaking in opposition, and then from Don Perkins, if we can promote him next. Welcome, Mr. Marvini.
Thank you, Senator Chipman and Representative Terry and members of the committee. I'm Robert Marvini. I'm the state geologist in the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, and I'm speaking in opposition to LD 1569. My testimony today is essentially the same as I've given during 5 prior legislative sessions on bills on this issue. An underlying presumption to support these bills is that of all water withdrawals, those for bottled water pose a greater threat to Maine's aquifers and the environment than withdrawals for other purposes. And there's simply no basis for that position. Groundwater is among Maine's most renewable resources, and recharge occurs in trillions of gallons annually. A point of discussion has already been that excise taxes are levied on other natural resources such as natural gas and oil, but that groundwater should be treated no differently. The significant difference is that those hydrocarbons and mineral resources are non-renewable. So Maine has strict regulations governing groundwater withdrawals, and they all seek to ensure that large groundwater withdrawals are done in a sustainable fashion with rigorous monitoring and conditioning to prevent groundwater mining. You've heard the term groundwater mining today, and it's applied to conditions in the Western United States where enormous water demands for irrigation and public water supplies greatly outstrip recharge, resulting in groundwater depletion. I included 2 charts in my testimony that I hope you'll look at. One is a chart of groundwater levels from a well in Poland, Maine, maintained by the U.S. Geological Survey. It shows over decades of conditions about 3 feet in variation in groundwater levels. A well from West Texas during the same period shows over 100 feet of depletion, and that's what groundwater mining looks like, and it's not occurring in the state of Maine. This bill seeks to place an excise tax on one class of water user, those that bottle water for resale, and presumably part of the justification for imposing such a tax is that bottling is consumptive use of water. There are other uses that are just as consumptive. Consider a public water system that withdraws water from an aquifer through wells, transports it many miles through pipes, and then eventually the water flows into a wastewater system and out into a river. That's a consumptive use. It's no longer in the aquifer system. Similarly, consumptive uses are, irrigators use large quantities of groundwater during the summer months, and that's also consumptive. They use it during the dry periods. Most of the water that is used evaporates off the landscape. So it's a consumptive use. In 2020, Poland Spring used about 1 billion gallons of water from 11 different gravel aquifers around the state. For comparison, one blueberry grower in eastern Maine in 2020 used more than 1 billion gallons from one aquifer system only during the summer months. And one public water system in southern Maine uses about 900 million gallons annually from several clusters of wells in one aquifer system, and has done that for decades. And monitoring data for all these withdrawals demonstrate groundwater recharge on an annual basis. In both October 2016 and October 2020, I visited all of the Poland Spring well sites and examined the springs there. And at each site, there were flowing springs. And I think that's a testament to the careful oversight by the resource managers at Poland Spring and the state's regulatory framework that limits withdrawals during drought. So in summary, this bill poses a tax on one segment of the water use community, which is highly regulated to ensure that water withdrawals are sustainable. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Marvini. Representative Kryzak has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today, sir. I remember your testimony from the 129th. I was just wondering, you said that over 1 trillion gallons a year are renewed. Are we even close to using that much with all the people that are taking water out of the ground now?
No, we use in the magnitude of billions of gallons for all water uses. And of course, that's statewide. Trillions of gallons flow into the groundwater system. Much of that ends up in the streams, rivers, and lakes and provide the natural flows needed for aquatic ecosystems.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Marvini? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here. It looks like we have on our lineup Don Perkins from the Gulf of Maine Research Institute speaking neither for nor against, but I don't see him on the attendee list. So unless there is somebody else that should be, if you could raise your hand in the attendee list that's speaking for Mr. Perkins. Seeing none, we are all set. And we will close the public hearing on LD 1569. I believe our next bill up is LD 1651, but I think Senator Vitelli is on her way. Is that correct, Avery?
I reached out to her aide, so I think so.
Okay. So while we're waiting for her, I believe Representative Sheehan is here. I'm going to promote her, and we'll just jump to the next bill, which is hers. So let's start the public hearing on LD 1667. Welcome, Representative Sheehan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for having me. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and esteemed colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation, thank you for inviting me to present LD 1667, an act to create a tax credit for Maine workers who have earned educational certificates from accredited institutions. That's a mouthful. I'm Erin Sheehan, and I'm proud to represent the citizens of House District 12, which includes Biddeford's historic downtown. LD 1667 will provide some student loan debt relief for folks who have completed certificate programs and who have chosen to live and work in Maine. The idea for a new tax credit grew out of 3 concerns I had. The Maine Educational Opportunity Tax Credit has been crucial for many of our constituents, colleagues, and friends. The EOTC plays a role in enabling college graduates to establish their lives and careers here in Maine while alleviating some of the pressures that can deter non-traditional students from midlife career changes. A career change can increase long-term financial security for families, alleviate some of the labor shortages we are facing in our aging state, and prepare some students to advance innovation, keeping our economy resilient when technological and climate changes threaten some of our largest industries. Secondly, the 10-year economic development strategy for Maine outlines a goal of attracting 75,000 people to Maine's talent pool, both by increasing participation among our existing population and by attracting new workers to Maine from out of state. Every sector and all job descriptions matter in pursuit of this goal, not just those that require a degree. While the cost of a certificate is typically a fraction of what it costs to earn a degree, debt from certificates can take decades to pay off, especially when the earner is working in a low-wage sector. A new tax credit could provide enough relief to keep these skilled, talented, and dedicated workers in our state, allowing them to more quickly retire their debt and start investing in housing, transportation, and other needs. Finally, we've got to do more to recognize and reward the pursuit of career and technical education in Maine. Degree programs are not the most appropriate or cost-effective option for workers entering many of the trades, hospitality, and culinary industries, as well as many positions within healthcare and emergency medicine. Yet our existing tax credit rewards only degree earners, and this sends the wrong message. It's a message that was sent to my mechanically gifted brother and many of my talented young friends growing up, that career and technical education offered something lesser to the learner and to society. We need to start rewarding those who pursue these skills. Without them, our economy will fail to thrive. With help from the good folks at the Maine Community College system, I have identified some areas within this bill where clarifications and amendments are needed. The first area is in defining what a certificate is, and the folks at the Maine Community College system have suggested that I refer to Title IV of the Higher Education Act, which defines certificate as a Title IV eligible post-secondary credential other than a degree, denoting the successful completion of a course of study required for an occupation or to enter or to advance in an occupation. So I hope this helps to address some of the lack of clarity around accreditation and what sorts of programs would qualify for this. I also recognize that the issue of refundability and the question of credit limits needs to be sharpened up and addressed. I am concerned that non-refundability could really lock out workers who don't make enough income to realize a tax credit like this. And that is something that I would like to work with the committee and advocates on to find a solution, as well as an appropriate credit limit that would provide meaningful relief to workers without adding unnecessary complexity to the administration of this credit. And I also wanted to acknowledge that I participated in Senator Pouliot's roundtable this afternoon on extending and simplifying the educational opportunity tax credit. I'm excited to help in that effort in any way I can, and I look forward to hearing from the committee on the most viable tax credit vehicle or vehicles for supporting Maine's workforce development. Thank you all for your time and consideration of my bill. I'm happy to try and answer any questions you might have for me.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Representative Sheehan? So yep, there we go. Senator Pouliot, great. Glad to have you pipe in there.
Well, I just actually wanted to thank Representative Sheehan for participating this afternoon, and I think we made real good progress on the tax credit and simplifying it in a way that can hopefully just be agnostic on degree type and where you went and all that. And I echo everything that you've said regarding the need for us to support those who are looking to get into, the trades and so forth. So thanks for bringing this forward, and I think we're going to make good progress.
Terrific.
Thanks, Senator.
So perhaps a question for you, Representative Sheehan, but Representative Pouliot, Senator Pouliot, please weigh in. Are we thinking that this is something that would be separate from the EOTC that you are working on currently, Senator Pouliot, or would this be something where we would kind of combine these all together?
I think the general sentiment that's embraced by most that are familiar with the current program is that it's really complex and we need to simplify it. And so what we discussed after Representative Sheehan got off the call to hop on here, probably just to wait in a waiting room, is that we should just kind of make this agnostic on when someone graduated, where they graduated from, what their degree was in, whatever, just like they have a credential of value or more, or a credential of value. Who's to say what, a 4-year baccalaureate's more valuable than getting a certificate in marine mechanics. So I think just being agnostic on that, which I believe would incorporate what Representative Sheehan's trying to do here, and just make this very, very broad, but lowering the amount of the credit so that it's not like a crazy fiscal note.
Terrific. That's great. Well, thank you very much for all of your work, both of you, on getting this moved forward and much easier for former students. Any other questions for Representative Sheehan? All right, seeing none, we have no one speaking in support of or against. Dr. Allen has put in some written testimony, which I encourage everybody to read. Thank you very much for bringing this to us. And this closes the public hearing on LD 1667. And it looks like, thank you. It looks like Senator Vitelli has joined us. So we will open up the work session on LD 1651, an act to support working families through outreach and education for tax credits for persons of low income. Welcome, Senator Vitelli.
Thank you, Representative Terry. It's always a trip to go through that wormhole and come out the other side. I'm happy to be here.
Glad you made it.
So yes, Senator Chipman, not sure he's here, Representative Terry, and esteemed members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Eloise Vitelli and I represent Senate District 23, which includes all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County. I want to thank you for the opportunity to introduce today LD 1651, an act to support working families through outreach and education about tax credits for persons of low income. As we're all aware, the pandemic presented some serious financial difficulties for many Mainers, but it did not affect all of us equally. Mainers who were already struggling financially and those who work low-wage jobs were disproportionately affected by COVID-19's toll on our economy. As we look for solutions to help these folks get back on their feet, education about the tools and resources that are out there will be critical. This bill will make those tools and resources available to more Mainers by providing funding to Cash Maine and by expanding eligibility for the Earned Income Tax Credit. Since 2003, Cash Maine, which by the way stands for Creating Assets, Savings, and Hope, has helped low-income Mainers find the programs and credits they are eligible for. They do this in large part by providing free tax preparation services. Between 2003 and 2020, Cash Maine has helped file more than 53,000 state and federal returns, saving tax filers an estimated $9 million in tax prep fees, while helping residents claim more than $80 million in federal tax refunds. However, cash can only be valuable to those they are able to reach, and ensuring that cash is connecting with low-income Mainers will be critical, especially now. One valuable credit that often flies under the radar of those who could benefit most is the Earned Income Tax Credit, or EITC. First implemented at the federal level in 1975 and at the state level in 2000, the EITC is a refundable credit for low-income workers, especially for workers raising children. When low-income Mainers take advantage of this credit, we all benefit. It helps low-income people who work hard at their jobs provide for themselves, and it keeps dollars circulating in our communities. When eligible Mainers take advantage of the EITC, they spend that money on food, on school, on rent, and at local businesses. Though the EITC is worth an average of $2,107, each year about 20% of eligible Mainers fail to take advantage of it. That's money left on the table, thanks in large part to a lack of awareness and the complexities of eligibility. With 1/3 of the EITC eligible population changing every year. Cash Maine's trained volunteers help low-income Mainers find the credits they are eligible for, including the EITC, the Property Tax Fairness Credit, the sales tax fairness credit, and Opportunity Maine credit, and more. Of the $80 million in federal refunds cash has helped put in Mainers' pockets, more than $28 million was due to the EITC. Though it is already a valuable, if underutilized, tax credit, the EITC has room to grow. As part of the American Rescue Plan, President Biden expanded EITC eligibility to young adults without children, made the credit available to more low-income workers, and expanded the credit's value. Governor Mills has proposed aligning state tax policy with federal tax policy for the 2021 tax year in part 2 of her biennial budget proposal. I'm grateful that both the governor and the federal government understand that making EITC available to young childless workers is essential at this moment. But I believe this is one change that should stay even after the pandemic passes. This bill would make otherwise qualified individuals aged 18 to 24 eligible for the EITC, even if they do not care for a qualified dependent. By expanding eligibility, we can help this vulnerable group find stable financial footing early in life. Many people reach out to Cash Maine for help during tax season, but they are a resource available year-round. Tax prep can often start a conversation about one's other financial needs and goals, and Cash can help connect people with other tools and resources. This includes money management classes, community resources such as fuel assistance, home buyer education courses, match savings programs, and more. When people have access to education and information, they are empowered to make better financial decisions for themselves, their family, and their community. I urge everyone who is interested to learn more about the excellent work of Cash Maine to do so by visiting their website, cashmaine.org. I thank the committee for the opportunity to present this bill today and for your thoughtful consideration. I hope it will earn your support, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Senator. Representative Matlack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And welcome back to taxation, Senator Vitelli. I've always been jealous that Cash Maine is not in Knox County. Yeah.
No bueno.
No bueno is correct. I regret to say I haven't been moving and shaking to get that done here in Knox County, but will the funding for Cash Maine, but also for yes, New Ventures, will that be expanding the program to where it's not in the state? Will it be supporting the program where it is and expanding it and giving greater assistance to those areas where it's currently operating? Again, I'd love to figure out a way to get it into Knox County. Now that we've all filed our taxes for this year, maybe I'll work on it for next year.
Yes, thank you, Representative Matlack. And yes, the answer to your question, the intention here is to be able to expand the reach of Cash Maine into all areas of the state where people are who need these services. I will say, and you could ask this question to some who may come after me, who have more direct experience with this, especially this past year, but due to the pandemic, they did much of their work virtually. And so they may well have been able to reach into Knox County in that fashion, even if they have not had in the past an actual tax prep site. So, and I suspect that as with many of us, we'll be carrying over some of these tools and practices that we've developed in response to the pandemic, even as we go forward. So there may be ways that we can reach areas remotely, if not directly. And I thank you for your interest.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Senator Vitelli? Thank you very much. I know you have to be in about 17 places at the same time, so you're welcome to stay as long as you like, but we won't be surprised if we don't see you.
Thank you very much, Representative Terry. We're all playing this game these days.
Yes, absolutely. Well. So now we will hear from folks that are speaking in favor of the bill. We will start with Nicole Ernest. Sorry, Ms. Ernest, I'll promote you right now. You're in cyberspace. And following Ms. Ernest will be Bethany Campbell. Welcome, Ms. Ernest. You can speak whenever you're ready.
I didn't know I was going first. Okay. My name is Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and distinguished members of the Committee on Taxation. My name is Nicole Ernest. I am a resident of Farmington. I work for United Way of the Tri-Valley area as a community resource coordinator. I'm the co-project coordinator for the Western Maine Cash Coalition that he was just talking about. And I'm speaking today to express the importance of voting in favor of LD 1651 for providing funding to Cash Maine. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. Having been directly involved with the Western Maine Cash Coalition for the past 5 years, through my work at United Way, I see firsthand the impact of the work that we do and the impact that it makes on the people in our community. In the last year, we have had a targeted focus on our senior population, as they are often considered non-filers and have no federal obligation to file taxes. They are largely unaware of the state credits they are eligible for. Taxes are confusing for people and often overwhelming, so they avoid them. In the past year, United Way was honored to help us to bring over almost $70,000 to the seniors in our community. This was made possible outside the tax season by a CARES Act grant from Seniors Plus. Having the funding to directly support this type of effort would mean helping so many more of our seniors. Many times I often hear comments like, oh my gosh, thank goodness now I won't have to sell my home because I can afford to pay the taxes, or this is really going to help me to get through the winter and buy more oil, things like that. Thank you so much. This year, more than others, due to our outreach, we were able to go back at least for the past 3 years to recover as much of the credits and for them. We do this traditionally as part of our tax program, and it is currently unfunded. The tax program funding that we receive now is for federal taxes. So when we do taxes that are just for states, we do that because we know it's the right thing to do, not because we actually have the resources and the funding to do it. Imagine the reach we could have and the impact we could have if we actually had the funding to promote it, pursue it, and focus on it. In addition to getting the state credits, we take time to refer them to other helpful resources. We ensure that they know about 211 and how to use it, that they know who their local agency is on aging. We get connected with the match savings resource plan if paying for emergencies is a hardship for them. Fuel assistance, insulating window panels, local food pantry, any resource we find out that they may need. One of my main roles in the Cash Coalition is to recruit and retain volunteers. Without high quality, dedicated volunteers, this program would be in trouble as it takes considerable effort, expense, and outreach to find the right people. Volunteer opportunity guides and tax preparers are not easy to come by, and when we do have a good one, we work hard to keep them. Volunteer appreciation is currently a very underfunded part of the VITA grant that funds the tax prep program. Funding from VITA grant isn't enough to provide all of these services. It does not provide funding for those returns that are state onlys, the property tax fairness and sales use tax credits. Only 10% of the funding can be used for financial education and asset building. Once it's distributed to the 10 coalitions, there isn't enough to run each program, requiring additional funding. And only $10 per volunteer is allocated for appreciation. This program is so much more than just tax prep. It's about connecting people to valuable resources that could help them improve their financial situation, remain independent, and better support themselves and their families. Thank you in advance for your consideration and support of LD 1651.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ernest. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Welcome.
Next up is Bethany Campbell. Following Ms. Campbell will be Ann Danforth. Welcome, Ms. Campbell.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is Beth Campbell, and I'm the Senior Director for Financial Stability at United Way of Greater Portland. I'm here today on behalf of United Way to express our support for LD 1651 to provide funding to Cash Maine. United Way is the fiscal agent for the IRS Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Grant supporting the 10 cash coalitions across the state of Maine. We also lead the Greater Portland Cash Coalition. As you have already heard, CASH stands for Creating Assets, Savings, and Hope. Through my work with low to moderate income tax clients, I get to hear the challenges that individuals and families face in maintaining their financial stability. The past 2 tax seasons during a global pandemic have helped me better understand how fragile financial stability can be. Many families are just one car repair or one unexpected medical bill away from slipping into financial crisis. 58% of Cash Main clients indicate that they could not withstand a $400 unexpected expense. Of those, 71% said they would need to take on debt or sell something to cover this type of emergency. And this was before the pandemic. A critical part of Cash is free tax preparation services, and tax time is a great opportunity to encourage savings for unexpected expenses. Cash Opportunity Guide volunteers do much more than that. They connect individuals with programs that help them make decisions about their financial goals and address financial challenges. For example, volunteers may talk with clients about money management classes, community resources like fuel assistance, match savings programs, or homebuyer education. The 10 regional cash coalitions are uniquely positioned to serve their regions with strong local partnerships, and we work together statewide on sharing resources, best practices, and training our staff and volunteers. The cash coalitions across the state help individuals and families obtain the tax credits they deserve, connect clients and resources that assist them with building or maintaining their financial stability, and return much needed dollars to our state. Last year alone, Cash Main helped over 4,700 save over $775,000 in return preparation fees and connected over 2,500 people to much needed community resources. The VITA grant is a federal matching grant from the IRS, and as a state, we have received on average about $115,000 a year over the last 3 years to support our statewide work. The focus, as Nicole mentioned, is largely on tax preparation services, and only 10% is allowed for the financial education and asset building work. It doesn't provide funding for processing returns, again, as Nicole mentioned, around property tax fairness and sales tax fairness. Once the grant is distributed across the 10 coalitions, it still requires additional fundraising by each coalition to run their local program. For these reasons, we respectfully encourage you to support and pass LD 1651. This bill is a modest investment that will give cash coalitions across the state the much needed resources to ensure that tax clients are connected to services in their community so they can pay their rent, their medical bills, put food on the table, they can save for emergencies, pay their debts, buy a house, pay for college, and save for retirement. Thank you for your leadership and your service.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We have a question from Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. My question is, Cash Main is a volunteer organization, is that correct?
We employ many volunteers to make this process happen, yes. But there are
volunteers or they're employees?
That's a good word. I chose the wrong word. We utilize many volunteers across the state, but there are also staff persons that work on this as part of their role.
Okay, so what's the money needed for, the grant money?
For the VITA grant is your question?
Yes, the grant that you're asking for in this bill.
Oh, for the Cash Main legislation?
Yeah, yes.
To support statewide efforts for the asset building work. And I believe Janet Smith, who will be testifying sometime soon after me, will be able to answer more of the details on that as she works for New Ventures Maine.
Okay, because yeah, thank you. My understanding is that most of the people that do this are volunteers, so I was wondering why you need money. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Ms. Campbell? Thank you very much for your testimony and for your work, Ms. Campbell. Thank you. Next up is Ann Danforth from Maine Equal Justice. Following Ms. Danforth will be Sarah Austin. Welcome, Ms. Danforth.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Terry and members of the Committee on Taxation. My name is Ann Danforth, and I'm a policy advocate at Maine Equal Justice. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 1651. Expanding the state EITC to ITIN filers would build a more equitable tax code and at the same time benefit our economy. Many of the people who have been providing essential services before and during the pandemic are immigrants. Beyond immigrants' contributions to our schools, workplaces, and communities, they also contribute a great deal in taxes. Unlike other workers, however, many immigrants are left out of the federal and state supports available to other workers like the EITC. In 2018, immigrant-led households in Maine paid $438 million in federal taxes and $194 million in state and local taxes. Expanding access to the state EITC to immigrants who file with ITINs will make our tax code more equitable, boost our state's economy by infusing more money into it, and will recognize the important contributions made by immigrants who are bringing vitality, leadership, and economic growth to our state, just as immigrants have done throughout our history. In addition to the important expansion of the state EITC to ITIN filers, this bill will also help ensure tax credits reach the many people who are currently eligible for but not receiving them. In 2019, Maine Equal Justice participated in a legislatively created working group to study consolidation of payment of cost of living tax credits. The working group's findings highlighted the disturbingly low uptake rates for many of the state tax credits designed to help people with low income. For example, Maine Revenue Services estimated that only 28% of eligible low-income renters were receiving the property tax fairness credit. In its recommendations, the working group proposed providing more funding for the Cash Coalition to connect people with low income to the property tax fairness credit and other tax credits, as LD 1651 would do. This targeted outreach support would go a long way to ensuring that more eligible low-income Mainers receive this help. In connecting eligible Mainers to low-income tax credits has taken on increased importance as a handful of federal COVID relief supports have come and will continue to come in the form of tax credits. In the proposed conformity to certain federal tax credit changes, in the proposed expansion of the property tax fairness credit in the governor's budget would also lead to more generous state tax credits. It's therefore critical that we act now to make sure that Mainers with low income are actually able to access these tax credits in greater numbers than they do now. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions I'm able to.
Great. Any questions for Ms. Danforth? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is Sarah Austin. Following Ms. Austin will be Janet Smith. Welcome, Ms. Austin.
Thank you. So good afternoon. Good to see the committee. Good to see Representative Terry and other members. My name is Sarah Austin. I'm a tax and budget analyst at the Maine Center for Economic Policy, and I'm here to testify in favor of LD 1651, an act to support working families through outreach and education about tax credits for persons of low income. I am here to testify in support on behalf of my organization, but also come with the experience of serving as a volunteer tax preparer for the capital area cash and as chair of the working group to study the consolidation of payment of cost of living tax credits that Ms. Danforth just mentioned. And this working group delivered its final report to this committee last March, right before the legislature wrapped because of the pandemic. Maine has made huge strides in making its tax code fairer. For the first time in decades, for tax year 2020, Maine's poorest 40% of households were paying a lower effective tax rate than the wealthiest 1%. This victory in tax fairness has been made possible largely because of refundable tax credits. Refundable tax credits provide cash back to families that have credits that exceed their income tax liability. A family may have $400 in income tax liability, but a $1,000 refundable credit, which will zero out their tax liability and result in a $600 payment to that family. These credits are a vital part of a tax code that balance out other types of taxes that ask more of low-income households, such as sales tax and property tax, while also recognizing the high cost of some parts of our economy, like paying for childcare, stretching a budget to pay unaffordable rent rates, and working in low-wage jobs. But there's a catch to these. These credits cannot help families unless they know how to file their taxes to claim them. The final report of the working group I mentioned surfaced a lot of the statistics that you will hear today, including what Ann Danforth just mentioned on the really low take-up rates for some of our state credits. The property tax fairness credit, about half of eligible homeowners and almost 3/4 of eligible renters did not receive their property tax fairness credit in 2015, according to data provided by Maine Revenue Services. And about a quarter of eligible Maine households don't claim their federal EITC, which is a prerequisite to being able to get access to the state one. And also about a quarter of eligible households aren't receiving their sales tax fairness credit either. The report of the working group included a recommendation and accompanying legislation to use state funds to support the work of free tax preparation sites offered by the Cash Coalition. These services are a lifeline to families to help them navigate their taxes and get the refunds they have earned without paying large fees charged by online and big box tax preparation services. The report of the working group goes into more detail on the types of fees and high interest tax day loans offered by private sector tax preparers. These costs eat into refunds of families and erode the benefits of the tax credits that they should be delivering, such as boosting incomes and providing larger lump sum payments that cash-strapped families can use to make big purchases, repair a car or a roof, and put towards savings. The Cash Coalition is a free resource that offers free federal and state income tax filing assistance for Maine families making less than $57,000 a year. It helps low-income Mainers file their taxes and get the credits that they're due. The IRS helps fund a portion of this coalition and others like it across the country to help people with claiming their federal income credits. But this funding doesn't cover tax assistance provided to some low-income households, particularly seniors who are due state credits like the property tax and sales tax fairness credit, but don't file federally.
Ms.
Cash
Austin,
Coalition, yes?
you can wrap it up. That'd be great.
I will do my best, yes. So finally, I will say that this bill makes a very important fix to the EITC to make sure that I-10 filers are included. An estimate of about 65 families in Maine would be affected by this inclusion and making sure that we aren't cutting these essential families out of important resources in the tax code. So with that, I will say, really appreciate your consideration of the bill and hope that you are all able to support it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Austin? Thanks very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next up is Janet Smith from New Ventures and Cash Maine. Welcome, Ms. Smith. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Terry and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is Janet Smith, and I am a regional manager for New Ventures Maine, and I am the Financial Capability and Asset Building Coordinator for Cash Maine. This may answer Representative Bickford's question, but Cash Maine is one of the few states that operates as a collaborative, and we do so to provide efficiency of scale. We centralize our training, marketing, and outreach, innovations such as financial education and asset building, as well as this year, we centralized our online tax preparation systems, as well as data collection and analysis, and grant writing. Statewide coordination reduces the overall cost and time needed for running the individual tax sites and allows local programs to focus on the specific needs of their communities. I won't repeat, I have other information in my testimony that you've heard already, so I won't repeat that. But again, I would like to emphasize what others have said in regards to there are many eligible individuals and families who are not receiving the credits that they are eligible for. And that is one of the main reasons that we're asking for this additional funding, is to do more outreach and marketing to do that. As well as others have mentioned, the tax preparation is an opportune time to have conversations with people about money. And both people are receiving refunds, sometimes large refunds, or they may be paying. So, connecting them to resources to help them with their finances or to help them achieve their goals is a goal of our tax sites. In closing, I will just say that providing annual state funding for Cash Maine to provide the outreach and education services would enable these services to continue and to grow statewide. It would help more Maine individuals and families receive the federal and state tax credits that they are eligible for and provide them access to financial education and community resources to help them meet their financial needs and reach their financial goals. Thank you in advance for your consideration and support of LD 1651, and I would be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Great. Any questions for Ms. Smith? I have a couple of little ones. Assuming a family has no tax liability, especially a federal tax liability, and they come to you, are you, I know you don't turn anybody away, but are you able to really give them the focus that they need to get all of those credits, or is this like are you kind of getting them in and out the door quickly enough?
So, typically what happens now is our appointments are scheduled on a first come, first served basis. And, as Nicole Ernest mentioned, what often happens is those folks that don't have a federal filing requirement aren't coming in because they don't know that there is a tax credit available to them that they're eligible for. But if they do come in, we do prepare their taxes and get them their credits. Some of our sites have put specific emphasis on doing that, particularly Western Maine Cash with the grant that they received from Seniors Plus. They were able to do some extra outreach to get folks in the door. We do have some partners who operate within a community action program. So when people come in the door to access those programs, they often help them get those credits. But to do that consistently statewide, we don't have the capacity to do that at this time.
And are you finding yourself spending a lot of time going out searching for funding to get the word out to folks?
We have, yes. Yeah, each coalition has been searching for funding, every year, as well as statewide. We've applied for grants as well to support the services and to keep it going.
And if this bill were to pass, would that eliminate that part of the job for you, or would you still have to go out and get a little more fundraising?
I think we'd be pretty close. It would be pretty close to eliminating that part of the job. I guess depending if we wanted to even grow a little bit bigger.
Oh, good. And last question that I have is about the homestead exemption. I just paid my property tax bill yesterday and couldn't find the piece of paper, so I was scrolling through our property tax bills in my town under the T's and noticed that there were a bunch of people that don't apply for the homestead exemption, or that haven't applied for the homestead exemption. Is that one of the things that that Cash Maine and New Ventures and all of the other VITA programs will help folks understand that they get to have this exemption as well?
It is one of the things that we could definitely help to. I mean, our tax preparer volunteers are wonderful, and they want to see, folks get everything that they're eligible for. And again, often they come in thinking one thing's going to happen and something else happens, and when they find out they're eligible for other credits. I've heard lots of stories of people that have come in not knowing they're eligible for the Maine Equal Opportunity Credit, and then being able to go back 3 years to get that credit. It's just been really, amazing help for those folks. And I would also add that, sometimes we have people that have to pay, and a lot of times it's because of their payroll deductions, so the tax volunteers will help them figure out what to do to go back to their HR program and to be able to be in a different situation when tax time rolls around again next year.
That's great. Any other questions for Ms. Smith? All right, thank you very much. Seeing there are no further people here to speak in favor of or against, or neither for nor against, but of course, once again, we have lots of written testimony, so please be sure to read before the work session. Next up is the public, so that closes the public hearing for LD 1651, and we'll open up the next one for LD 1667. That is an act to create a tax credit. So no, we did that one already because Representative Sheehan was here. The next one is an act to LD 1678, an act to support childcare providers and school readiness through tax credits. Senator Representative Millette is here to present that. She's in cyberspace for a second, but will be with us shortly. There we go. Representative Millette, we are ready for you whenever you are.
Hello, I'm shifting from chairing the Education Committee. Just give me 1 second.
No problem.
And I'm not even the chair. So.
I was going to say.
Yeah, it is truly one of the most insane times in the legislature I have experienced in my 9 years. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and esteemed members of the Committee on Taxation. My name is Rebecca Millette, and I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth. I am excited to present for your consideration LD 1678, an act to support childcare providers and school readiness through tax credits. The earliest years of a child's life involve periods of incredible growth. Infants need many important inputs to properly shape their brains and build a healthy foundation for life, including consistent relationships with caring adults and adequate health and developmental support. Research is clear that high-quality childcare with warm, responsive, and skilled caregivers, as well as healthy and safe environments, help promote healthy developments for infants and toddlers and create a strong base for the future. Yet, far too many infants and toddlers lack access to childcare environments that foster healthy outcomes. When state policies and services that help children grow and thrive are lacking, an incredible opportunity is missed. Even before the pandemic, our early care and education providers were facing huge challenges: high staff turnover, low reimbursement rates, and families struggling to afford programs. As a result, early education and care deserts formed across our state. For 2015 to 2019, 71% of all of Maine's parents of children under the age of 6 were in the workforce, and long wait lists were the norm. By December 2020, our state saw the closure of 21 child care centers and 65 family child care programs due to COVID-19. Parents, mostly women, left the workforce due to remote learning and the closing of programs. The last year and a half has laid bare how early education and care providers are as essential to our economic infrastructure as are our roads. Access to care is not our only problem. Assuring the highest quality of early childhood experiences for our children is another. Although 1,004 out of 1,640 licensed child care providers were enrolled in Maine's early care and education quality rating system, just 14% of all of the child care programs met the highest standard. Over 60% are step 1 providers. That's 1 out of 4 steps. The quality of an early childhood program varies depending on 3 factors: responsive, engaging interpersonal interactions, developmentally appropriate environments for learning and exploring, and meaningful professional and instructional support for program directors and educators. LD 1678 is based on Louisiana's School Readiness Tax Credits program, which stands out as an effective lever in supporting an industry of small businesses, childcare centers, that is critical for the state's families and local economies, supporting enhanced quality in the early care and education sector, excuse me, creating greater access to higher quality care for at-risk children, incentivizing teachers of young children to strengthen their credentials, increasing awareness and use of higher quality programs, incentivizing local investment in early care and education, and improving outcomes for Louisiana's young children. Louisiana's School Readiness Tax programs, tax credits, has successfully accomplished these goals, all without ballooning costs. Through the development of the School Readiness Tax credits, Louisiana is supporting a sector that includes a broad network of child care providers that create jobs and earnings in their local economies, in addition to providing critical care for children. For every dollar spent in Louisiana's early care and education sector, there is a return of $1.78 into the local economy. Beyond the financial benefits for the state and local economies, the School Readiness Tax credits have incentivized and supported increased quality of early care and education centers by encouraging administrators and teachers to improve their training. Since their implementation, the number of centers with higher quality ratings has increased dramatically. In particular, the tax credits have increased access to high quality childcare for Louisiana's most vulnerable children. Between 2009 and 2016, the percentage of children under the age of 6 who receive child care assistant program or foster care services and were enrolled in centers with ratings of 3 stars or above increased from 20% to 46%. Further, the tax credits have provided a financial incentive for child care center teachers and directors to pursue the training and education needed to increase their credentials, which help improve teaching practices. Between 2008 and 2015, teachers achieving a Teacher Level 1 credential increased from 963 to 3,598, an increase of 374%. And the number of staff that attained higher credentials at pathway levels 2, 3, and 4 increased almost 8-fold from 284 to 2,156. State policies can promote the quality and continuity of early childhood experiences and positively impact the healthy growth and development of babies and toddlers in child care settings. These policies can not only advance basic health and safety, but also increase the likelihood that those who care for infants and toddlers have the tools to stimulate early learning and development, identify health and developmental issues, and potentially link families to necessary supports. This tax credit program before you today supports different groups of stakeholders, all of whom have a role in increasing the quality of care children receive. To each of these stakeholders, the credits provide meaningful assistance to improve access and quality. The quality of childcare ultimately relies on the quality of the relationship between the child care provider and the child and skilled and stable providers, promoting positive development. A secure relationship between the infant and the caregiver can complement the relationship between parents and young children and facilitate early learning and social development. Young children whose caregivers provide ample verbal and cognitive stimulation, who are sensitive and responsive, and who give them generous amounts of attention and support are more likely to be advanced in all aspects of development compared with children who fail to receive these important inputs. Children who receive this type of quality care will be more likely to succeed in school, in life, and will support Maine's future economy. I hope you will join me in supporting LD 1678. It has become crystal clear to me after nearly 15 years of public service and education that ensuring as many as possible of our youngest children having the opportunity to build strong foundations is essential to anything we hope for them to accomplish during their school years and as responsible, productive adults. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Representative Millett. I can tell you that one of my constituents called this weekend, so excited to see this bill. She's retiring, so no credit to her, but she felt like it was a dream come true, that all of the things that they had been asking for years were finally coming to make things better for everybody, parents, children, and teachers. So thank you. Are there any questions for Representative Millett? All right, seeing none, thank you again. And we will hear next from Tara Williams from the Maine Association for the Education.
Representative Terry, my apologies, but we're working Child Development Services and Education, which is a huge, as Ms. Williams knows, huge issue we're facing in education. So I'm going to try to listen to both, but I'm going to turn my camera off.
All right, terrific. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. So Ms. Williams, you are up next, and following Ms. Williams will be Todd Landry. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having me, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Tara Williams. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Association for the Education of Young Children in support of LD 1678. And for anyone who's not familiar with our organization, we work to promote high quality early learning for all children from birth through third grade by connecting practice, policy, and research. And we support this proposal because we think it focuses very strategically on 3 areas of need in our childcare system and brings a model to Maine that has had success in another state, as you heard from Representative Millett. LD 1678 focuses on the 3 groups that struggle financially in the childcare sector: the parents who can't afford to pay more, the early childhood educators working in childcare who really can't afford to make less, and the childcare program itself, where thin margins make it extremely difficult to improve quality and to be able to afford being able to care for and educate children, including within the childcare subsidy system. So one of the pieces we endorse in this bill is the support for working families and their ability, the fact that this bill amends the current income tax credit for childcare expenses and allows them to obtain a credit between 50% and 200% of the federal tax credit, depending on the quality rating of the program that they attend. We think this enhanced credit will encourage providers to meet higher quality standards and for parents to find those providers, while helping parents to afford the cost of early care and education for their children. I also want to stress our support of the refundable tax credit for the childcare provider for the program itself, who is providing service to families that are participating in the childcare subsidies program, where the amount of the credit is based on the quality of the program. Linking the tax credit to both the number of children served and the quality of the program will increase the availability of quality childcare for families in Maine. Currently, many programs choose not to provide care for families in the subsidy system, as reimbursement rates, while better in Maine than many other states, still don't cover the full cost of care. There are many reasons we believe to incentivize the creation and the growth of quality childcare in Maine, because programs that have the higher quality ratings are the ones that are using Maine's early learning guidelines, infant toddler guidelines. They have staff with higher levels of education and more experience. And the higher tax credit for quality helps offset the higher costs of quality, because whether it's better facilities, materials, the experienced teachers who have credentials and degrees, all of those things that lead to higher quality cost money. And the credits in this proposal help to fund that quality for children and families in Maine. So your support of LD 1678 will help retain Maine's childcare workforce, improve the quality of programs, and support parents' ability to access childcare for their infants, toddlers, and preschoolers. So thank you for the time, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Williams? Oops, that's your timer.
Beat the timer.
Good timing. Any questions for Ms. Williams? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it and the timeliness of it. So good. Next up is Todd Landry. Following Mr. Landry will be Melissa Hackett. Welcome, Mr. Landry.
Good afternoon, Representative Terry, Senator Chipman, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. I'm Dr. Todd Landry. I'm Director of the Office of Child and Family Services within the Department of Health and Human Services, here today to provide information on LD 1678. We recognize at OCFS that workforce issues have certainly a significant impact on child care providers, and as a result, that impacts the availability and accessibility of high-quality child care for families throughout the state. OCFS believes this bill would have a positive financial impact for providers, child care staff, and parents, and that these impacts may increase the number of providers and the availability of individuals to staff child care programs. We also greatly appreciate the bill's emphasis on quality. By increasing the amount of tax credits based on the quality rating of the program, this bill, we believe, would incentivize providers to work to move up the quality rating scale, both for their own tax credit, but also for the attractiveness of their program to parents who are seeking to maximize their own tax credit amount. Now, 2 weeks ago, OCFS released its child care plan for Maine, which included an announcement of plans to spend $127 million in American Rescue Plan Act funding for child care. This spending plan includes $28 million over a 2-year period in salary supplements and wage supports for child care staff. In addition, OCFS has already in place initiatives to provide financial assistance to providers through increases in child care subsidy payment amounts based on the provider's quality rating. These initiatives are not tied to funding related to the pandemic and are expected to continue after the federal stimulus money has been expended. Currently, I should mention that parents utilizing a provider at the top of the quality rating system also receive an enhanced tax credit for their child care expenses. OCFS is also supporting workforce development through the Teach Scholarship Program, which supports individuals seeking to attain a credential or degree in early childhood education. As it relates to this bill, OCFS is aware that other states offer similar tax incentives to support providers and their staff to incentivize the growth of high-quality child care programs. Based on our understanding of those other states, we believe we would require an additional employee to oversee this initiative in order to ensure consistent communication between OCFS and Maine Revenue regarding the quality ratings of individual providers and the individual qualifications of staff. Additionally, tracking and verifying the early childhood education setting and the custody status of a child in state custody would require a combination of manual work as well as a technical solution. And while the idea of tax credits may seem relatively simple on its face, there are issues OCFS and Maine Revenue will have to contend with that you should consider as you weigh this bill. For example, how would a
Sorry, Mr. Landry, if you could wrap it up, we're at the 3-minute mark.
I will. I will. I think you do have to consider situations where a program or an employee changes status during the course of the year. I also want to make sure the committee is aware of LD 1652, a bill being heard by your colleagues in the IDEA committee. That bill establishes salary supplements instead of tax credits for the same child care workforce that you're considering here. That would potentially be an added complication. I'm not aware of any states in the country that implement both tax credits and salary supplements because of the duplicative nature of the administration of similar programs. So we appreciate Representative Millett for bringing this bill forward. We do suggest that the timing of the bill may not be completely appropriate given the current efforts building capacity through the $127 million of ARPA funding, but I'd be happy to answer questions and refer you to my full testimony.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much. And I would like to be clear, Mr. Landry was speaking neither for nor against, and I apologize. I did miss one person that's still going to be joining us in a second in speaking in favor of. We have a question from Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Representative Terry. Thank you, Mr. Landry, for being here. Has the department done any kind of analysis on, you referenced the Bill and the Idea Committee, has the department done any kind of analysis on what the benefits would be for a tax credit versus a supplement to the income?
No, but I thank you for your question, Representative. We actually, beginning earlier this year, agreed on a technical assistance project through the 0 to 3 organization nationally with a group of 12 to 13 other states. And specifically, one of the things that that group is looking at, and it includes Ms. Williams on this group as well, it includes looking at the different ways to support staff, either through salary supplements or tax credits. So it's something that we're actively engaged in now, but we have not yet completed that work with our advocates and providers.
Thank you. Just one follow-up, if I may, Representative Terry. Thank you. You also said that, pardon me, Mr. Landry, I thought what I heard you say was that you didn't think this was the right time for this bill. Can you just elaborate on what that means?
Sure. The reason that I question, or OCFS questions the timing on this bill is, as I mentioned, we're about to begin implementing $127 million worth of ARPA funding specifically dedicated to childcare. Included in that is $28 million specifically focused on salary supplements for the workforce. Implementing this at the same time as salary supplements could be confusing for that workforce. It certainly would be taxing from an administrative perspective. And we do believe that this would give us the opportunity to study the impact of the salary supplements before the legislature considers a long-term solution of either supplements or tax credits.
And just how much are the salary bump ups and when will that be implemented?
We are waiting for federal guidance to be able to formally announce the details, but our current working plan, pending that federal guidance, is $100 of supplement per month per child care worker across the state.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Sachs, you're okay? No questions?
Having spent most of the day in IDEA with my bill, I believe 1652 is voted ought not to pass, but I will double check that just because I happen to be there most of the day.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Trying to confirm the actual vote, but
if I may, Representative Terry.
Sure.
The vote on 1652 today was ought to pass as amended. It was a 9-1 vote with 3 absent.
Oh, with the amendment, but yeah, okay. We can talk about it at work session.
Absolutely, and we definitely will. And Representative Sachs, I will hold you to the remembering that, since that's what's mostly in your mind today too.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Landry? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it. And welcome, Ms. Hackett. I apologize for having someone skip the queue. I apologize.
No problem. You all are juggling a lot, so no worries at all.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is Melissa Hackett, and I'm here today to provide testimony in support of 1678 on behalf of my colleague, Rita Furlow, Senior Policy Analyst at the Maine Children's Alliance, who is currently working the CBS bill in education. For those of you who don't know, MCA is a statewide nonpartisan, nonprofit research and advocacy organization whose mission is to promote sound public policies to improve the lives of children, youth, and families in Maine. With over 70% of Maine children under the age of 6 having both parents working to make ends meet, families in Maine need high-quality early care and education to help them care for their children. A system of childcare that meets the needs of children and families is essential to not only the healthy development of young children, but to the economic prosperity of our state. Families need quality childcare so adults can work, while their children's development and learning is also supported. Yet paying for childcare takes a big bite out of the family budget. For instance, the average cost of center-based infant care in Maine is on par with the annual tuition and fees to attend UMaine. Childcare providers are also financially squeezed, functioning on very tight margins, while early educators are severely underpaid, especially given the critical importance of the work they do to support young children. The COVID crisis has revealed the devastating costs of the failure to invest in a comprehensive, equitable, quality early care and education system. Nearly 2 million women have completely dropped out of the labor force since February 2020, meaning they are neither working nor looking for work. Public investments are needed now to help families meet the high cost of quality childcare they need to work and to help providers stay open and regain financial stability during the pandemic recovery. Investments might take the form of additional childcare and development block grant funding, as well as assistance offered through the tax code. Tax assistance can be tailored to help support quality childcare services, following the model of the Louisiana School Readiness Tax Credits, which you've also heard about. This package of credits is designed to target numerous stakeholders invested in supporting quality childcare, including parents, providers, and the business community. These credits have had a demonstrated impact on the quality of the childcare system in that state, according to a number of critical measures, including participation in the state's quality rating and improvement system, the share of children receiving childcare subsidy enrolled in higher quality settings, and early education teachers participating in professional development. These results have led the Louisiana legislature to extend the effective dates of the tax credits and have led other states to enact similar legislation. Importantly, LD 1678 would improve upon the credits in several ways, by including both family childcare and childcare centers, and through more generous tax credit amounts for providers. A high quality system of early care and education that meets the needs of children and families is essential to not only the development of young children, but to the overall economy of Maine. This proposed legislation would enable more Maine families, providers, and early educators to access tax credit assistance to support quality childcare and keep Maine moving forward on the road to providing more children with the care they need to thrive. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Hackett. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you again. And we are, let's see, I believe Mr. Landry was the only one speaking neither for nor against. We have no one speaking against this motion, so that this bill. So that closes the public hearing on LD 1678, and I will turn the gavel back over to Senator Chipman.
Great, thank you, Representative Terry. So we're ready to open up the public hearing on LD 1689. That's bill sponsored by Senator Maxman. I don't know if Senator Maxman's with us, if we can bring her in to introduce this bill, and following Senator Maxman, we will hear from Chuck Frazier to speak in support. So if we can also promote Chuck Frazier. Welcome, Senator Maxman.
Good. Oh my goodness.
There we go. Welcome.
Senator Chipman, Representative and honorable members of the Taxation Committee. My name's Chloe Maxman. I represent Senate District 13, which is all of Lincoln County except for Dresden, plus Washington and Windsor, 27 towns in the Mid-Coast. I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of LD 1689 today. I've worked for the past 17 years to combat the climate crisis. Growing up on a farm in Maine, it didn't take long for me to understand that our natural resources and environment are inextricably connected to our way of life and our economy. The climate crisis is the greatest threat that our environment has ever known. This also means, by extension, that it is the greatest threat to what makes our state so unique and what keeps Maine thriving. So we must act on climate. I think that we can all agree to that. But to me, the way that we act is just as important as the fact that we take action. Our current fossil fuel-based energy system disproportionately impacts communities across our country and the world, with so many towns facing power plants, pipelines, fracking, and other dangerous infrastructures. We also know that the communities that have contributed the least to the climate crisis are also the most impacted. Maine is an example of this. We rank 45th in the country for energy-related CO2 emissions, but our entire way of life is at stake. We have an opportunity to make sure that no Mainer is left behind or unduly burdened by the renewable energy transition that is inevitably coming our way. The transition to renewable energy must treat all Mainers fairly and equitably. That is the heart of what this bill is about. LD 1689 aims to ensure that clean energy projects in Maine are actually benefiting our communities, not simply extracting resources, space, or time. In this bill, we define clean energy projects as the development and construction of infrastructure for the generation, storage, transformation, or transmission of electricity generated using fuel cells, wind, solar cells, biomass, tides or waves, geothermal resources, or technology that converts otherwise lost energy from exhaust. Despite this massive crisis that we face, there is an incredible opportunity for Maine, especially in the development of new projects. There are two parts to this bill. The first states that any machinery or equipment used on a clean energy project is eligible for a refund or exemption on 75% of the sales tax if the project benefits the local community. There are three ways that a project can benefit a community. The project can, number one, result in meaningful economic impact on an overburdened community. Overburdened communities are where at least 35% of households qualify as low income. At least 40% of residents identify as members of a minority group or as members of a tribe. Or at least 40% of the households have limited English speaking proficiency. The second way a project can benefit a community is by supporting local manufacturing. And the third is that the project would be developed under a community benefits agreement or a project labor agreement. The last part of this bill, Section 3, directs the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future to conduct a supply chain manufacturing assessment on how the state can support existing manufacturing and attract additional manufacturing associated with renewable energy industries. The goal here is to better understand the life cycle and impacts of clean energy project supply chains. The overall intent of this bill is to join other legislation this session in making sure that the coming energy transition benefits Mainers, not just large out-of-state companies. Our laws will guide this new path. Thank you for your consideration of LD 1689, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Senator Maxman. Any questions from members of the committee? Go ahead, Representative Sachs.
Thank you. Trying so hard to do these. Good morning. Good afternoon, Senator Maxman. Thanks for being here today. I'm wondering, I did read the Maine Revenue Services testimony and wondered if you connected with them or have a sense of how this fits in with the business equipment tax reimbursement program that's already in the books, the Better or Better program.
Thank you for the question, Representative Sachs. I did see their testimony. I have not yet had a chance to reach out to them, but I intend to. I know that we're running short on time, but I think there's a lot of space to work with the committee on using this model and refining the exact language of the bill to make sure that it is incentivizing businesses to provide good services to the communities that they are operating in. And I will absolutely be talking with them before the work session. I would also add that a lot of the model for this bill came out of legislation that was just passed in Washington State. And I think there are other ideas that we can glean from their legislation, which was many dozens of pages long, to address their concerns.
Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing no additional questions, thank you for being with us, Senator Maxman. We'll introduce this bill. Forward to working with you on it. We'll now open up testimony from those who are here to speak in support of the bill, beginning with Chuck Frazier, followed by Grant Provost. If we can promote Grant Provost, he'll speak following Mr. Frazier. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Committee on Taxation. My name is Chuck Frazier. I live in Newburgh, and I'm the business manager of International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 1253, based in Newport. I'm here today to speak in support of LD 1689, an act to ensure equity in the clean energy economy by providing a limited tax exemption for certain clean energy infrastructure projects. As the state of Maine and federal government set goals for clean energy into the future, one of the biggest issues facing workers in the fossil fuel industry is they fear in the transition from fossil fuel to clean energy jobs, the loss of wages will lead them, out of the middle class. And this fear is real, as reported by the 2019 Bureau of Labor Statistics report on renewable energy industry wages. while the fossil fuel power sector has average wages between $70,310 to $81,460, which is solid middle-class wages, wages in the renewable industry start to slide over the middle class. Wind turbine service technicians median wages are $52,900, and solar installers median wages is $44,800. LD 1689 addresses this issue with project labor agreement language. This language encouraging project labor agreements is the best way to assure wages lift clean energy jobs back into the middle class. Project labor agreements also push for the hiring of women, people of color, indigenous people, and immigrants and other minority groups, along with apprenticeships. These groups almost always face wage inequities throughout all industries. With a project labor agreement, there are no wage inequities. All workers are paid the same based on their status as a journey worker or as a registered apprentice. I support LD 1689 because it helps ensure clean energy jobs remain in the middle class and ensure pay equity across all groups of people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Appreciate you keeping your comments brief, and thank you for offering your testimony. Any questions from members of the committee? Doesn't look like we have any questions. Thank you for being here. Now hear from Grant Provost to speak in support, followed by Jason Shedlock. Welcome, Mr. Provost.
Good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and esteemed members of the Committee on Taxation. My name is Grant Provost. I'm the business agent for Ironworkers Local 7. I'm a member of the AFL-CIO Executive Board, and I sit on 3 Maine State Workforce Boards: the Maine State Construction Board, the Central Maine and Western Maine Workforce Board, and the Maine State Workforce Board. I am a member of the Maine State Building and Construction Trades Council, and I chair the Council's Committee on Offshore Wind. Today, I rise in support of LD 1689, an act to ensure equity in the clean energy economy by providing a limited tax exemption for certain clean energy infrastructure projects. I would like to echo Senator Maxman's words and thank her for all the hard work she puts into each legislative session for our environment and Maine's working class. I hear her when she speaks of a childhood growing up in rural Maine and how important it is to protect our natural wonders. My youth was spent in the woods of Skowhegan, Maine, on property that has been in my family for 4 generations. I admire Senator Maxman's devotion to protecting what makes Maine such a great place to be from, to grow up in, and to raise a family. Equally important is the transition to a more environmentally sound sources of energy to fuel our exponentially growing needs. It is monumental to the working Mainers that we make this transition in a way that shares the abundance of financial prosperity developers and companies are amassing with those who create that wealth. The men and women that go to work every day, put in the long hours and all types of weather to move this state and this nation to a more sustainable carbon neutral future should be paid in a way that reflects their value. Without their perseverance, grit, and ingenuity, projects not only don't reach completion, they never get started. When tax breaks are given to developers that share these views, we not only invest in our neighbors, our friends, and our families, we invest in our own economic future. When Mainers are paid well, that money flows back into the economy and nights out, family trips to the movies, new cars, college tuition, the list goes on. This legislative session, as in every legislative session I am able to, you will hear me mention project labor agreements. The fact is, on large construction sites that have PLAs, all the workers are positively being paid a living wage and their families are sharing in the prosperity that usually is sucked up to the top. PLAs do not exclude any company from bidding on a project. They do set the price and schedule while protecting the client, the construction companies that sign on to the agreement, and my personal favorite, the employees on site. I'm proud to stand today shoulder to shoulder with Senator Maxman to support her work and urge this committee ought to pass on this legislation. I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are some.
Great, thank you, Mr. Provost. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Appreciate your being here.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Jason Shedlock from the Laborers International Union, followed by Matt Schlobaum. Welcome, Mr. Shedlock. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Senator. Good afternoon.
I think you're on mute. I don't know if you.
Good afternoon, Senator Chipman.
I think you're on mute, Mr. Shedlock.
No, but I think your volume might be down actually.
Mine volume.
No, Mr. Shedlock's. Yeah, you're really super quiet.
Can you speak closer to the microphone? Yeah, I can't hear anything. It sounds like he's on mute, but it doesn't look like he's on mute on the screen, but you can't hear anything at all.
If you have headphones, they might have a microphone you can speak into.
Or go down to your mute button and there's a little arrow down there. Make sure that it's on the built-in microphone for your computer.
Is this any better?
A little bit.
Oh.
Perhaps I could just speak up a little bit. Is this
There
better?
you go. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Okay. Go for it.
All right. Good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Committee on Taxation. I'm Jason J. Shedlock. I'm a regional organizer for the Laborers International Union of North America. I'm also a trustee and executive board member of both the Maine AFL-CIO and the Southern Maine Labor Council, and a resident of South Portland. I also serve on the Maine Apprenticeship Council, as well as the State Workforce Board, and I appear before you in strong support of LD 1689, an act to ensure equity in the clean energy economy by providing a limited tax exemption for certain clean energy infrastructure projects. Thank you to Senator Maxman for continued leadership on this issue. The Laborers Union supports the efforts to put working families and frontline communities first while transitioning to a clean energy future. While the laborers are an all of the above energy union, we know that we must be nimble to meet the needs of Mainers now into the future. LD 1689 is a critical step in positioning Maine to be a leader in that process. As a representative of working families, I must state that any legislation that builds Maine must, without fail, include strong labor standards. LD 1689 does just that, as it provides a substantial tax benefit for those who invest in Maine workers by implementing a project labor agreement, or a PLA, as a part of the purchase of equipment on clean energy projects. Through PLAs, by partnering with building trades unions such as the laborers, or the iron workers, or the electricians, as you heard from, we ensure that the workers are compensated fairly, are safe on the job site, trained well, earn healthcare benefits, and, after an honest career, have an even shot at retiring with dignity. PLAs incorporate registered apprenticeship so that we are training Maine's future builders. They could also include targets for traditionally underserved populations such as women and people of color. There are also programs for returning veterans, open to any contractor, union and non, who is willing to meet fair labor standards, and why would they not? PLAs are crafted in partnership with contractors and labor organizations to fit the needs of the specific project and the specific community. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, and I'm available to work with the committee during their work session to ensure we have the strongest bill possible so we can assist those who invest in Maine's working families and in Maine's environment. I urge you to vote to pass on LD 1689. Thank you for your time and sorry for the technical difficulties.
Great, no problem. Thank you, Mr. Shedlock. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. We'll now hear from Matt Schlobaum from Maine AFL-CIO, followed by Mike Williams. We can promote Mike Williams to speak next. Welcome, Mr. Schlobaum.
Good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Matt Schlobaum. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine AFL-CIO. We're a federation of 160 local unions representing 40,000 working men and women in Maine. I also had the pleasure of serving in the past year on the Maine's Climate Council and the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee, and we testify today in support of LD 1689. I think there's a few points that I would hope we all share. The first is that we face a deeply existential climate crisis. We see the news every day. We know it threatens all the things we love about Maine. We know it's raising sea levels. We know it's jeopardizing the natural beauty of our state. We know it's transforming the kind of work people do and their working conditions. And we know we need to act incredibly fast to avoid deep, deep damage. As a labor organization, the second point that I would hope we could acknowledge is that that climate crisis is rooted in a deep crisis of economic inequality. That's an inequality of wealth, income, power, and opportunity, and it cuts deeply along lines of race, class, gender, and geography. The pandemic has reminded us of many things and laid bare many things, the crisis of inequality being one of them that we've seen front and center for the past 15 months. We have, and there's stats in my written testimony to back that up. And I think we all know that a response to both of those crises has to be swift and it has to be bold, and that we have an opportunity to rebuild new sectors of our economy. But I think we know, as Mr. Frazier pointed out in his earlier testimony, that through decades and decades of organizing and workers in the fossil fuel economy have built decent quality jobs with good pay and benefits. Thus far, the clean energy economy has been much more uneven, and there's data in my testimony backing that up. And if you look at certain sectors, weatherization, solar, others, these are not yet high quality family sustaining jobs. So our most basic assertion is that if we are going to succeed in addressing climate change and addressing our economic inequality, we have to be very explicit about making sure renewable energy jobs are high quality, family sustaining, high road jobs that people can live on, that they can build good quality careers on, and that doesn't just happen by itself. It happens through workers organizing, it happens through public policy like this bill, it happens through tight labor markets. Maine's 4-year climate action plan, Maine Won't Wait, advocated this very strategy. I'll just excerpt from it. The Strengthen Maine's Clean Energy Economy Plan highlights the importance of encouraging efforts to target the creation of high quality jobs through strategies that pair job quality standards with clean energy investments. Some of these may include prevailing wages, project labor agreements, safety and health protections, community benefit agreements, registered apprenticeship utilization, and local hire provisions, and more. It goes on. LD 1689 follows that exact strategy. It says that as we make this transition that we have to make today and urgently, we need to replace what are very good quality jobs with very good quality jobs. And it provides us some tools to do that and tries to incentivize it through the use of project labor agreements that support frontline communities and address inequity, that support local manufacturing, and that make sure that these construction projects are high quality projects. Happy to talk more about the details of PLAs if that's helpful. And then the second part of the bill that's really important is it calls for a supply chain assessment by the Governor's Office of Policy Innovation in the future. We know that as we build out these new sectors to decarbonize transportation and energy generation and in our buildings, we should really look at how do we strengthen existing manufacturing, how do we build new sectors of manufacturing, how do we have a domestic supply chain that provides the key components for what is going to be our 21st century economy. So we appreciate Senator Maxman's work, look forward to working with all of you, and happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Good to see you. We'll now hear from Mike Williams in favor, to speak in favor of the bill. And following Mr. Williams, which will conclude the testimony on that bill, we'll hear from Terry, who's going to introduce the next bill. Welcome, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and distinguished members of the Taxation Committee. As mentioned, my name is Mike Williams. I live in Cumberland, and I'm testifying in support of LD 1689. I am here on my own behalf today, but I have spent the majority of my career working to find solutions that jointly address the climate crisis while lifting up working people, most notably the last 12 years working for the Blue Green Alliance, a national partnership of labor unions and environmental organizations. Long and short of it, we can and we must fight climate change and inequality, reduce pollution, rebuild and strengthen the economy, and create and maintain good paying union jobs across Maine all at the same time. LD 1689 puts forward a policy that helps us begin to do just this by incentivizing the best of what Maine's clean energy projects should be. Over the last few years, there's been inspiring discussion about how we can truly ensure that high quality jobs are central to Maine's efforts to fight the climate crisis and grow our clean economy. Matt just mentioned, he quoted from the Maine Climate Council's 4-year plan. I will throw another quote at you. There's another part of it that says, growth in Maine's energy and efficiency sector will require a skilled workforce, creating good career opportunities for thousands of Maine people, especially when paired with focused education and training opportunities and policies and incentives that reward quality jobs with family supporting wages and benefits. Ensuring that we get the high quality job creation out of this economy and these investments will require that we actually put forward public policy to make sure that this happens. So LD 1689 will help us to begin to realize this vision by incentivizing clean energy projects that meet 3 core objectives to ensure that Maine's transition to a clean economy is in fact successful. First, providing meaningful economic impact to an overburdened community. Second, supporting local manufacturing. And third, utilizing community benefits agreements and or project labor agreements. Senator Maxman did a wonderful job with this bill and has been a wonderful champion for working people and the environment, laid it out in more detail. But those are the core pieces of it. The other part also, the supply chain assessment truly is an incredibly important effort. Maine stands at the precipice of opportunity for manufacturing. The supply chain of specifically offshore wind could be very, very big and vast. There's well over 2,000 parts and components in a wind turbine. The offshore wind industry is just at its nascent beginnings. So there's a huge opportunity here. So it's time that we spend some time to really assess where we're at with that. So the assessment piece, as well as the incentive piece for the clean energy economy, are incredibly important. So it's time that we matched our rhetoric with action. It's time we recognize that the climate crisis, the inequality crisis, and the injustice felt in overburdened communities all have common solutions. I really hope you'll pass LD 1689 and start us on this path. In my written testimony, I have a bit more information specifically around the interrelationship between better labor practices and policies and the cost and benefits of the clean energy transition. It's a working paper from Princeton. So if you're interested in that, happy to answer questions on that, or just feel free to take a look. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us, Mr. Williams. Appreciate your testimony in support of this bill. That concludes those who have signed up to speak in support of the bill. We don't have anybody signed up to speak in opposition or neither for nor against. We'll close the public hearing on LD 1689. We'll now open up the public hearing on our last bill this afternoon. It's LD 1704 that's going to be introduced to us by Representative Terry on behalf of Representative Talbot Ross, who's not able to be with us today. So take it away, Representative Terry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And yes, I'm reading this on behalf of Representative Talbot Ross. She will most likely probably be here for the work session. So Senator Chipman, distinguished colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation, I am representing Rachel Talbot Ross. She is the representative for House District 40 in Portland and serves as Assistant House Majority Leader. Right now, Maine is at a crossroads. As tens of thousands of hardworking Mainers struggle to make ends meet, their hardships exacerbated by an unprecedented global pandemic, our state lacks the funding necessary to protect the most vulnerable among us and provide all residents of our state with the tools they need to thrive. Meanwhile, Maine's wealthiest family have not only been spared the suffering of our working families, they have grown their wealth in part thanks to our overly generous estate tax exemption, one of the largest in the country. We often reference growing income inequality as an indicator of flaws in our economic system and need of legislated remedies, but we tend to ignore wealth inequality, a far greater problem with an impact that spans generations. The United States, despite being one of the world's wealthiest nations, exhibits wider wealth disparities than any other developed country. A staggering 16% of household wealth in the United States is owned through inheritance rather than direct labor, meaning that no amount of education, career advancement, or growth in household income is likely to bridge the divide between rich and poor. Wealth inequality is particularly prevalent between races. White families on average have 7 times more wealth than Black families and 5 times more wealth than Latinx families. This has been the case since 1963, thanks to the legacy of segregationist policies that stifled wealth accumulation for people of color. Maine, of course, is no exception. The top 1% of Maine's residents own 39% of its wealth, while the bottom 90% of Mainers claim just a 23% share. This divide is growing rapidly, with wealthy families now able to pass on nearly $6 million to their heirs tax-free. LD 1704 would seek to curb this growing wealth inequity by focusing on a very small target. By lowering the state tax exemption to $1 million, just over half of 1% of Maine estates owned by Maine families would be impacted by estate taxes. Family farms, fisheries, aquaculture businesses, and forestry businesses would be given an additional exemption of up to $3.8 million. If enacted, the lower estate tax exemption would have a myriad of benefits for Maine residents as a whole. We expect this change to generate an additional $30 million in revenue, half of which would be directed to the Maine State Housing Authority to provide affordable housing options in the midst of our state's dire housing crisis. These options would provide equal investment to communities of color and Indigenous communities to help remedy longstanding barriers to wealth. By investing this revenue in housing, we are helping people stay in Maine, to open business, to contribute to our economy, and to make our state an even better place to live. That is a victory for all of us. Thank you for your time and attention. Please feel welcome to contact Representative Talbott Ross with any questions, and she looks forward to joining us at the work session.
Great, thank you, Representative Terry. Any questions for Representative Terry, members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for introducing the bill on behalf of Representative Talbott Ross. We'll now open up I don't see any co-sponsors signed up to speak, so we'll now open up the public hearing to those who signed up to speak in support of the bill, beginning with Sarah Austin, followed by Valerie Todd. We can promote Sarah Austin and Valerie Todd.
Done. It doesn't look like Valerie Todd is here at the moment, but maybe she'll.
Okay, can we promote Adam Zuckerman, who's also someone who wants to speak on this bill?
Sure. Done.
Great, welcome, Ms. Austin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Chipman and Representative Terry and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Sarah Austin. I'm a tax and budget analyst at the Maine Center for Economic Policy and here to testify in support of 1704. The estate tax paid by only the very wealthiest is a critical tool for reducing inequality and investing in things that create shared prosperity. But in the last decade, Maine's estate tax has been hollowed out, delivering a massive tax break to the ultra wealthy, while funding for our schools, community, and healthcare has fallen behind. Much of what is in my testimony for this bill is very similar to LD 1524 that the committee heard last week, but just to bring a couple points to the surface here. Our economy suffers from declines in labor productivity and consumer demand when access to education, healthcare, and capital is limited because of extreme inequality. At the same time, concentrated wealth typically yields unbalanced political power, leading to policy choices that favor the wealthy at the expense of investments that support economic mobility and reduce poverty. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development recommends increased access to education and higher taxes on the wealthy to reverse the loss in economic growth that stems from inequality. A more robust estate tax is part of that solution here in Maine. This bill would bring Maine's estate tax back to its 2012 level to apply to all individual estates valued at more than $1 million and would generate roughly $30 million per year. Past estate tax data suggests that many filers owing estate taxes at this level would be residents of other states. We'd be able to import some of that tax base as well. And just to reiterate from last week, the reality is that most Mainers are lucky to earn $2 million over their entire lifetime, let alone have $1 million left at the time of their death to pass on to their heirs. So again, this is limited to very wealthy families in Maine, statistically speaking. It's also important to note that both of the bills in front of the committee do consider exempting working farmland and heavy capital equipment industries like fishery, forestry, aquaculture, and agriculture businesses up to $3.8 million. For LD 1704, this additional exemption would allow persons owning these types of businesses to exempt up to $4.8 million from owing any estate tax, as the committee wanted to make it so that this bill effectively leaves the current estate tax exemption the same for these kinds of businesses. It could increase that to $4.8 million in exemption just for this bill. But we can talk about that more at the work session perhaps. So just to also be clear, this bill specifically puts half of the revenue raised to the Housing Opportunities for Maine Fund to improve access to affordable housing, and would direct Maine Housing to create a process to ensure that the project evaluation accounts for the needs of Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities, which is a goal that MESUP also supports. So with that, I urge the committee to support lowering Maine's estate tax exemption. This kind of policy will improve economic opportunity and help fund needed investment in Maine communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing no questions, thank you for being with us today. We'll now hear from Adam Zuckerman to speak in support. And following Mr. Zuckerman, there's someone by the name of Dana, I believe, that's in the waiting room that needs to be promoted. He's not on the registrant list, but he did sign up after 12:30 to speak in opposition. So we'd like to have him speak. He actually got cut off in 1689 and wanted to speak on that, but hadn't signed up before 12:30, so he wasn't on the list. My apologies. We'll get to him after Mr. Zuckerman. Welcome.
Great, thank you. And I hope you're all enjoying the beautiful weather today. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is Adam Zuckerman, and I'm the lobbyist for Maine People's Alliance. Our 32,000 members stretch from Kittery to Fort Kent. We are committed to creating a state of Maine where everyone has what they need, everyone contributes what they can, and no one is left behind. I'm pleased today to strongly testify in favor of Assistant Majority Leader Talbot Ross's LD 1704, an act to change the exclusion amount under the estate tax and provide additional funding for the Housing Opportunities for Maine Fund. Over the years, Maine's estate tax has been watered down again and again, allowing more and more wealth to accumulate at the top tax-free. Wealth inequality is growing fast and is even more concentrated than income inequality. As of 2019, the top 10% of families owned 76% of the wealth. That's while the bottom 50% of families in our nation own just 1% of the wealth. That's 1% of our nation's wealth for 64 million families. That is because more than half of all wealth is inherited, not earned. The status quo perpetuates inequality across generations as the wealthiest families leverage their abundant resources to increase their share of the economic pie and pass their wealth on to their heirs. This system also makes racial inequality worse. It deepens the legacy of discrimination and of racist policies such as redlining and segregation, which reduce the ability of people of color to accumulate wealth and thus to pass that wealth on to their children. Today, white families are more than 3 times as likely as Black families to receive an inheritance. And when they do, the inheritance received by white families is almost triple what Black families receive. That inequality, combined with the pandemic, has driven skyrocketing home prices, which makes it even more difficult for those without massive inheritances to afford homes. According to the Maine Association of Realtors, in Lincoln County, the median price of a home rose 47% from the end of 2019 to the end of 2020. In Scarborough, the median home price rose almost $200,000 from $445,000 last January to $625,000 this January. Assistant Majority Leader Talbot Ross's bill will help tackle our two-headed crisis of housing affordability and wealth inequality by closing Governor LePage's estate tax loophole and using that revenue to enable more Mainers to afford to live here. We wholeheartedly support her proposal and would be glad to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Zuckerman. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. We do have one more person to speak in support of the bill before we hear from Dana Duran in opposition. Looks like Valerie Todd is now with us. We'd like to hear from Valerie Todd to speak in support of this bill, and then we'll hear from Dana Duran in opposition. Welcome, Mr. Todd. Mrs. Todd.
Thank you so much. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and other members of the Joint Committee on Taxation. Good afternoon, and so much respect to you for hanging in there for these meetings on behalf of all of us. My name is Valerie Todd, and I'm a Maine resident who will be impacted by the reduced estate tax exemption proposed in LD 1704. And I am here to urge you to pass LD 1704 because it's what Maine needs to improve the lives of all Mainers and not just those of us at the top. As you guys know, the pandemic has made inequality among the people of Maine even worse. And insufficient state revenue has resulted in a lack of funding for our public schools, delayed improvements in our infrastructure, and cuts to important programs like MaineCare. Wealth taxes like the estate tax are the simplest and most effective way to address economic inequality. But Maine's watered down estate tax, combined with an ever expanding loophole allowing more and more untaxed wealth to accumulate at the top, that unduly places the burden of funding these public services on the backs of working Mainers. Our state's ability to recover from the pandemic and address economic inequality relies on all Mainers, including the wealthy, to pay our fair share in taxes. The estate tax is a particularly effective approach to raising revenue as it only affects the wealthiest residents, many of whom don't even live in the state. It excludes family farms, and it has the ability to benefit everyone. For those concerned that this reduced estate tax exemption would cause harm to people like my family, I can assure you this is not the case. We recognize that for those of us subject to estate taxes in Maine, the advantages far outweigh the costs. We too use Maine roads, we enjoy its parks, we patronize its local businesses. We understand that our prosperity is inexorably linked to the economic security and well-being of our fellow Mainers and neighbors. Reducing the estate tax exemption will not resolve post-pandemic hardships and inequality alone, but it will ensure that Maine's wealthiest residents, including my family, are part of the solution. I hope you'll let us do our part by supporting the passage of LD 1704. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Todd. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us and offering your testimony in support of the bill. And we don't have anybody else signed up to speak in support of the bill, so we'll now hear from those in opposition to the bill, beginning with Dana Duran and followed by Christopher Pinkham. If we can promote Christopher Pinkham to speak, and Elizabeth Fraser as well. We'll now hear from Dana Duran, and we're going to allow, if there's no objection from the committee, Mr. Duran to speak in opposition to this bill, but he also has a few comments, I believe, neither for nor against the previous bill. There was a glitch in him signing up to speak, and he was not. We didn't call on him before we closed that hearing, so if there's no objection, if we can allow him to offer a few comments, neither for nor against the previous bill as well, that would be appreciated. Welcome, Mr. Duran.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry. Thank you very much for bringing me on. I apologize I did not sign up quickly enough, but I appreciate your indulgence, and I'll try to be brief on both pieces of testimony. So first, I want to speak in opposition to LD 1704. My name is Dana Duran. I'm Executive Director of a trade association called the Professional Logging Contractors of Maine, trade association that represents logging and trucking companies in the state. We have 200 small business members from all across Maine, and represent essentially over half the individuals who work in the industry and harvest 80% of all of Maine's annual timber harvest. So thank you for providing me the opportunity to testify in opposition to LD 1704. We certainly understand and respect the intent of the sponsor to assist with affordable housing, but we can't support using changes in the estate tax to do that. I have reached out to Representative Talbot Ross, and we are going to discuss in more depth our opposition, but I know she couldn't be there today, but I have been in touch with her, and she's very receptive to hearing from me and learning more. So as all of you know, our industry has been decimated, not only over the last 10 years because of changes in the pulp and paper industry, but also by COVID and then the explosion recently at the Jay Mill. Between 2011 and 2016, the industry lost 5,000 jobs in total. That's the forest products industry overall. Logging and trucking lost about 1,000 of those jobs, and also lost about $300 million in logging and trucking alone in economic impact. So I provide the context because 100% of our membership are small family-based businesses who pass their businesses on from generation to generation. from our perspective, LD 1704 is not a pro small business bill, and it's not going to help our businesses get back on track because of what's happened with COVID or with what's happened with the erosion of pulp and paper in the state. Just as context, so June 6th of 2019, this committee voted on LD 420, an act to amend the main exclusion amount in the estate tax. Not a carbon copy by any stretch of the imagination of this bill, but that legislation attempted to return the estate tax exclusion from 5.7 million to $2 million. And that legislation fortunately did not move forward, and we were in opposition to that bill as well. I know the sponsor has put in an exclusion for logging businesses specifically, going from 5 million to 3.8 million. We are not in support of that. And I will also add that it's only excluded the harvesting equipment. It hasn't excluded trucking. It hasn't excluded real estate or any of the other property that goes with a logging business. And I will tell you, it doesn't take a lot to add up to $5 million in value in logging. You basically need 6 pieces of equipment and a truck, and you will have $5 million worth of equipment. And if someone passes away in your family and that business gets passed on and they can't afford to pay the property tax, or they're under that, over that $5 million, then they're going to have to sell their business. And as challenging it is in this business, I'd hate to see a family member who passes away, the business is worth more than $5 million, and they're going to have to sell the entire business to pay the tax. So from that perspective, we are opposed to the legislation. We're opposed to the exclusion, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Great, thank you. Mr. Duran, question from Representative Terry.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here, Mr. Duran. I appreciate it. So I have a question, I guess, because this is an estate tax on personal wealth. When it comes to businesses, do businesses, especially of the magnitude that have over $5 million in assets, do they not have financial planners that help them through this? I can tell you for myself, my father is in the financial business, and he has a financial planner that helps him walk through things so that he is not overburdened with taxes, nor will his heirs, at the end of his time on the planet. So I'm just wondering how, if the inheritance of a business like what you were speaking of is how deep in reality is that when it comes to those that have not planned for something like that,
Sure.
planned
Yep.
for the passing of the person who started the business, let's say.
Yep. Well, I guess it depends upon at what point in your life you are at. When someone passes away, it's usually unplanned. Again, these are small family-based businesses. So you can see the photo that's behind me. Those 3 pieces of equipment right there, that's $2 million. So 3 pieces of equipment, $2 million. If you are a young logging business owner, and let's say you're in your 30s or 40s, I can almost guarantee you're not going to have a financial planner. You can't afford it because of the margins that are involved in this business. And if you own those 3 pieces of equipment, maybe another logging side that looks the same way, several trucks, real estate, your garage, etc., you're going to exceed that $5 million. And it may not, and you're not wealthy, you're low middle class. The average wage in logging is $46,000. So you're not wealthy by any stretch. You can't afford a financial planner, but your assets easily take you over that threshold. And you may not think about it. And then, if you are married or not married, and suddenly your children have to take over and pay that tax, that they're not going to be able to afford it. They're going to have to sell that equipment in order to pay the tax. So it's an unfortunate reality, I think, of the situation that most of these businesses are in.
So if I can just follow up for a second.
Sure.
Just to follow up, if it's $46,000 a year job, and they have equipment that's worth all of that, and the equipment is exempt, there's exclusions for that kind of stuff. I'm not seeing where it's an issue.
Representative Terry, what is exempt?
The additional exclusion applies to farmland or depreciable machinery and equipment used in agriculture, aquaculture, fishing, and wood harvesting.
It's not excluded. It's reduced from 5 million to 3.8 million.
Okay.
So, Mr. Duran, if it was kept at the current level for all of the definition that Terry just read, if it's kept at the current level, would you then be okay with the bill?
As long as it's kept at the current federal and state level of 5 million or 5.5 million, whatever it may be at this time. I think it's 5.5 million. Then
for the equipment and all the stuff that Representative Terry just got off, to stay at that. So instead of losing it 3.8 to keep it at the 5.6, whatever it is, and just reduce.
I see what you're asking. Yeah. No, again, I don't want to, split the baby with the bathwater. These businesses are not just about the logging equipment. They also have other components to it. So no, we would not be okay with the bill at this point. I have to be, we wouldn't be.
Okay. So you wouldn't support the bill in any form, it seems like, no matter what was.
No, we wouldn't.
Any additional questions from members of the committee for Mr. Duran? Seeing none. So Mr. Duran, did you want to make a few comments about 1689, or do you want to not do that at this point? Or?
No, I'm happy to. If you have, it won't take me long. It's very quick. I have, and again, on both these bills, I submitted my written testimony, so it's there. So just turning briefly to LD 1689, we are testifying neither for nor against. We do not have an opinion on the merits of the bill. There are just two pieces that I want to point out to the committee for consideration at the work session that we just feel should be amended just for clarification's sake. So briefly, in section 1, page 1, lines 9 through 22 of the bill, so the definition of biomass that's in the bill is not consistent with what is in statute currently in 35A MRSA section 3210. So we would recommend that the bill language be changed so that it's consistent in statute for the definition of biomass. So that's one. And then number two, it's unclear in section 1, page 1, lines 30 through 31, what is meant by, quote, machinery and equipment necessary to the generation of clean energy. So in the case of biomass, we're not sure if that definition extends itself to machinery and equipment that's utilized to harvest and process biomass for utilization and the generation of clean energy, or it's only specific to machinery and equipment that's used directly for energy generation. We obviously would prefer if that definition is specific to the equipment used for energy generation directly, and it's not extended out to the equipment that produces wood in a biomass operation, for instance. There are already tax treatment regarding equipment for harvesting and then also equipment for biomass fuel generation, not the actual electricity or heat generation that have tax treatment. And we just want to make sure there are no changes made. So those are my two comments on the bill. And again, it's in my written testimony, and I appreciate your indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Any questions from members of the committee about that? Seeing none, thank you for being here with us today and offering your testimony. We'll now hear from, I don't see Christopher Pinkham. Maybe he's not with us. Oh, he is. Okay, sorry about that, Mr. Pinkham. So we'll now hear from Mr. Pinkham to speak in opposition, followed by Elizabeth Fraser. Welcome, Mr. Pinkham.
Good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, members of the committee. Thank you. You've had a very long day, and I will be brief. My name is Chris Pinkham. I'm a resident of Freeport, and I'm president of the Maine Bankers Association. We represent the 28 retail banks in Maine and their 9,000 employees. I'm appearing before you on the second estate tax bill in opposition because of a number of reasons, but I do want to point out that this bill is particularly challenging in its reduction to 1 million, but in addition, because it directs 50% of it of an unpredictable amount to the Maine State Housing Authority Home Fund. As you know, the Maine Revenue Service is never able to really predict how much estate tax payments will be received each year, primarily because we don't know when death is going to occur And sometimes with the states, there's a delayed filing. So creating an unpredictable funding source for the home program, in our opinion, presents some serious planning issues for Misha as they plan their year and states leave Maine as their domicile. I think it becomes increasingly hard to see that as a reliable source of funding. As I mentioned last week, by imposing this lower rate, we will be setting up barriers to retaining wealth in our state from people who are already here. It does limit the business opportunity to retain current Mainers and what they might do to grow and start new businesses here. Plus, it will discourage people who have already transitioned their residency to even consider coming back to Maine. And as Representative Talbot Ross's testimony noted, Maine does have, at the moment, a high exclusion, but I would remind you, as I mentioned before, it's only one of 11 states that still has an estate tax, while there are 5 additional states with an inheritance tax, and for the record, Maryland has both. This is something that has been changing slowly nationwide as states recognize that citizens are mobile, they can pack up and move, and we have certainly seen that in the business that banks in Maine provide to their customers. So without any additional discussion, and I'm happy to attend the work session and be there for any additional questions, we'd urge you to vote ought not to pass on 1704, as we did last week for 1524. I thank you for still being there, and thank you for the time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Pinkham. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Elizabeth Frazier, speak in opposition, followed by Linda Caprera. Welcome, Ms. Frazier.
Hello, sorry, I had to hit the start video button about 6 times. Good afternoon. It's like almost evening. Good afternoon, Chairman Chipman and Chairwoman Terry and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Elizabeth Frazier. I'm before you this afternoon on behalf of the Maine Society of Certified Public Accountants in opposition to the bill. We did submit written testimony, so I'll just be very brief to echo a lot of what Mr. Pinkham said about the mobility of individuals to consider where they want to live out the rest of their days and how that might impact the value of their estate. I think that's particularly impactful with something like a lower threshold, like $1 million. I was thinking about, as I was getting ready for this hearing, I was thinking about it, and with the, I'm in an apartment right now on Commercial Street talking to you, and thinking about buying a home someday, but as has been pointed out here many times, and everyone knows, home prices are just insane right now in the greater Portland area. And someone mentioned earlier, the cost of housing in Scarborough, where I grew up, has gone up by almost $200,000. And that means my parents' house, which is still there, which was valued, I don't know, around $400,000 at the time that they bought it in the late 80s. Is now somewhere edging up close to over $500,000. And if they die tomorrow and leave me some money, maybe in a bank account, and I'm an only child, and maybe there's some money in a retirement account somewhere, that's an asset, that's an estate over $1 million. And I do not have the financial liquidity to pay the tax on that estate. So I would sell the house, which, is fine. And I would certainly make out well from the equation. I'm not, belittling that the inheritance of money is extremely valuable year over year. But $1 million is a low threshold. And I think I just wanted to try to put that in perspective. We'd certainly be happy to talk to you about at the work session running the technical factors that CPAs go through, on the filing end of things and the planning end. And otherwise, just to say that one other thing I did think of was, we've had a big influx of out-of-staters, at least we hope they are going to stay, that came here during COVID, part of what's driven up home sales. But it's great that they're here. We hope they stay. We hope that they invest in Maine. I think now is sort of that fork in the road when people are going to start thinking about what their long-term plans are with COVID hopefully turning a corner. And I would be hesitant to do anything that drives out those new folks that are here and that are going to bring investment to our state. So with that, I will close and welcome you to look at our written testimony and be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Our final person signed up to speak in opposition to this bill, which is our final bill today, Linda Cabrera. Welcome.
You saved the best for last. Good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, members of the committee. My name is Linda Caprera. I represent the Maine State Chamber of Commerce, and I'm a resident of Winthrop. I'm not going to belabor this, but we oppose LD 1704 for the very same reasons we opposed LD 1524 last week. You know, the bill is really no different other than it lowers the exclusion rate even lower than LD 1524 did to $1 million. You know, this is going to hurt small businesses across the state that pass along their assets. You know, this is what we talked about last week. It's going to drive retirees from the state. They're not going to locate here. You know, it really penalizes success. And the legislature again took steps back in, I believe it's 2015, to increase that exclusion rate. This is the exact opposite direction. So again, I'm going to submit written testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we oppose this bill for the very same reasons we opposed LD 1524.
Thank you for that. Questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you.
So that concludes the testimony for those who signed up to speak in opposition to the bill, and we don't have anybody signed up to speak neither for nor against. So we'll now close the public hearing on LD 1704, which is the final bill we were scheduled for public hearing for today. So that concludes our public hearings. Julie's got her hand up. Do you have something for us, Julie?
I wanted to ask, this is just really a question for the chairs, whether you have decided on a time for a public hearing on the new bill 1713. I think we're hoping to do it on Thursday this
I
week.
suggested Thursday, just so that way we could
get
it
but
done.
I need to know what time.
Oh, well, we could just add it on with the other bills. Do we have other public hearings on Thursday? No.
You have a work session on Thursday on 8 bills, and you are having a presentation from the Commissioner of DAFs on the supplemental budget.
Okay.
Which I assume is after, but I think Representative Terry was going to see if she could check and find out what time. I'm not sure what time we told the commissioner.
They gave us anywhere between 9 and 12. If we could just give them something semi-concrete, that would be great.
Okay.
Well, maybe we want to hear from them right off the bat at 9 o'clock, and then we can do our work sessions, or what do you think?
I think that sounds great. I think if everybody's okay with that, start them off, start the DAF's commissioner off first, or I think it's the deputy commissioner actually, and then 17, whatever that number is.
17, 13.
And then go into our work session for the rest of the day.
I mean, I guess I just been thinking about that. I wonder, you know, if we're going to lose quorum through the morning, and maybe we're better off doing work sessions first. And I don't know wherever the members are going to be that day, but I just, as long as we, you know, if we hear from DAFs and then we go into work session and we're going to have quorum to do all the bills we have to do, then that's fine. I just don't know where the people, if they're going to be in other places or not. But
yeah, it is Thursday, so it's one of our usual days. So I'm assuming that most of us will be there at least part of the day. Representative Kryzak, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I just had to let you know that I'm going to be late on Thursday. My other committee is finally starting, and we're meeting at 8:30, so I will be in as soon as I can.
Okay, great.
okay. It sounds like you'll be with us in time for our work sessions, maybe. So maybe if we start out with DAFs at 9 o'clock and then take about, you know, an hour, give or take, then we'll be starting work sessions around 10.
That sounds good.
Yeah, based on what I looked at for the change package, they shouldn't need us for too terribly long. So maybe we do 9 for that and then 10 for the work session.
And what about the public hearing on the bill Julie asked about?
Sorry, I meant public hearing, not work
Public
session.
hearing.
Apologies.
So, yeah, why don't we schedule the public hearing for 9:30, and then as soon as the meeting with DAFs ends, we can just go right into it, Because if we schedule it for 10 and then we're finished by 9:30 or 9:45, we'll be waiting till 10 to start. So if we schedule the public hearing on that bill, Julie, for 9:30, and just, that would be good. And then as soon as we finish with that, we'll go right into that. And then after that, we'll go right into the work sessions.
We have to can I put down 10 o'clock for the work sessions? So there would be 9 for the commissioner, 9:30 for the public hearing, and 10 for the work sessions.
Yeah, then we'll just roll from one thing right to another.
Okay.
Okay.
Avery, did you hear? I'll talk to Avery.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Any additional announcements or anything we should know about before we adjourn for the day? No? Okay, great. Well, we'll adjourn for the day. We'll conclude our meeting and we will see everybody tomorrow at the Civic Center and Thursday morning at 9 o'clock.
Have a great evening.
Thanks, everyone.
Have a good day.